Chapter 1370. Murphy still didn't understand. He thought that Rebecca was going to a faraway place to film. Rebecca was put in a difficult position. Should she tell him directly? Or should she keep him in the dark forever? Suddenly, Rebecca looked up. "Murphy, come with me." "No, no, no. If I skip work, the boss will kill me. If he dares to bully you, I'll kill him." Rebecca's eyes flashed with fierceness. Murphy was shocked, even though Chun Zhao wasn't beside him right now. Whenever he thought of how terrifying Chun Zhao was, Murphy felt terrified. Who knew if Chun Zhao had some kind of spell that could spy on people who were bad-mouthing him behind his back? "Murphy, I'll tell you directly," Rebecca said. "I'm leaving L.A., and I might never come back." In the end, Rebecca told the truth. No matter how she beat around the bush, she still had to tell the truth. Since that was the case, she might as well tell the truth. Murphy jumped up and stared at Rebecca with widened eyes. "Why? Why?" Murphy asked 2 whys in a row. Murphy felt as if his heart had been pulled hard, and his heart ached terribly. This was Murphy's first relationship. He never thought that it would end like this. "Murphy, come with me. Let's leave here together." Rebecca grabbed Murphy's hand. Murphy felt his limbs go cold. He shook his head hurriedly. "No, no. I can't leave without the boss' permission. He'll kill me. He'll really kill me. And you give me his address. I'll talk to him." "No, I really don't want it." Murphy pulled Rebecca. He didn't dare to tell the truth. Back then, he'd almost been killed because he'd found out Chun Zhao's secret. He didn't want Rebecca to be in danger too. "I don't understand. What are you afraid of?" Rebecca was angry at Murphy's cowardice. Suddenly, Rebecca's arm was hammered, and a flower of blood bloomed. Then there was a gunshot. Rebecca reacted quickly and immediately pulled Murphy to the ground. "Rebecca, what's going on? You're wound." "Shut up." Rebecca was very upset. She crouched on the ground and looked around. Bang! The ground around Rebecca and Murphy kicked up gravel. The shot missed. It wasn't the original sniper who fired the shot, but someone else. Rebecca had to focus and observe the sniper's position. But before they could find the sniper, they saw several gunmen from the Black Hand coming through the ruins. Not just that. There are still people in the bushes behind us. There were more gunmen. Snipers. 1, 2. So far, only 2 had been found. Rebecca had a bad feeling about this. "Get in the car. Let's get out of here." Rebecca shouted. "I'll hold them off." Murphy was so frightened that he hugged his head and curled up on the ground. Rebecca, on the other hand, disappeared into the bushes. Then, gunshots came one after another from the ruins. If Murphy's mother knew that Dracula's son was such a coward, he wondered if she would be so angry that she would rush over and strangle him to death. He let the woman he liked charge into the fray while he lay on the ground like an ostrich. But it couldn't be helped. Murphy had too little experience. The only time was in the crypt demon lair. But it wasn't him who attacked. It was Chun Zhao who arrived. Murphy suddenly thought that he could ask Chun Zhao for help. Murphy immediately took out the phone. Just then, a strong hand grabbed Murphy by the collar and lifted him up. "Murphy, why are you still here?" Murphy looked up. It was Rebecca. But at the moment, Rebecca was covered in blood. Some of it belonged to the enemy, while others belonged to her. "Rebecca, I'm looking for the boss. He'll come and save us. Get in. Let's go." Rebecca threw Murphy into the car. Because of the excessive blood loss and the strenuous exercise, Rebecca's heartbeat was beating unnaturally. "I'll drive. I'll drive." Looking at Rebecca, Murphy knew that she couldn't drive. Just then, gunshots came from behind again. The windshield and the car had a few holes. Lowering his head, Murphy floored the gas pedal. Many headlights appeared behind them at the same time. Thankfully, the Porsche 918 was much more powerful than the pursuing car. But Rebecca didn't look so good. Enduring the pain, she dug out the bullet embedded in her wound. If she didn't, her wound wouldn't heal by itself. But she couldn't do anything about the blood loss. "Oh no!" Rebecca suddenly shouted. "We can't go any further. There's no road ahead." The coastal road wasn't long. The desert was right in front of them. Before Murphy could react, the car drove into the gravel at the end of the road. The distance that the sports car had created earlier was gone. The sports car could only run on flat roads. It couldn't run on sand at all. Let's go. Rebecca pulled Murphy out of the car. They couldn't turn back now. They could only run deeper into the sand. Rebecca looked back again. It seemed that the mafia family was determined to kill her this time. They actually sent so many people. There were at least 30 cars parked at the end of the road. There were probably close to 100 people. If it was just a few people, she could easily take care of them. She could barely kill a dozen or so people. But if there were 100 people, there was really nothing she could do. Murphy, let's go separately, Rebecca said. No, I'm going to send you out. You'll only be a burden if you stay here. Rebecca didn't want to drag Murphy down. That's what they say on TV. Anyway, I won't leave you, Murphy said. Murphy, don't you understand? You and I aren't the same kind of people. Murphy turned around and looked at Rebecca with a serious look in his eyes. Actually, I'm a vampire. My full name is Murphy Dracula. What? Rebecca looked at Murphy in shock. Vampires? Are you kidding? No, I'm serious. Murphy opened his mouth and revealed his 2 canines. Look, my teeth. Are there really vampires? You're a spiritualist, don't you know? Murphy asked in confusion as he supported Rebecca. I don't have much contact with other spiritualists, Rebecca said. Suddenly, Rebecca's legs turned to jelly, and she almost fell to the ground. Are you too tired to walk? I'll carry you. Murphy pulled Rebecca behind him, and Rebecca felt a sense of security. At least, Murphy was the same as her. Do vampires have any special abilities? For example, turning into bats or flying? Chapter 1371. Murphy, you're tired too, right? Rebecca looked at the sweaty Murphy, carrying a person in the desert. Even though Murphy's stamina was extraordinary, it was impossible for him not to be tired. It's okay. I can keep going. Puff! Suddenly, blood blossomed from Murphy's left thigh. Another sniper. Ah! Murphy cried out in pain. Rebecca's expression became even more serious. She pressed Murphy's body onto the ground. She could already see the mafia approaching from afar. What should she do? What should she do? This was the first time Rebecca was at a loss. There was nowhere to hide, and Murphy was injured. Leave him behind? Rebecca couldn't do that. In the past, she never had feelings for anyone. But once she did, she would do anything without caring about her own safety. In the end, this battle ended with her loss. This was because she could no longer kill people without any worries like she did in the past. Even if she couldn't kill people, she could run if she couldn't win. Mr. Chun, I'm at the end of the North Coast Beach Road. Francis looked at the figure in the sand. Once he was discovered, he would immediately turn around and run. Your man and the female assassin are in danger. Francis told him everything he had seen. He was very nervous. These people were all mafia. He could tell from their clothes and behavior. In America, the mafia was undoubtedly the last person to mess with. Suddenly, the car shook violently. Francis's head hit the steering wheel. Then the airbag popped out and bounced Francis back. In a daze, Francis felt himself being dragged out of the car. Then, a stinky liquid was poured on his face. Francis woke up. Black suit, white gloves, gentleman's hat. Francis shuddered. I noticed someone was following us. Is it that woman's accomplice? Hey, who are you? Francis couldn't care about the pain anymore. He quickly covered his head. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm a reporter. I'm a reporter. Reporter? The gang leader frowned. He was an enforcer of the mafia. He worked directly for the leader and only listened to the leader's orders. Although they themselves were lawbreakers, they still called themselves law enforcers. Usually, if there were any enemies or traitors in the family, the enforcers would lead a team to deal with them. The organizational structure of the party was mostly based on the structure of the family, and the patriarch was the supreme existence. Of course, there were also mafia bosses who were bosses or fathers. The second was the advisor, who could be considered as the personal assistant of the patriarch and had great authority. Then there was the secondary patriarch, which was usually held by the patriarch's brother or wife. Next were the commanders and soldiers. One of the subordinates moved closer to the law enforcer. I found a camera in his car. I checked the contents. He seems to be following that woman. The enforcer picked up the camera and checked the content inside. Why are you following that woman? Someone hired me. Francis didn't plan on helping him hide it now. Since he was about to lose his life, there was no point in hiding anymore. Moreover, he was forced to do this job. Francis forced himself to calm down and said, "I'm not following the woman. I'm following the man. I know nothing about you, and I won't tell anyone about this." Right now, he only hoped that Chun Zhao's reinforcements would arrive soon. Otherwise, these vicious mafias wouldn't let him live at all. "You're lying." The enforcer suddenly grabbed Francis' collar in anger. "No, I didn't. I really didn't," Francis cried out hurriedly. Actually, the enforcer was just bluffing Francis. Just then, the people in the desert came out, dragging Rebecca and Murphy out. Both of them were thrown in front of Francis. Seeing Rebecca, the enforcer went up and kicked her hard. This woman had brought him too much trouble. She'd also caused him too many casualties. Rebecca was covered in cuts and bruises. It was a tragic sight. "Tell me, who is he?" the enforcer asked, pointing at Francis. Rebecca saw Francis on the ground, who was connected to her in the same situation. "I don't know him." In fact, Rebecca really didn't know Francis. She was even more confused. She didn't understand what these mafias meant. Why is he following and filming you? Rebecca suddenly remembered that someone had been following and filming her yesterday. So it was this man. But Rebecca really didn't understand. "Boss, what should we do with this woman?" "Wait, I'll call the chief," the enforcer said. Of course, he wanted to kill Rebecca right now. He knew how dangerous this woman was. If she was transported to New York, it would be very troublesome. Who knew if something would happen to her on the way? Before this, there had been many records of her being captured. But every time, she found an opportunity and escaped. After so many years, almost 100 people had died in her hands. To be honest, even as a mafias, he felt how terrifying this woman was. "Hey, Chief, we caught that woman. I'm asking you how to deal with her. Kill her. I'm tired of this long and trivial hunting. I don't want any more accidents this time." "Yes, I understand." The enforcer finally smiled. After the enforcer hung up the phone, he pulled out a cold pistol from behind his back, walked in front of Rebecca, and pointed it at her head. Rebecca had completely lost all hope. This time, she couldn't fight back. She didn't have any chance. These gangsters had learned to be more obedient after fighting with her over and over again. They didn't give her any chance at all. "No, don't hurt Rebecca. If you want to kill someone, kill me." Murphy struggled and tried to rush over to save Rebecca. Bang! Blood blossomed on Murphy's chest. When Rebecca saw Murphy on the ground, she struggled to get up as well. But the two mafias behind her hit the back of Rebecca's head with their gun butts. Rebecca fell to the ground, and the enforcer pointed his gun at Rebecca's head. "Do you have any last words?" Rebecca looked at Murphy in pain. "Murphy, I'm sorry." Looking at Rebecca weakly, Murphy smiled miserably. "The boss will come to save us. He will. Don't be afraid. The boss will come." Chapter 1372. Just when Rebecca was in despair, suddenly, a scream came from the darkness. Everyone froze. They were at the end of the road, and there were no street lights along the way. Clouds covered the moon tonight, so there was no natural light. Their only source of light was the headlights. Everything was dark except for a dozen cars. But the scream came too suddenly. This sound was more like someone playing a prank. But except for Rebecca, Francis, and Murphy, everyone else was black. There were a bunch of people who didn't know humor. Obviously, this wasn't a joke. Or, it wasn't a prank at all. "What happened?" the enforcer asked, looking up. "I don't know. Send a few people over," the enforcer said. As soon as they entered the darkness, intense gunshots and screams came. A gunman ran to the enforcer in panic. "Boss, there's a..." Before the gunman could finish, he was dragged into the darkness by something. But no one could see clearly what it was. And when the gunman was dragged into the darkness, his posture was too strange. He didn't look like he was dragged into the darkness at all. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. All the gunmen pointed their guns at the darkness. But the next moment, a car appeared in front of them. It was their car, but the car didn't appear from the front. Instead, it smashed at them from the side and then smashed into the cars next to them. On the spot, more than a dozen gunmen were smashed into meat sandwiches. The car didn't hit them in a straight line. Instead, it drew an arc in the darkness, as if it had been swung by something. The gunmen didn't know what to do. They couldn't see where the enemy was at all. They could only shoot aimlessly into the darkness. Maybe they thought that if they were lucky, they could hit the enemy. At this time, the headlights of the car at the end of the road disappeared. Their field of vision shrank again. One of the gunmen threw a grenade. The moment the grenade lit up, everyone saw the grenade swallow a figure. Was it over? Everyone had the same question in their minds. Just then, red lines began to extend in the darkness. The red lines seemed to drift with the current. Everyone was afraid of the unknown. No one understood what was happening. The red lines began to turn black from the left and right, and the lights of the cars parked along the road went out one by one. At this moment, the red lines had completely surrounded black. In the next instant, all the cars were pulled into the darkness and disappeared. All the light sources disappeared, and everyone was plunged into darkness. Boom boom, 3 minutes. It was only 3 minutes. All the sounds disappeared. At the end of the road at night, the silence was frightening. At this moment, the Porsche 918's headlights suddenly lit up. Rebecca and Murphy suddenly saw someone standing in front of them. Rebecca's reaction was the fastest. She quickly retreated. "Oh, boss!" Murphy exclaimed in surprise. He had long known that it was Chun Zhao. However, he hadn't seen Chun Zhao use dark lava before, so he wasn't sure. Chun Zhao glanced at Murphy, then at Rebecca. Finally, he saw a few bullet holes in his car. "Murphy, do you know that you skipped work today?" "Boss, I didn't do it on purpose." Chun Zhao lifted Murphy and slapped him in the face. "Do you know that my car is damaged?" "Boss, I let go of Murphy." Rebecca had recovered quite a bit by now. She charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his hand and grabbed Rebecca's neck. Rebecca wanted to struggle, but the strength she was so proud of was as weak as a baby before Chun Zhao. Rebecca had never felt so powerless before. She tried to resist, but her resistance was futile. "According to the damage to my car, you have to pay me $300,000, Chun Zhao said. "Boss, I don't have money. Can you let Rebecca go first?" "No money?" Black Boastier appeared behind him, opening his abyss-like mouth. "No money? Does that mean you want to go back on your word?" "Let Murphy go. I'll help him pay back the money he owes." Rebecca finally understood that Chun Zhao was a real demon king. Murphy wasn't exaggerating at all. This man was terrifying. More than 100 gangsters had died in his hands just like that. Even their corpses couldn't be found. "Do you have money?" "I don't. Give me 3 months. I promise I'll pay you back," Rebecca said. Rebecca felt that even if she had to steal or rob, she would find a way to pay for Murphy. It might be possible to get $300,000 in 3 months. "Huh," Chun Zhao sneered. "Do you think I have the patience to wait for 3 months?" "Boss, don't joke around." Murphy was really scared. He knew Chun Zhao's temper. Chun Zhao was always moody. Chun Zhao casually tossed Murphy and Rebecca onto the ground. He turned to look at Francis, who was stunned, and threw a stack of money in front of Francis. "Do you know what to say and what not to say?" Francis swallowed. Looking at the stack of money again, he nodded hurriedly. I know. I'll watch my mouth." "It's okay if you can't. I'll shut your mouth forever, so don't give me a chance to make you shut up." "Got it." Francis grabbed the money on the ground and stuffed it into his pocket. "You're still here?" Francis stared at the night sky. "You want to walk back?" "What else?" "I'll take you." "But A is dozens of kilometers away. I can probably walk to A at dawn." Francis lowered his head helplessly. Just then, a jackal howled in the night sky. There really were jackals in the desert. Francis was so scared that he almost peed his pants. "Mr. Chun, can I go with you? Why should I bring you along?" Chun Zhao looked at Francis. Francis took out the money. "How about I pay you back?" "I don't need money." Francis was about to cry. "Tell me what you need me to do." "How about this? I don't need you to do anything. If I need you in the future, just be smart." Chapter 1373. Chun Zhao looked at Murphy and Rebecca. This was Rebecca's first encounter with a spiritualist other than Asalisa. She'd once thought that she was strong enough. But after seeing Chun Zhao for real, she realized how insignificant she was. She had never known that a single person could wipe out the entire Black Hand gang. Even when she was at her best, she never had such a thought. Although the Mafia here wasn't the entire family, it was still the family's full strength. Rebecca didn't think that the family would go all out for her. But she also didn't think that it would end like this. Boss, I'll ask my mother for money. She has money. Murphy looked up at Chun Zhao. He was even more afraid of Chun Zhao now. Sure, call her. Chun Zhao tossed his phone to Murphy. Murphy picked up the phone and dialed Agnes's number. Hey mom, help. Boss wants to kill me. Instinctively, Murphy complained to his mother. Oh, you're not dead yet, Agnes said unconcerned. I borrowed boss's car, but I was attacked and the car was damaged. Now boss wants me to pay $300,000. Can you lend me $300,000? I don't have money. Go to hell. When Agnes heard that Murphy wanted to borrow money, she directly refused him and hung up the phone. Murphy was dumbfounded. Did his mother want him to die? Looks like even your mother can't save you. Chun Zhao smiled at Murphy. Murphy looked at Chun Zhao with a sad face. Boss, what do you want to let me and Rebecca go? Keep patrolling for me. I'll let you go when you pay the money. Chun Zhao didn't have a good solution now. In fact, it wasn't about the $300,000. Chun Zhao just casually asked for $300,000. The Porsche 918 was expensive, but it couldn't be repaired for $300,000. To put it bluntly, he was making things difficult for them. But how should he deal with them? He couldn't kill them. Looking at Rebecca's eyes, Murphy knew that the kid was really in love. If he killed Rebecca directly, Murphy would either be crippled or he would fight to the death with him. So, Chun Zhao planned to keep Rebecca alive for now. As for the future, he would think about it in the future. At the very least, it would be up to Murphy's mother to decide. At that time, it would be none of his business whether he was killed or tortured. Boss, then unwilling? Forget it, I'll kill her now. Chun Zhao stepped forward. Rebecca wanted to escape, but Chun Zhao had already grabbed her neck. I agree. Don't hurt Rebecca. Chun Zhao let go of Rebecca again. Don't try to run. You can't run anywhere in L.A. If I catch you after you run, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Chun Zhao and Francis left in the sports car. He left Murphy and Rebecca rooted to the ground. After Chun Zhao left, Rebecca slumped to the ground helplessly. Half of it was because he was weak, and the other half was because he was scared. That person is your boss. Murphy nodded silently. Actually, boss is usually quite nice as long as you don't offend him. What if you offend him? The boss once fought a very scary monster. That monster called itself the Fallen Source. Then, the boss cut that Fallen Source into pieces. Don't be an enemy of the boss. Absolutely don't be an enemy of him. He has many subordinates, and each of them is very scary. The boss also has many pets. Murphy suddenly paused. He realized that he'd said too much. Because he discovered the three-headed dog and the Hydra, Chun Zhao had never let him go. Why aren't you talking? Boss's pets can actually turn into monsters? Like that huge black beast just now. Rebecca pointed at Bustil. That's not Boss's pet. I think that guy's called Bustil. I think he used to be Boss's enemy too. Then Boss skinned him and controlled him. Rebecca shuddered. This guy was quite brutal. Last time in San Diego, the local gang offended Miss Failai, Boss's girlfriend. Then Boss chopped off the hands and feet of the gang's hundreds of members. Rebecca vaguely remembered this incident. It had been too big of a deal. The police couldn't hide it, even if they wanted to. It seemed that a truck full of gang members with their limbs chopped off was stopped at a stop and then set on fire. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to be the culprit. The more Rebecca heard, the more terrified she became. No wonder Murphy said that his boss was a demon. Francis didn't speak on the way. He didn't dare to speak either. He just drove in silence. Chun Zhao leaned against the car door, thinking about something. Chun Zhao hesitated. Francis immediately pricked up his ears. Continue investigating that woman called Rebecca, Chun Zhao said. I want to know more. Okay, Mr. Chun, you'll get all the money you deserve. Chun Zhao paused. Then he said, investigate the identity of the person who attacked them today. He looks like a gang. It's the New York gang. Oh, you know, I know how they talk and do things. The white glove guy is a law enforcer. They're the most arrogant gang in North America right now. But after today, they won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Why? Because you killed almost all of their main forces. Francis panicked when he thought of the more than 100 lives that had been lost. Any normal person would be terrified to have such a demon beside them. Now that they've lost a lot of power, Francis said, their past enemies definitely won't let them go. There's so many gangs in New York. They'll probably be completely wiped out soon. Are you familiar with this? Were you in a gang before? I was a gangster more than a decade ago. I know a bit about this. Chen Zhao glanced at Francis. He was only in his 30s. A decade ago? That meant he'd been in the gang since he was a teenager. Just then, Chen Zhao saw two figures in front. He wasn't unfamiliar with one of them. It was Daly Moore. The other was also a woman. She was quite young. What were they doing on the street in the middle of the night? Chapter 1374. Dahlia Moore and Navot's singer stopped. They saw Chen Zhao and Francis in the car. Mr. Chen, why are you here? I should be the one asking you. Why are you here? I have something to do, Daly Moore said. The cemetery is up ahead, Chen Zhao said. It's not safe there. If you keep going there, you better be careful. With that, Chen Zhao told Francis to drive. Knotts glanced at the car's taillights and asked, Daly Moore, you know him? He's my dad's friend. From his tone, he seems to be from the spiritual world too. Yes, I became a witch because of him. He looks so weak, Knotts said. I can't sense any threat from him. Didn't you say that he's either ridiculously powerful or knows how to hide his aura? He's both, Daly Moore said. Him? I can't tell. My senses are much stronger than yours, but I can't sense anything special about him. Mr. Chen, who are those two? Witches, Chen Zhao said calmly. Francis didn't ask anymore. He was quite against supernatural events and people now. Ever since Chen Zhao threatened him, he'd been very uneasy. Especially tonight, the uneasiness had reached its peak. Originally, he thought that once this matter was over, his emotions would calm down. But that wasn't the case. Francis's uneasiness continued. It's already over, but you still seem to be afraid. Chen Zhao glanced at Francis. Francis's expression was frozen. Usually, I won't kill ordinary people, even if most of them are from gangs or gangs. Of course, there are those who don't listen. Francis forced a smile and kept driving. Mr. Chen, there are really souls in the world, right? Yes. Is there hell? Yes. What about heaven? I don't know. The car reached Francis's house, and he got off. Your house is inauspicious. Go somewhere else, Chen Zhao said and left. Francis was stunned. He looked up at his house and opened his mouth, his expression ugly. Originally, he didn't think there was any problem with his house. He had lived in it for a few years. He did not encounter any supernatural incidents. But now, hearing Chen Zhao's words, he didn't know what to do. If an ordinary person or a stranger said this, he would definitely spit on the other side. But it was Chen Zhao who said that. Chen Zhao was a real person from the supernatural world. Since he said it was inauspicious, then it must be true. What could he do if Chen Zhao didn't make himself clear? It would have been better if Chen Zhao hadn't mentioned it. After Chen Zhao did, Francis started imagining things. Standing in front of the door, he didn't know whether he should enter or not. Chen Zhao didn't sleep for the entire night. He was also worried about leaving Murphy in the wilderness. Just like their own children, their hearts were always a little uneasy. Chen Zhao didn't relax until Murphy and Rebecca came back in the morning. But after this night, Murphy and Rebecca's relationship had progressed again. At least Rebecca was living in the house Murphy rented in Mountain Hills. As for whether he was on base or not, Chen Zhao didn't need to worry about it. But a man and a woman living under the same roof. Chen Zhao didn't believe that they didn't do anything. It was just like how Chen Zhao and Fei Lai had been roommates in the beginning. Chen Zhao couldn't get over it back then. He didn't want to eat the grass near his nest. In the end, it only took them a little more than a month to completely get along. When Chen Zhao left China, he had broken up with his ex-girlfriend not long ago. His relationship was hurt too. Back then, Chen Zhao had planned to never get married. They only talked about romance and not love. It was just that no one could control their feelings. Now that he was with Fei Lai, It was more like family than love. Of course, this wasn't bad. Chen Zhao was very satisfied with his family. As for Murphy and Rebecca's future, Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered. They weren't his parents. He didn't need to worry about that. Mr. Chen, the factory is having a meeting today. We're going to discuss the price. Would you like to come and participate? No, you guys decide. Mr. Chen, right now, our brewery has 3 kinds of packaged beer. They're 580 milliliters cans, 650 milliliters cans, and 900 milliliters cans. I plan to price them at $3, $4, and $6 respectively. Do you think we need to negotiate the prices? Isn't that too expensive? Chen Zhao felt that the price was really high. At present, the price of the same amount of beer on the market was between $1 and $2, but the price in Denver was more than 3 times that. Would consumers really pay for such expensive beer? Chen Zhao was very doubtful. Mr. Chen, I came to this conclusion after testing the product. Almost every customer asked our salesman where they could buy this beer. At the same time, I also did a product comparison. Every time, I put 20 beers in our beer in front of 20 people and let them try it. They'll choose the beer they like the most. The probability of our beer being chosen is 95%, so I think we have the right to raise the price, Denver said confidently. Denver said confidently, our production capacity this year is 150,000 tons at most. I believe our beer will bring us great profits. Didn't you say that we're going to add another production line? This production line is still in testing. We're mainly using Kansas Stingle wheat, but there's no such wheat on the market anymore. If we want it, we'll have to wait until after the autumn harvest. So the second production line can only wait until after the autumn harvest. We have to buy enough wheat to start fermentation. Chen Zhao wasn't very confident. Such a high price was very risky. Mr. Chen, please trust my market judgment. Okay, I trust you. In the end, Chen Zhao decided to listen to Denver's pricing suggestion. There were risks, but he could bear it. But if he could open up the market, a high price would also mean a high return. 150,000 tons of beer was about 180 million liters. According to this price, 1 liter of beer would be around $7, and the sales would probably exceed $1 billion. After deducting the cost, business tax, and personal income tax, he could probably recover the cost in the first year and realize profits. He could make more than $200 million this year. Chapter 1375. The cost of 580 milliliters of beer on the market wouldn't exceed $1. So, according to Denver's high pricing, the profit would be very high. If Chen Zhao didn't take any profits this year and continued to invest in production, he could get rid of the tax. Of course, this was calculated based on the best sales. Because Dashin beer was new and only available in Mars supermarkets this year, it couldn't be sold out in a short time. Chen Zhao had to see how the first batch sold. Chen Zhao still needed to borrow money and invest in advertisements. No matter how good Dashin beer tasted, it would be hard to enter the market in a short time without enough advertising. If he let word of mouth grow, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to see results. Chen Zhao didn't have that much money to sustain losses for 2 to 3 years. By then, he would have to borrow from the bank. Beer had always been a high-profit industry. Chen Zhao's brewery's current production was less than 1/10 of those big brands. For example, Budweiser, which had the highest sales in the world, was also the most famous beer brand in the world. Its annual sales were 5 billion liters, and its revenue was over $50 billion. Its net profit was close to $8 billion. Compared to such a big international brand, Dashin beer was like a baby. On the first day of June, Dashin beer was officially available in Mars supermarkets. The advertisements also started, but Chen Zhao's mind was all on Fei Lai. There was less than a month until her due date. Chen Zhao didn't go out at all. Even when Steven and Rasfa asked him to go out for a drink, he refused. Brazil's southwestern city, Nilmara, was at the edge of the Amazon rainforest. 1/3 of the city was connected to the rainforest. Further in was the town of New Bali. New Bali had a population of less than 10,000. Its main industry was tourism. Many of the people there were working as guides, mainly to lead the way for people entering the Amazon rainforest. However, Most of the locals would only bring the tourists in for less than 10 kilometers before bringing them out. Beyond 10 kilometers, even the locals couldn't guarantee the tourists' safety. They knew the dangers of the rainforest better than outsiders. It was the most dangerous place in the world. Without a guide, ordinary tourists would lose their lives in minutes when they entered the tropical rainforest. This was definitely not a joke. 10 kilometers was because many people walked. This area was basically half open, so the danger was basically eliminated. However, no one could guarantee their safety if they went any deeper unless they cut down all the trees. Apart from tourists, there were also explorers, scientists, and mercenaries in the new Bali town. Here, one could see all kinds of people walking on the streets. The natives were also asking the strangers if they needed a guide. When Klaus and the members of the Lightning Squad arrived at New Bali town, they all felt extremely tired. The temperature here was maintained at 35 degrees Celsius during the day. It was fine if it was just hot. Most importantly, the humidity was as high as 90%, and this was in the town. Once they entered the rainforest, the humidity would directly exceed 99%. What did that mean? Basically, if you stood in the rainforest for a minute, your face would be covered in water. Furthermore, he couldn't wear short-sleeved shirts and shorts. If he wore short-sleeved shirts and shorts, it was basically no different from committing suicide. Klaus, where are your friends? Let's look for it. Female 1, 82 meters tall. It should be very obvious. Over there. The members of the Lightning Squad had sharp eyes and quickly found the person Klaus was talking about. Xiao Shika. Klaus waved at the woman. Klaus. Xiao Shika happily ran forward and gave Klaus a passionate hug. Xiao Shika had the common characteristics of Latin American beauties, but she wasn't as petite as the Latin beauties. Her physique and bones were both large, and she was about the same height and physique as Klaus. My God, your hand strength has increased again, Klaus teased. Actually, Xiao Shika's strength wasn't enough to make Klaus feel uncomfortable. These are... Xiao Shika turned to look at the members of the Lightning Squad. They're my brothers, Klaus said. Let's go. Let's find a place to sit. After finding a place to sit, the Lightning Squad and Xiao Shika began to get to know each other. Xiao Shika joined the army at the same time as Klaus. In comparison, Klaus and the Lightning Squad met later. They were originally part of the border force and were mainly responsible for overseas missions and border battles. But later, Klaus was transferred to the Marine Corps and even went to a real battlefield. After that, he entered the elite team of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department and became the leader of the Lightning Squad. After Xiao Shika and a few familiar comrades retired from the army, they became mercenaries again. All these years, Klaus had always kept in touch with Xiao Shika and the others, so their relationship hadn't faded. This time, when his old comrades were in trouble, the first person Xiao Shika asked for help was Klaus. Klaus didn't let him down. He came at the first moment and even brought the Lightning Squad with him. It was obvious that Klaus was a person who valued relationships. Xiao Shika, tell us the details. 10 days ago, we received a mission to protect an exploration team into the tropical rainforest. The specific destination was the Schickel region of the Amazon rainforest. Why didn't you go in? Klaus asked. I got dysentery, Xiao Shika said helplessly. It was the most common disease in the tropical rainforest or at the border. If it wasn't treated in time, it would be very dangerous, even life-threatening. So I was hospitalized and missed the mission. That's why I ended up in the hospital and missed the mission. After that, I became responsible for external communications. When the team entered Silas territory, which was 5 days ago, I received a distress message from the team. The one who contacted me was Kamalari. They seemed to have been attacked by the natives. Among them, Doran, Barker, and Laravizan were already dead. Now, there are only 4 of them left, and they are trapped somewhere. In the 3 days before you arrived, Kamalari contacted me many times. However, because the batteries they brought with them were running low, we agreed to contact each other at 6 o'clock in the evening every day. We completely lost contact the day before yesterday. Are you sure they're still alive? Klaus asked. This was a crucial question. If they were still alive, then the risk was worth it. If they were dead, then the risk was worthless. After all, even if they found them, they might not even find a complete corpse. Klaus had to think about the people who were still alive. There's an 80% chance that they're still alive. In our last contact, Kamal already explained the situation. They seem to be trapped in an ancient building, but he couldn't tell us the exact location. They brought with them a complete set of equipment, fresh water, medicine, and compressed food. Based on my estimation, if we exclude external environmental factors, they can hold on for at least 6 days. Klaus didn't hesitate. An 80% chance of survival was high enough. Chapter 1376. Ciao, Shika. Are you sure you want to go in with us? Klaus asked. Klaus, don't you believe in my abilities? Ciao Shika looked at Klaus with dissatisfaction. Nami is a woman too. If she can go in, why can't I? Nami turned her head. She was the only woman in the lightning squad. Nami had nothing to say about Ciao Shika comparing her to her. She couldn't tell Ciao Shika that she was stronger than him. Okay, I don't mean anything else, Klaus said. I just think that we need a contact person outside. If we run into trouble, someone can come and save us. That's easy, Ciao Shika said. I know someone here. He can be the contact person temporarily. Not long after, Ciao Shika found the person. He was a local native. He was only 6 meters tall and had dark skin, but his eyes looked very sharp. Klaus, let me introduce you. This is Moji. Hello, I'm Klaus. Klaus shook hands with Moji. Mr. Klaus, how may I be of service? If we don't come back after 15 days in the rainforest, you can call this number and help me explain the situation to them. Okay, that's easy. Moji nodded. The group of 7 entered the rainforest from the entrance. Klaus, who's that number? Ciao Shika asked curiously. Our boss, Klaus said. He can solve any problem. This is the Amazon rainforest, the most dangerous place in the world, Ciao Shika said. You don't need strength here. You need to be careful. Our boss is so powerful that he can ignore all danger, Nami said. Ciao Shika looked at Klaus and the other members of the lightning squad. They all had a look of faith in their eyes. But her rationality told her that this was wrong. The Amazon rainforest had welcomed countless people who thought they were invincible. However, no one who stepped into this primitive and mysterious land with such a mentality could walk out alive. This wasn't a war between humans. It was the ultimate test of humanity against nature. The dangers here came from all aspects: animals, plants, and the climate and environment. For example, the most venomous animal in the world, the poison arrow frog. The venom of the poison arrow frog was so strong that it didn't need to enter the mouth or the bloodstream. As long as it came into contact with the skin, it could directly penetrate the skin. There was once a researcher who dripped a drop of poison dart frog secretion on the back of his hand. His hand felt like it was being burned, and he died after suffering for 3 days. Modern medicine could not do anything about it. If the poison of the poison dart frog came into contact with a human's wound, it would be even easier. It would only take 10 minutes. There are also all kinds of poisonous snakes, all kinds of deadly and disease-causing insects, all kinds of poisonous snakes, and all kinds of ferocious beasts. After entering the rainforest, the humidity in the air had increased significantly. The higher the humidity, the more pineal hormone secreted by the human body's pineal glands. The pineal hormone would cause the cells to become inactive, and the person would become listless, and powerless. At the same time, due to the high humidity, body heat could not be released, and heat stroke would occur. Prolonged heat stroke can cause brain death. It was not Ciao Shika's first time in the Amazon rainforest, but even though she had been there many times, she still could not get used to it. This was the zone with the most extreme humidity on Earth. They used 3 hours to walk past the safe zone and began to face the true nature of the rainforest. Just then, it started to rain cats and dogs. In the tropical rainforest, the rain was very frequent, and it was without any warning. In most cases, the rainfall was very small, maybe a few square kilometers or more than a dozen square kilometers, and there was no pattern to it. But the duration was very short, and the rainfall was very heavy. But this rain was very beneficial to the team. The washing of the rain made the air fresh, and at the same time, it took away the accumulated heat in their bodies. Phew! So comfortable. Klaus took off his hat and twisted the rainwater on his head. Of course, the rain also brought them some trouble, and the ground under their feet became muddy. Just then, a large river appeared in front of them. The Amazon River was the largest river in the world, and it had so many branches that satellites could not scan it clearly. Also, the changes in the Amazon River were very frequent, and the river changed its course almost every day. As long as there was enough water in a depression, it could form a river, and then it could connect to the main river. The river was about 30 meters wide, not very big, but the water was very turbulent and muddy, and they could not see the depth of the river. "Everyone, cut a tree branch, and we will cross the river," Klaus ordered. "Pay attention to what is in the water," Chao Shika reminded. "Chao Shika, you follow behind me," Klaus said. "I'm more familiar with this place than you," Chao Shika said. "I will take the lead." Chao Shika was very dissatisfied with Klaus's arrangement of her in the middle of the team. She felt that she was qualified to stand in any position in the team. "It is just a river," Klaus said. "Also, I am the team leader now, so please listen to my orders." Chao Shika was helpless. Klaus had already used the tone of the team leader, so she had to obey. No matter the situation, soldiers had to obey the orders and arrangements of their superiors. The river was not as deep as they thought. The deepest part was less than 2 meters, and the mud on the riverbed was not thick, so there should be a branch that had changed course recently. Since it was a river that had changed course recently, the possibility of crocodiles could be ruled out. At the same time, the speed of the river could also rule out the possibility of water eels. Water eels would not be active in water where the river flowed too fast. They preferred slow-flowing river water or lurked in swamps. Because their bodies were too heavy, they were not good swimmers, and it was very likely that they would be washed away by the river. Everyone went ashore one by one, and suddenly Nami, who was at the back, screamed. Everyone immediately turned to look at Nami and saw her trembling in the water. Chao Shika's expression changed. Not good. She encountered an electric eel. Then Nami raised her arm, and in her hand was an electric eel that was as thick as an arm and about 15 kilograms. "We have an extra meal tonight. Such a strong voltage." Chao Shika stared at Nami in astonishment. This was an adult electric eel, and its voltage could reach 800 volts. But Nami only twitched slightly, and there was no intense electric shock. Could it be that this woman has undergone electric shock training? Chapter 1377. Nami casually tossed the electric eel at them. Klaus's military knife flashed, and the electric eel's head was instantly cut off. It fell to the ground and rolled a few times before it stopped moving. Chao Shika looked at Klaus in surprise. What a fast speed, one accurate blade. Feel around in the water again. Eat more tonight, Klaus said. Then the other members of the lightning squad continued to feel around in the water. Chao Shika saw a member of the lightning squad. Without looking into the water, he stabbed the wooden stick in his hand into the water, and a catfish weighing more than 10 kilograms was lifted up. How did you do that? Chao Shika asked in surprise. As long as there's enough tactile training. The catfish swam past his feet, so he could judge in advance. His success rate is around 60%. Captain, it's not 60%. My current success rate is... The member stabbed the wooden stick into the water again, and 2 piranhas were skewered on the stick. 100%. All right. I know you're good, Klaus scolded with a smile. Suddenly, the military knife in Klaus's hand shot into the forest. Chao Shika looked at Klaus in confusion. Then she saw the military knife nail a lizard's head to a tree. Hiss, Chao Shika gasped. They were about 20 meters away, and the color of the lizard's body completely blended in with the dark gray of the tree. Plus, it was already a little dark. How could he hit it? Was it coincidence? The lizard was 1 meter long, and its body was quite thick. Klaus walked up and picked up the lizard. Not bad. This is a caiman lizard. Caiman lizards were not related to caimans. They were called caiman lizards because they looked like crocodiles. This thing was an endangered species. If Klaus had seen it in public, he would probably have been sent to jail. But in this environment, they could not waste anything that could be eaten. Although they had brought compressed biscuits, they were emergency food and they did not taste good. Compressed biscuits were high in calories and they were easy to carry and store. The team did not plan to continue forward and they set up camp. Xiaoshika was also getting to know each member of the Lightning Squad. Without a doubt, they were all elites, but they were not very familiar with the tropical rainforest. But their physical qualities were very outstanding. Moreover, all of them had exquisite skills. Nami will be on duty for the first half of the night, and I will be on duty for the second half of the night, Klaus said while eating. Xiaoshika glanced at Klaus. Klaus, it's too tiring to be on duty alone for half a night. No, they can. Klaus did not give Xiaoshika a chance to question him further. After dinner, everyone except Nami went into the tent. In such an extreme environment, it was impossible for them to find entertainment, and they could not afford to waste every second of rest. Xiaoshika slept until dawn. When she woke up, she smelled blood as soon as she stepped out of the tent. Something happened last night. Xiaoshika's heart tightened. He turned around and saw a few people sitting in front of the fire. A dismembered jaguar was hanging from a tree. Their camp was attacked last night. But when did this happen? Why was there no movement at all? A jaguar attacking the camp would definitely cause quite a commotion. Did he sleep too soundly? Damn it, I haven't been in a dangerous area for too long. I'm actually so lax. Xiaoshika, come and have breakfast. We should continue our journey after that. Give me a bowl of bone soup. I cooked it all night, Klaus said. Klaus, I'm sorry. I had no idea what happened last night. Xiaoshika felt that he had neglected his duty. Even if there were no casualties, it was completely irresponsible for him to sleep so soundly in such an environment. It's okay. I don't know either. Nami killed it. Klaus smiled. I only woke up when it was my turn to be on duty. Xiaoshika gasped again. Did Nami kill the jaguar alone? Nami, who didn't use a gun? I was afraid of disturbing your rest, Nami said calmly. Xiaoshika did not understand where Nami's confidence came from. This was not a medium-sized carnivore like a puma. Jaguars were large carnivores. At the same time, they were the most dangerous predators on the American continent. They even preyed on crocodiles. If they were to widen the distance and use a gun, Xiaoshika had a certain degree of confidence. But without a gun, Xiaoshika definitely did not dare to go against an adult jaguar. Nami was not tall. In fact, she could be considered small. She was only 61 meters tall. How could she dare to go against a 250-kilogram jaguar? Everyone started packing their bags and tents. In just 15 minutes, they packed everything and continued their journey. Klaus, is Nami the strongest in the team? Xiaoshika purposely widened the distance between the team and walked at the back with Klaus. However, the people in front had clear ears. They could all hear Xiaoshika's words. Of course, no one would laugh at Xiaoshika's question. Yes, she's very strong. Klaus smiled. At noon, it rained again. For the Lightning Squad, the rain came at the right time. But it was not good for Xiaoshika. She did not have the superhuman constitution of the Lightning Squad. The rain made her a little cold. Fortunately, they had brought some medicine. Chen Zhao had made it for everyone in the society. It was quite effective. Captain, there's a big river ahead, the people in front shouted. Klaus walked to the river and looked. It was at least 150 meters wide. The current was around 3 meters per second. It was not rapid, but the water could be more than 3 meters deep. Crocodiles. Klaus saw a few crocodiles lying on the shore a few hundred meters away. If there was one crocodile on the shore, there could be 10 in the water. What do we do? Cross the river on a raft? Xiaoshika asked. No need. Klaus shook his head. Just swim past me. The others prepare for underwater combat. Xiaoshika was dumbfounded. Underwater combat. They were facing crocodiles, not humans. How could they fight crocodiles underwater? Was Klaus crazy? But the problem was, why didn't anyone refute Klaus's orders? Xiaoshika felt that this was suicide. Once surrounded by the crocodiles, none of them would survive. Let's go, Klaus said. We'll go underwater first. Just follow behind me. Don't worry about anything else. Chapter 1378. Halfway through, Xiao Shika suddenly saw red blood floating on the surface of the water. Klaus, something happened, something happened. Something happened underwater. Keep swimming, don't look around. Klaus continued swimming in front. Xiao Shika wanted to help, but she didn't know how to help in the water, so she could only continue swimming. Xiao Shika followed Klaus to the other side. Xiao Shika immediately raised her submachine gun and looked at the water nervously. Don't shoot randomly. It's not good if you hurt your own people, Klaus said calmly. Just then, Nami was the first to stand in the shallow water, but she was dragging something in her hand. A crocodile. It was a 3-meter-long crocodile. The crocodile wasn't dead, but Nami was grabbing its upper and lower jaws and dragging it to the shore. This scene completely subverted Xiao Shika's worldview. This must be fake, right? This must have been prepared beforehand. Nami actually caught a crocodile alive in the water. Just then, another thing floated up. This time, it was a crocodile with its stomach turned upside down. However, this crocodile's stomach was completely cut open. Then another crocodile floated up, and another, and another. Then, the members of the lightning team came ashore one after another. No one was injured, and everyone was holding a military knife. Nami, why did you catch it alive? I want to eat crocodile tonight. If crocodile meat isn't processed in time, it will go bad in 3 hours, Nami said. Xiao Shika was completely crazy. To eat crocodile meat tonight, they went into the water and caught a crocodile alive. Also, do these people really kill crocodiles underwater? There were 4 or 5 crocodiles that floated up, so it was possible that more crocodiles were washed away before they could float up. Other than Klaus, the 5 of them probably killed no less than 20 crocodiles, right? What was going on with these guys? Let go, let it go. It's only noon. Are you planning to carry this 200-kilogram crocodile all the way? Klaus shouted. I'll carry it. I don't have to be on duty tonight anyway, Nami said in a defiant tone. Xiao Shika felt that even if she carried this 200-kilogram crocodile, it would be a burden. At least 3 people would need to carry it, right? But reality was not what she thought. Nami found a rope and tied the crocodile's mouth. Then, she grabbed the crocodile and put it on her shoulder. Don't eat my crocodile meat if you dare, Nami said angrily. Forget it, I'll do it. He was the strongest in the team, more than twice as strong as Nami. Who were these people? A bunch of monsters. The way Xiao Shika looked at them changed. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Klaus did not hesitate to release the crocodile. Xiao Shika looked at Temmie's carrying a 200-kilogram crocodile and didn't feel tired at all. She even felt that he walked more easily than she did. He was still talking and laughing with his teammates. It wasn't until the evening that everyone found an empty space to rest. Xiao Shika deeply felt that these people were truly monstrous existences. Not just Nami, but everyone. Klaus, I'm on duty tonight too, Xiao Shika volunteered. Sure, you and Temmies will be responsible for the first half of the night. Rodman will be responsible for the second half. Xiao Shika felt Klaus' discrimination again. Everyone else was on duty alone, but she had Temmies with her. No, more accurately, Temmies was with her. The big Temmies didn't care. Xiao Shika, if you're tired at night, you can sleep first. Temmies was a bit stubborn. If it was someone else, they would never say this to Xiao Shika. Xiao Shika decided on the spot that she had to complete her duty tonight. After nightfall, everyone started to rest. Temmies and Xiao Shika sat in front of the fire. Temmies, is everyone in your lightning team so strong? It's mainly because our boss's boss is strong. Is this the boss Klaus mentioned? Yes, the boss always says that if he's a lion, his subordinates can't be a flock of sheep, Temmies said. Is your boss on a mission somewhere else now? No, he hasn't been out recently. His girlfriend is about to give birth. Temmies suddenly frowned and stood up. Xiao Shika's expression changed slightly. She saw specks of green light in the forest in front of her. Wolves! Wolves! Xiao Shika immediately picked up her gun, intending to wake the others. Don't be nervous, Temmies said. You guard here. If a wolf comes, shoot. Don't leave the camp. But Xiao Shika wanted to refute Temmies, but Temmies had already strode forward and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Then, the howls of wolves came from the darkness. Xiaoshika was very nervous. She kept staring into the darkness. Other than the sound, she couldn't see anything. She didn't know what was going on over there. Temmie's is so strong. He'll be fine. Xiaoshika comforted herself. But in such an environment, encountering a wolf pack was the most dangerous. Unlike the wolves in North America, most of North America was a relatively open area with a wider population. Wolf packs couldn't grow, but forest wolves were different. For example, the wolves in the Amazon rainforest were very large. They might even encounter a large wolf pack of 50 or 60. What should I do? Should I wake Klaus and the others? Suddenly, a wolf charged toward the camp. Xiaoshika immediately fired. Da-da-da. The wolf ran for a few meters and fell in front of Xiaoshika. Just then, a person came out of the tent. Klaus walked out. What happened? Wolves. Wolves. Timmy's went over. I'm afraid. Oh, wolf pack. Klaus found a glass of water and rinsed his mouth. Since you're up, let's have a midnight snack. Klaus, aren't you going to help Temmie's? What for? Isn't he back? Xiaoshika turned and saw that Temmie's had returned. He was carrying a gray wolf that was more than 2 meters long. Just then, Rodman came out of the tent. That's great. We have a midnight snack when we wake up. Rodman also looked calm. It was as if Temmie's had taken the initiative to attack the wolves. It was completely unimportant. Temmie's, you didn't hurt yourself, did you? Xiaoshika asked Temmie's, who was covered in blood. Oh no, this is wolf blood, Temmie's said. Eat some roasted wolf meat and go rest. Temmie's, did you kill all the wolves just now? Rodman asked. Chapter 1379. 2 days. The Lightning Squad had only used 2 days to teach Xiaoshika what it meant to be at the top. Xiaoshika knew that Klaus was very powerful. Back then, Klaus had been their captain. But at that time, Klaus was only very powerful. Although they kept in touch, they were still separated for many years. From then on, Xiaoshika always felt that their team was a top team. But now, when he saw Klaus again, Xiaoshika suddenly realized that they seemed to be out of touch with the top. The Lightning Squad was the true top team. Every single member of the Lightning Squad was ridiculously strong. A 7-meter-long water venomous serpent had wrapped itself around Klaus. The others were holding their stopwatches to bet on whether it would be 10 or 20 seconds before Klaus could escape. They had no intention of helping. Then Klaus bets himself for a minute while he fights the water bug. After that, Klaus held on for a minute before he calmly pulled out his military knife and chopped off the water gloom's head. They weren't adventuring in the jungle. They were playing. So far, at least, they had been playing. In the primeval forest, the water dragon and the god of death had the same meaning. Those who were entangled by the water serpent basically had 1 foot in the gates of hell. But Klaus was actually trying to compete in strength with a water gloom. Of course, to their team, this was just a small interlude. Everyone rested for half an hour at noon. Xiaoshika knew that everyone was taking care of her. In fact, she was the only one in the team who felt tired and could not walk. Up until now, Xiaoshika was the only one who had fired a gun. Most of the time, the Lightning Squad used their sabers to deal with trouble. When the break time was up, Klaus stood up and said, "Let's check the direction again." Nami held the locator, but it seemed to be interfered with. The numbers kept jumping. Nami frowned and switched to an ordinary compass. But the needle of the compass was also jumping randomly. Captain, there's magnetic field interference here. In the primeval forest, positioning was very important. Once they lost the positioning of the machines, they could only rely on the stars to locate them. However, most of the time, they were covered by the towering trees and thick leaves. It was very difficult for them to see the sun. Check if the communication device is working, Klaus said. I can't receive the satellite signal. The radio equipment is also not working. Looks like we might be in trouble. Klaus said, continue forward for another 20 kilometers and see if we can get out of this interference zone. Suddenly, a wooden splinter was nailed into the tree in front of Klaus. Enemy attack. In just 0.1 seconds, Klaus had already pulled Xiaoshika, who was still in a daze, to the ground. Timmy's, check your front left. The arrow came from that direction. In the direction that Klaus was pointing at, there were faint figures moving about. Use firearms, Klaus said. Da-da-da. A figure fell from the treetops. It was an extremely primitive native with leaves draped over its body and a feathered crown on its head. It was less than 5 meters tall. Woola, woola. Then a strange cry came from the forest. Dozens of figures rushed out of the forest, holding wooden spears or crudely made wooden bows. Some were even using blowpipes. Cannibals! They're cannibals! Jazik shouted. She saw one of the primitive men holding the skull and hitting it with a wooden stick, making a sound. This seemed to be their battle song. The primitive people recklessly charged towards the troops. Free fire. It was a one-sided massacre. Of course, this battle itself was not a righteous one. Even with the restrictions of the international treaty, Klaus had no choice but to give the order to shoot the natives of these primitive tribes. Although their weapons were very primitive, they were all smeared with poison. Everyone opened fire, and the natives fell one after another. The battle lasted for a few minutes. Is anyone hurt? Captain, I'm hurt. Rodman's expression was a little ugly. His right arm was hanging limply with an arrow stuck in it. Poison dart frog poison. Jazik's expression was even uglier. This meant that Rodman could very likely die from the poison in a few minutes. Lie down. Klaus rushed to Rodman's side. Furlough, take out the life-saving medicine. Furlough immediately opened his backpack and quickly took out a bottle of black medicine and a syringe, tossing them to Klaus. Klaus caught the syringe and directly injected it into Rodman's arm. Wah! Rodman started to vomit out large mouthfuls of filth. Everyone knew how terrifying the poison of the poison dart frog was. Chun Zhao had said that the black medicine was a life-saving medicine, but they were not very confident. If one was heavily injured, poisoned, or seriously ill, they could all use the black medicine. Rodman kept vomiting. After vomiting out all the food, he started vomiting stomach acid. After vomiting, he started retching. Jazik was also very nervous. What surprised her was that more than 10 minutes had passed, and Rodman was still alive. What was that medicine? Could it really cure the poison of the poison dart frog? At the same time, Klaus was also constantly squeezing Rodman's wound, only stopping when red blood flowed out of the wound. How is it, Rodman? If you're still conscious, answer me. Klaus patted Rodman's cheek. Captain, if you're gentler, I'll answer you. Whoosh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Rodman could joke. His tone was weak, but it was still coherent. Nami, Timmies, go check the bodies of the natives. Be careful not to fake death. After checking, they realized that all the natives were dead. However, they could not stay here for long. Even though Rodman was very weak now, they had to find another place to rest. They had to find a place with an open field of vision. Otherwise, they would be easily attacked again. This is a large tribe. After all, there are less than 100,000 primitive natives in the entire Amazon rainforest. Usually, a tribe has no more than 100 people. However, this cannibal tribe actually sent dozens of people to attack us. This can only mean that there are more than 1,000 people in the tribe. A primitive tribe with more than 1,000 people in the Amazon rainforest? Not yet, Jazik said with a serious expression. Xiao Shika said with a serious expression. There's another possibility. Those who found them have already been eaten by them. I think it's because of the magnetic field nearby. That's why they can hide here for so long without being discovered. Chapter 1380. They didn't know if the place they chose was safe. Rodman hadn't recovered from his injuries yet. Even with the black potion, Rodman had been poisoned by the poison of the poison dart frog. It was a miracle that he didn't die. Xiao Shika was even more worried about her companion. She thought it was just an ordinary native tribe. But now, it seemed that her companion had encountered this ogre tribe. This ogre tribe was not only powerful, but also barbaric. It had to be known that there were many primitive tribes left, and some of them were actually ogre tribes. But after coming into contact with modern human civilization, these tribes had given up on their traditions. But now, they had encountered a tribe that cut off all contact with human society. This meant that they couldn't communicate with them. Under the night sky, Klaus said, I've decided to explore tonight. Klaus, isn't this too risky? Exploring at night is the best choice, Klaus replied calmly. No matter how barbaric and bloodthirsty they are still humans, so the night is more advantageous for us. Originally, Klaus planned to have Xiao Shika stay in the camp and have Nami stay with her. But Xiao Shika wasn't happy about this, so Klaus decided to work together. Xiao Shika wasn't a child after all. She had rich combat experience. But in the past 2 or 3 days, Xiao Shika had always compared herself to the members of the Lightning team, which hurt her confidence. In fact, she wasn't weak at all. They started to look for traces of the ogres. Such a large ogre tribe would leave more obvious traces than the 7 of them. So Klaus quickly found traces of the ogre tribe. There's drumming in front. The group parted the dense thickets and saw an Inca pyramid in front of them. The pyramid was about 100 meters tall, like a giant Lego toy. It was hard to imagine that it was built by a group of primitive people. A large number of ogres gathered in front of the pyramid. They danced to the sound of the drumming. To be honest, this was a group of natives with no musical talent. In comparison, they were more talented when it came to eating. Among the natives, there were 4 steaming cauldrons. But when they saw the food in the 4 cauldrons, their faces turned green. There were more than 10 people in the 4 cauldrons, both men and women. At this moment, they had already lost their lives. They were like livestock that had their stomachs cut open and their innards cleaned out. Ugh, everyone felt nauseous. This was a resistance that came from the genetic depths of modern humans. Humans do not eat their own kind or similar species because they know that eating their own kind is very risky. Putting aside emotions and ethics, humans were definitely unable to accept their own kind. Even for primates, humans were very resistant to it. This was because almost all primates would get the right disease and transmit it to humans. This was a warning from the genes. Xiao Shika's face was already covered in tears because she saw a familiar face. However, she still kept her wits about her and knew that she couldn't let her act willfully at this time. Klaus and the Lightning Squad were also her comrades. Then, an even more cruel scene appeared in front of them. Eat! Even the iron-willed members of the Lightning Squad were avoiding this scene. However, they also discovered a strange phenomenon. In the process of cannibalism, all the members of the cannibal tribe participated, including the babies. As for the babies and children, they didn't have parents to lead them. They were more like the cubs of a wolf pack, selectively eating their own food. Did you guys notice something strange? Klaus said in a low voice. Those brats who managed to snatch the food, they have obvious growth. They're growing too fast. They're starting to go back to their nest to rest. The cannibals started to enter the pyramid. The entire pyramid was like a beehive. Only a small number of cannibals were left guarding the outside of the pyramid. This was an opportunity, a chance for them to sneak into the pyramid. Although the cannibals outside were patrolling, there were many loopholes. After silently killing 2 cannibals, the group came to the side of the pyramid. Klaus suddenly stopped Xiao Shika. Xiao Shika, this might be a trap. What? I don't know, but I feel that the situation is different from what I expected. I still don't understand. Leave this place now and follow the path we took to get here. Wait at the campsite we stayed at before. If we don't come back before dawn, leave the forest immediately and call our boss's phone number. Ask our boss to save us. What? You want me to run away alone? Xiao Shika's expression was very ugly. Klaus wanted her to be a deserter. Xiao Shika, you should understand that if everything goes well, we have a chance to find the people and bring them back. It doesn't matter whether you're here or not. But if things don't go well, I'm afraid we have to choose the backup plan. If we wait for 15 days according to the original plan, I'm afraid we won't last that long. So you're our hope. Klaus looked at Xiao Shika seriously. Xiao Shika looked up at Klaus. Must I leave? Because we're not sure, Klaus said. Klaus said, you've seen the strength of Lightning Team. We don't have the confidence, so we have to be careful and prepare this backup plan. We cleared most of the dangers along the way, so it won't be hard for you to walk out of the forest. Xiao Shika was silent for a while and finally agreed to Klaus's suggestion. She had no reason to stay. Klaus had said that they had reinforcements and they were strong. Each of them was stronger than her. If their enemies couldn't withstand a single blow, then she could choose to stay and enjoy the joy of victory with everyone. But if they were in trouble, then Xiao Shika had to shoulder her responsibility. Her duty wasn't to fight, but to ask for help. Later, no matter what kind of battle happens, don't come in. All you have to do is say wait patiently. Chapter 1381. Xiao Shika didn't leave immediately. Instead, she hid in the bushes and observed the situation. The battle inside the pyramid soon started. First, there were intense gunshots and explosions. Xiao Shika was hesitant. After all, she was the one who found Klaus. But now Klaus and the lightning team stayed while she left. This was very immoral. However, she also knew that she would only be a burden if she stayed. She wouldn't be effective, but Klaus and the others didn't mind. Did you guys realize that this place is very similar to the Crypt Demon's Nest? Not just similar, Nami said. It's exactly the same. They were already very familiar with the Crypt Demon's Nest. Because of Chun Zhao and the Crypt Demons, they often went in and out of the nest. The pyramid of the Crypt Demon's Nest was exactly the same as the one before them. However, the pyramid of the cannibals was much smaller than the Crypt Demon's pyramid. If the specifications and structure are the same, Klaus said in confusion, this pyramid should be bigger than the one we saw. Just then, a group of cannibals charged out. Nami accurately threw a grenade into the group of cannibals. Boom! Instantly, all the cannibals were annihilated. However, they didn't have a lot of ammo. After all, they couldn't carry too much ammo. Therefore, every bullet and grenade they had was extremely precious. Once they ran out of ammo, they wouldn't lose the ability to fight. Instead, it would put them in danger. In the end, they were here to save people. It wasn't a sacrifice. Although there was a famous movie in Hollywood, saving the soldiers was very great and touching. But Klaus definitely wouldn't use his subordinates' lives to save friends. All their efforts now were based on ensuring their own safety. If Kamalari is in the Crypt Demon's Nest now, where do you think he'll hide if he wants to stay alive? Klaus made a guess. It's definitely impossible up there, Nami said. The higher up, the smaller the space, and the more Crypt Demons there will be. So he can only be down there. Right down there. Klaus suddenly thought of a possibility. If this pyramid and the Crypt Fiend's pyramid are products of the same era, then there's no reason for the two to have such a huge difference in specifications. The same design should have the same specifications, right? So can we think that this cannibal pyramid actually has a lower layer, but because of tens of thousands of years, the lower layer has sunk into the ground? Left. I remember the lower level of the Crypt Demon Pyramid is in that direction. Nami said, there's a secret door over there. When I went to the Crypt Demon lair last time, I personally operated it. That means the cannibals don't know the way to the lower levels, Klaus said. It's more likely that the cannibals weren't the ones who built the pyramids. They might have taken over the pyramids. After exterminating a group of cannibals, Nami controlled the mechanism and opened the passage. Just as Klaus had guessed, the cannibals were completely unaware of the existence of this mechanism and the passage. After everyone entered the tunnel, Nami closed the tunnel again. At this moment, everyone heard a sound of movement. Klaus gestured for everyone to switch off the light. It was the footsteps of a man, not a cannibal. He should be about the same height as Temis, but he felt a little weak. This person had only approached after hearing the noise. Suddenly, the man felt a heavy blow on his face. Then a strong hand grabbed him and pressed him against the wall. Ah, don't eat me. Don't eat me. The man screamed in terror. Jim? Is that Jim? Klaus asked. Then, you're not cannibals? Who are you talking about? Jim asked in terror. He didn't recognize Klaus' voice. Who's me? I'm talking about Klaus. Klaus turned on the light. Jim stared at Klaus, stunned. Klaus? That's Klaus? Why are you here? Jazuko asked me to save you, Klaus said. Great, you said you were going to save me. I've had enough of this place. The darkness, emptiness, despair, and hunger. Do you know how I survive these days? I can only catch rats to eat. Jim cried tears of joy. He was so excited that he was finally saved. Where's Kamalari? Him? He was captured on the first day we found this place. He should have been eaten by the cannibals long ago. No, Jazuko said that she's been communicating with Kamalari for the past few days. That's impossible, Jim shouted. I saw Kamalari being captured by the cannibals with my own eyes. For a moment, the problem became complicated. Of course, there was a simple explanation. Was Jazuko lying to them? But emotionally, they didn't believe that Jazuko was lying to them, because betrayal was the most intolerable thing in the world. But now wasn't the time to make a conclusion. Captain, don't be suspicious of Jazuko. She doesn't have the motive, Nami said. Are you sure? Now there are 3 possibilities. One is that Mr. Jim is lying. I'm not lying. Of course, this possibility is the lowest, Nami said. The second possibility is what everyone guessed. Jazuko is the real culprit, but I think this possibility is very low. I don't think Jazuko is lying. Why? Because of the third possibility, Nami said. After seeing the cannibals here, I've been guessing. Actually, I suspected Jazuko before. You suspected Xiao Shika before? That's right. I had my doubts until I met Mr. Jim. Then why didn't you tell us? Because it wasn't necessary, Nami said disapprovingly. First, I wasn't sure if I was right. Second, even if she really was the traitor and contacted our president, she would be the one in trouble. Of course, after seeing Mr. Jim and hearing about the situation here, I'm even more sure that Jazuko isn't the traitor. She only said that she was tricked. What exactly happened? Everyone couldn't help but ask. There's no traitor. Chapter 1382. First of all, I thought about a problem. Such a large area of magnetic field interference. I originally thought that it was natural, but the natural magnetic field would not have such a strong electromagnetic reaction. Even the sabers we carry are magnetized, so I suspect that it is a man-made, strong magnetic field, Nami said. Everyone was in a trance. They didn't notice this, and they had been to some special areas before where strong magnetic fields also occurred, so they didn't take it to heart. Besides, we've been walking for 2.5 days, and the nearest populated place is no more than 150 kilometers away. It's impossible for these cannibals to be so close and completely isolated from the world. So I suspect that someone has already discovered this place, and even has some kind of connection with the cannibals to help them hide this secret. Maybe this person is the real culprit behind all this, and someone deliberately led you here. At the same time, after they caught Kamalali, they didn't kill him immediately, but used him to send a message to Xiao Shika, asking her to find more prey. Nami paused and said, there's another important reason why I said that Xiao Shika is not a suspect. This place is surrounded by a magnetic field, and radio and satellite phones can't be used. If Xiao Shika arranged all this, why would she set up such an obvious trap? It can only be because she doesn't know the situation here at all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they had fallen into a trap. But after hearing that Xiao Shika was not a suspect, everyone was relieved. After all, everyone got along well with Xiao Shika, and they had a good impression of her. They didn't want someone they had been getting along well with to be an enemy. There's another piece of evidence. I found human bones outside that were discarded after being eaten. Many of them were 30 or 40 years old, but there were no bones older than 30 years old. This means that the cannibals may have only appeared here 30 or 40 years ago. Nami continued, it's possible that someone moved them here and then attracted explorers and adventurers from the outside world to get enough food to feed the cannibals. New Bali Town, which is the closest to this place, is a gathering place for mercenaries and explorers, and it's full of illegal immigrants. Even if the cannibals disappear, the government won't notice them. However, their complicated interpersonal relationships can attract more outsiders, and the real culprit behind the scenes will lure people in. Jim's scalp went numb. In other words, we were all lured in here to be meat for the cannibals. You could say that. Then what should we do? Klaus, can you take me out? Let's wait, Klaus said helplessly. I hope Xiao Shika can leave the forest safely. She will definitely be able to leave safely. Nami said, we've eliminated all the dangers along the way. There won't be anything that can pose too much of a threat to her in the short term. Secondly, Whether she's the real culprit or not, she can leave safely. If she's not, then the real culprit hopes that she can attract more people. If she is, it'll be even easier for her to leave. Klaus, why aren't you guys nervous at all? Even if Xiao Shika can leave safely, she'll only attract more people here, and it won't change our situation at all. Maybe I need to worry about other things, but there's no need to worry about this at all. Just stay here for a few days. Add some powder from demon bones, Samatha, add some demon blood, Kasima, scales of deep sea, staghorn fish, Sahara. Morid kept chanting incantations in the laboratory, adding every ingredient with extreme care. In front of Morid, there was a container. In addition to various magic materials, there was also a green plant in the middle of the container. With the addition of various magic materials and Morid chanting an incantation, the turquoise plant began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it reached 30 centimeters, it withered, leaving only a seed floating in the liquid. But it repeated the process again. Germination, growth, wither, and so on. Moore leaned against the window, watching Morid's experiment in the laboratory. He was Morid's best friend in the association and could be considered Morid's little follower. He admired Morid for becoming the second person to pass the first level of the Tower of Trials other than the association's Big Three. Ever since Morid achieved this, he had been working even harder. He put more energy into training, improving magic plants, and improving his own strength. "Ha! I did it, Morid suddenly shouted excitedly. The original emerald green plant had turned into a silvery white plant that was several meters tall. There were a dozen fist-sized white fruits hanging on the silver-white plant. "Morid, what are you cultivating now?" "Hand of Iago." "I know. In Norse mythology, Iago is the god of the forest. But what effect does this hand of Iago have?" "In Norse mythology, Iago is the son of the goddess of the four seasons. He controls the elements of the four seasons and herds all the forests in the world. The hand of Iago I made is the winter banisher." Morid plucked a white fruit from the silver-white plant and peeled it, revealing the seeds inside. Let me see the effect. Go outside." Morid put away all the fruits. He had spent a whole 3 months to make them. He had spent about $300,000 on research and experiments, so Morid did not dare to waste anything. Each fruit had about 100 seeds, and Morid helped to harvest the seeds. The two came to an empty space outside. Morid took out a seed and chanted an incantation. The seed fell to the ground. Cold sweat began to appear on Morid's forehead. The seed quickly sprouted and soon grew to a height of nearly 5 meters. But the tree did not bear fruit. But the temperature around it began to plummet. The treetops swayed gently, and snow began to fall. A few meters around it was covered in a layer of frost. Then 3 snowmen stood up from the snow. "What's the use of these 3 snowmen? They look so weak," Moore said, puzzled. The 3 snowmen shook, and the snow fell, turning into 3 ice crystal people. Chapter 1383. The 3 winter exiles had ice bodies and weren't afraid of death. They weren't alive. They were formed by gathering frost. Moore had only said that he had a rough estimate of his magic power. If he ate Igo's hand, he would need a lot of magic power. With his magic power, he could only release 10 seeds at once. Just then, Chen Zhao's car drove into the headquarters. Moore and Moore saw Chen Zhao and immediately went to greet him. "President, why are you here?" Moore asked. "Who wants to go to the Amazon rainforest?" Chen Zhao asked. "Why are we going to the rainforest?" Moore asked confusedly. "To play and visit Klaus and the others." Not long ago, Chen Zhao had received a call from Brazil. "The Amazon? I'll go," Moritz said. "There are many magic plants in the Amazon. We can go there and find some seeds." "I'll go too," Morse said. Chen Zhao entered the association again and asked the people there. Only Jalanash wanted to go. She didn't want to miss all the fighting opportunities. As for the others, they either had something else to do or didn't want to go. Thus, only Moore, and Jalanash followed Chen Zhao. The 4 hurried to Brazil. When they landed, a tall woman greeted them. "Hi, I'm Xiao Shika. You're the companions that Klaus mentioned?" Xiao Shika wondered if she'd picked up the wrong person or said the wrong person. Chen Zhao was dressed in colorful clothes. He wore a straw hat and shorts and looked like he was here for a vacation. There were also 3 people behind him. The oldest was probably in his early 20s, and the other was a teenager. Were they really here for a vacation? Yeah. Chen Zhao nodded. What's Klaus' situation now? Xiao Shika told him the whole story. Cannibals? I've never seen cannibals before. I made the right choice. Moore's like a big kid. His face was filled with joy. Xiao Shika was still full of doubts. Could this 4-man team really save Klaus and the others? Do you know what delicacies Brazil has? Chen Zhao asked. Xiao Shika was speechless. I don't know, Xiao Shika said, a bit angry. She felt that Kaz had trusted the wrong person. Guild leader, after we rescue Klaus, how about we play here for a few days? You guys have fun, I'm going back. Fei Lai had to go into labor less than 20 days after giving birth. If there was any premature labor, she might miss it. Therefore, Chen Zhao actually didn't want to go far. If not for saving people, he wouldn't even want to come to Brazil. It took nearly a day to get from the airport to Nilmara City, and more than half a day to drive to New Bari Town. Mr. Chen, what do you need to prepare? Take this opportunity to prepare. We'll be entering the rainforest tomorrow. I don't need anything. What do you 3 need? Chen Zhao looked at Morid, Moore, and Jalanash. I don't need anything. Xiao Shika was completely speechless. She had peeked at their luggage. They didn't bring any equipment for jungle exploration. Entering the tropical rainforest like this would be suicide. Mr. Chen, the Amazon rainforest is the most dangerous place in the world. Oh, I know. Chen Zhao nodded. Let's go for a walk. Xiao Shika was about to go crazy. Were they really here for a vacation? Guild leader, I found online that there's a very famous Brazilian barbecue restaurant. Let's go there. Okay. Chen Zhao looked at Xiao Shika. Ms. Xiao Shika, let's go together. Xiao Shika forced a smile. No, I still need to prepare equipment for tomorrow's rainforest. Xiao Shika was subtly reminding Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao and the others didn't seem to understand what Xiao Shika was implying. They were still excitedly thinking about where to eat and play later. Xiao Shika didn't follow Chen Zhao out. Chen Zhao brought Morid, Moore, and Jalanash to the barbecue restaurant. There were quite a lot of people in the restaurant. There were even a dozen or so people gathered together, talking about something. Just then, a white-bearded old man walked over. Guys, you're here to play, right? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Let me introduce myself. I'm Naba. I'm the best guide here. If you want to enter the rainforest, I can take you to see the true face of the rainforest. Naba said, do you want to join my team? My fees are very cheap. I'll leave when we have 20 people. Thanks, but no need. We have our own guide. Normal guides can only take you 10 kilometers into the rainforest at most, but I can take you deeper. Don't you want to see the real side of the Amazon rainforest? You must have come from very far away. Forget it, Chen Zhao rejected again. We have our own plans. Are you really not going to consider it? Look at me. I've already found a dozen. If everything goes well, we'll leave tomorrow. Chen Zhao still shook his head. The rainforest is so dangerous. I don't think it's interesting to go deep. All right. I wish you all a good time, Naba said with a mocking tone and a bit of displeasure. The barbecue shop assistant served the barbecue meat to the 4 of them. The most famous dish here was the roasted wild goat. Looking at the aromatic roasted meat, the 4 of them could not help but feel hungry. The 4 of them were satisfied. When they walked out of the restaurant, they saw Xiao Shika walk over. Ms. Xiao Shika, do you need our help? Chen Zhao saw that Xiao Shika had bought a lot of things. No. Xiao Shika turned to leave with a dark expression. After a few steps, she stopped and turned to look at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, I hope you could be responsible for your lives. Of course. I'm very careful with my life. Xiao Shika hoped that her warning would have some effect on the 4. Unfortunately, she overestimated Chen Zhao's group. Chen Zhao's group continued to eat and play. They didn't care about the itinerary at all. Other than asking about the situation at the beginning, Chen Zhao didn't ask anymore. Xiao Shika even suspected that Chen Zhao had forgotten the purpose of his trip. The next day, Chen Zhao appeared before Xiao Shika in his colorful short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a straw hat. Chapter 1384. The four were all empty-handed. Then they went into the rainforest. Xiao Shika couldn't stop them and could only follow behind. He thought to himself that after they suffered a little, he would chase them away. She would go save people alone. Seeing how easy it was for the four of them while she had to carry dozens of kilograms, Xiao Shika was even more annoyed. "Do you want me to help you?" Chen Zhao asked. "No need," Xiao Shika said angrily. Xiao Shika said angrily. These things were necessary, and she did not dare to give them to these four unreliable reinforcements. "Mr. Chun, do you know that you're wearing such revealing clothes? Most of your skin is exposed. You might be attacked by poisonous insects or snakes." "It's fine. I know." "Fine?" Knew what was going on? Xiao Shika couldn't tell, but Chen Zhao didn't. Chen Zhao had already made all the mistakes one could make in the rainforest. First of all, he had to wear thick clothes when he entered the rainforest. Otherwise, the insects and snakes could teach him a lesson. Second was his equipment. He didn't even bring any fresh water. He didn't even bring a water bottle. This was even worse. He also didn't have any weapons like a military knife to protect himself. Looking at Morid, Moore, and Jalanash, the three of them also didn't bring anything. Morid was still searching everywhere. Chen Zhao didn't know what he was looking for. If he was unlucky, a poisonous snake might crawl out of the bushes and kill him. After walking for 2 hours, Xiao Shika was already panting. Chen Zhao and the other three were still full of energy. "I'll do it." Chen Zhao saw that Xiao Shika really couldn't walk anymore. After all, she was carrying such heavy things in such a harsh environment. Xiao Shika was also a woman. Chen Zhao didn't discriminate against women. Women's stamina was definitely not as good as men's. It was already very rare for Xiao Shika to be able to carry heavy things for 2 hours. Xiao Shika thought for a moment and didn't insist. If she kept forcing herself, she might collapse from exhaustion. But she realized that Chen Zhao's stamina was very good. He was carrying dozens of kilograms of things, but didn't feel tired at all. "Do you want beer?" Chen Zhao asked. "Beer? Where did you get the beer?" Xiao Shika asked in confusion. She didn't bring any beer, and the four of them were empty-handed. Where would they get beer? Moreover, what was the difference between drinking in the Amazon rainforest and committing suicide? Before Xiao could figure it out, Chen Zhao had already taken out a beer. Xiao Shika gulped. Clean fresh water was not easy to find in a tropical rainforest. Usually, one had to find a flowing river before they could store water. But Chen Zhao was actually drinking beer here. Beer is taboo in the rainforest. Other than the fact that beer contained alcohol, it could cause confusion in one's mind. It was also because beer could accelerate the body circulation. Simply put, drinking a can of beer could cause excessive water loss. But watching others drink while not being able to drink was even more painful. Xiao Shika gulped a few times, but finally nodded. "Give me a can." Chen Zhao tossed him a can of beer. "President, I want one too," Moritz said. "Me too," said Moore. "You can't drink. You're not an adult yet." "Mr. Chun, when did you bring beer?" Xiao Shika was really curious. Then Xiao Shika took a huge gulp. The beer was saying that it was too delicious. Xiao Shika felt her spirits rise. She wasn't drunk at all. At noon, the five found a place to sit down. "Here, food." Xiao Shika saw what Chen Zhao had tossed over. When she caught it, she realized that it was a piece of barbecued meat wrapped in tin foil. Xiao Shika was confused. Where did this come from? Xiao Shika was confused, but Chen Zhao clearly didn't plan on answering her. After eating and drinking, Xiao Shika was satisfied. This was probably her first time entering a rainforest so easily. Just as they were about to stand up, a jaguar blocked their way. Xiao Shika immediately took out her gun and pointed it at the jaguar. At the same time, Xiao Shika was also observing Chen Zhao's group. If they were really as strong as Klaus said, she probably wouldn't have to use a gun. This was also a chance for her to evaluate Chen Zhao's group. Chen Zhao looked at the jaguar and then walked toward it. The jaguar took 2 steps back, but it still stared at them. Chen Zhao didn't plan on attacking. Instead, he stood before the jaguar and said, "Little guy, if you don't run, we'll eat you." Chen Zhao understood animal language. To others, It sounded like human language, but in reality, beasts could understand it too. The jaguar bristled. It turned around and ran. Not only did the jaguar understand Chun Zhao's words, but it also sensed the dangerous aura from Chun Zhao. Beasts' senses were much stronger than humans. Chun Zhao only revealed a bit of his aura, and it was already enough to frighten the jaguar. Qiao Shika stood behind him and looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. So this guy's a zoologist. That's why he's so fearless. But can a zoologist scare a beast away with just a threat? Not long after, they came to a river. Qiao Shika had led them through this path before. She'd already gone through it once. So, she was sure that this path was safer. Of course, some dangers couldn't be eliminated. It was possible that after they passed by, another wild beast would appear and occupy this place. These were all uncertain factors. Thankfully, they didn't encounter any danger after crossing. "Ha!" Morid suddenly yelled in joy. "Found it, I found it. What did you find?" Qiao Shika saw that Morid was holding something that looked like a walnut. "It's called a super exploding fruit." "I know exploding fruits. What's a super exploding fruit? Is it stronger than exploding fruits?" There were many plants in the Amazon rainforest that could explode, such as exploding fruits or exploding trees. But there weren't any that could really threaten humans. It can explode. The flesh of this super exploding fruit contains a lot of glycerin and phosphor. Once there's a collision or shock, the originally stable fruit will explode. There are also a lot of seeds inside, which will fly everywhere with the explosion. This is how the super exploding fruit is sown. Morid wasn't a botanist, but he was an emissary of nature. His knowledge of plants might not be less than a botanist's. Qiao Shika thought that this guy was a botanist. What's the use of this? Chapter 1385. Qiao Shika was completely speechless about Chun Zhao's group. They had all dared to put their feet into the bushes when they were defenseless. For example, they had just passed a swamp. What was most common in swamps? Poisonous snakes, of course. According to the research of authorities, there were 4 poisonous snakes per square meter in the swamps of the Amazon rainforest. Such a high ratio made explorers shy away from the swamps of the Amazon rainforest. If the Amazon rainforest was the most dangerous place on Earth, then the swamp here was the most dangerous place in the Amazon rainforest. Other than poisonous snakes, there were also many crocodiles, reticulated pythons, and poisonous insects. When Qiao Shika walked through the swamp, she had to use a rubber band to tighten her pants. However, Chun Zhao's group completely ignored the dangerous environment. However, the result shocked Qiao Shika. The 4 of them walked through the swamp unscathed. What confused Qiao Shika the most was that they had clearly come empty-handed. But it didn't matter if it was beer, drinks, or food. As long as someone needed it, Chun Zhao could take it out. This made Qiao Shika feel very awkward. She even had a water bottle hanging on her waist. She didn't know if she should throw it away. "This beer is so good. Where can I buy it?" "I invested in a brewery to produce it. You can only buy it in Mars supermarket in America." "You invest? Are you rich?" "He's quite rich." Chun Zhao shrugged. "Then why are you doing something so dangerous?" In Qiao Shika's opinion, rich people wouldn't participate in something so dangerous. Moreover, Qiao Shika's own idea was to wait until she had saved enough money. Then she planned to quit and enjoy life. "What do you mean by danger?" Soon, the sky began to darken. They had to stop at 4 in the afternoon to spend the night in the rainforest. If they were too late, they might not be able to finish building the tent even after dark. "There's only one tent. What do we do tonight?" Don't be naive enough to think that you could build a temporary shelter in the rainforest. You wouldn't even know when a snake would sneak in. Most of the so-called wilderness survival lessons on TV couldn't be used here. Qiao Shika did not dare to say that she was an expert, but at least she had dabbled in it. In a rainforest, the demand for a tent was even higher than food. If he slept on the ground, it was even more undesirable. Sleeping on the ground was equivalent to throwing a piece of meat on the ground. "Tent. I do." Chun Zhao took out 4 more tents. Qiao Shika's eyes almost popped out. Where the hell did this guy hide the thing? Also, these 3 tents were all high-class tents, and each tent cost tens of thousands of dollars. The key was not the price of these 3 tents, but the fact that each of these 3 tents weighed tens of kilograms. Anything else? Xiao Shika didn't want to sleep in his own tent. Yes. Where did you hide it? Are you a magician? Xiao Shika was very curious. Huh. Yeah, I'm a magician, Chun Zhao said, chuckling. So that's how it is. You weren't unprepared, but you hid it somewhere I couldn't see. It looked magical, but Jazuko could only think of Chun Zhao as a magician. There was no other explanation. Other than that, is there anything else? Our president stuff can be used to hold a party here, Morse said proudly. Come, let's eat and play tonight. Chun Zhao took out 2 boxes of beer. This isn't appropriate. How do we arrange for tonight's watch? Xiao Shika looked at Chun Zhao, troubled. After an entire day of tiredness, Xiao Shika obviously wanted to eat and drink tonight. But her rationality told her that now was definitely not the time to fall. Don't worry, you don't need to watch tonight. Chun Zhao casually tossed a can of beer to Xiao Shika. Xiao Shika finally convinced herself. More accurately, she gave up on her principles. He was someone Klaus trusted. He definitely had a way. It had to be like this. But why couldn't she get drunk on this beer? Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the darkness. Xiao Shika immediately tensed up. Beasts or cannibals? Just as Xiao Shika was about to raise her weapon, Chun Zhao shook his head. Not enemies. As soon as he said that, almost 20 people walked out of the darkness. The leader was Nabal and the tourists he'd brought into the rainforest. However, they seemed to be in a sorry state, and all of them looked listless. Xiao Shika looked at these people and quietly hid his submachine gun. These tourists were already regretting coming here. The adventure they were looking forward to wasn't as perfect as they had imagined. This was actually a journey of suffering and torment. It was impossible for people in normal society to adapt to such an environment. According to the original plan, they should have reached the designated campsite by now, but in reality, they were only halfway there. As a result, they had nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and even nowhere to live. There are people here, there's food, and there's even beer. That's great. This is our camp, right? When Naba walked over, he realized that it was Chun Zhao and the others. How come it's you guys? Naba looked at Chun Zhao in shock. Yesterday, he invited Chun Zhao and the others to join his team, but Chun Zhao rejected. Who would have thought that they would actually come in by themselves today? Moreover, they were living a much more comfortable life than him, although Bonaparte claimed that he was a professional leader. But in fact, this was the first time he had done something so risky. He had entered the Amazon rainforest many times with professional teams, so he thought that he had the ability to lead a team. However, compared to a professional team, leading a group of ordinary people into the rainforest was completely different. Only now did he realize that he had been too rash. Sir, we need food, water, and tents. Narrowing his eyes, Naba looked at Chun Zhao. So what? What does that have to do with me? Chun Zhao stood up. Naba's intention was too obvious. He wanted to use their advantage in numbers to threaten Chun Zhao's group. Sir, please consider international humane standards. Many of us are already dehydrated. I can give you some beer and food. You can split it among yourselves. I can't help you with anything else. We need a place to rest. We need one too. There are only 5 of you, Naba said. Your tents are so big and nice. One tent can fit 5 people. We only need 3 tents. I refuse, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Kid, I'm afraid you don't have the right to refuse. Yellow Monkey. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Chapter 1386. Bonaparte and the tourist's expressions changed immediately. Sir, have you considered the consequences? Puff. Chun Zhao punched Nabal's eye, and he fell to the ground. Covering his eyes, Bonaparte stared at Chun Zhao in shock. He'd thought that Chun Zhao should be afraid of their numbers and endure. But Chun Zhao didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked directly. You seem to have gotten something wrong. The food is mine, the beer is mine, and the tent is mine too. You can beg me, but you can't threaten me. Chun Zhao raised his foot again and kicked the man who'd spoken rudely in the stomach. He dares to hit people. Do it. Another person felt that this was an opportunity a perfectly justifiable reason to fight. The others immediately understood. Two people came up to surround Chen Zhao. Headbutt and left hook. The two fell to the ground immediately. The others still didn't give up. Chen Zhao punched them one by one. Xiao Shika watched as Chen Zhao attacked. It seemed that Chen Zhao was as strong as Klaus and the others. "Go away," Chen Zhao yelled. "Otherwise, I'll roast you like meat skewers." Nearly 20 people fled with their tails between their legs. They'd been able to get a meal, but because they wanted more, they didn't even have water to drink. Chen Zhao allowed them to ask for help, but he wouldn't tolerate their threats. "Mr. Chen, what about the night watch?" "Don't worry," Chen Zhao said calmly. Just then, a wave of drunkenness washed over him. Xiao Shika suddenly felt extremely tired. In fact, it wasn't that one couldn't get drunk on dash and beer. It was just that one would feel excited at first, because it contained faint spiritual qi. However, dash and beer contained alcohol. When it accumulated to a certain level, the alcohol's effects would start to kick in. "Looks like you're a bit drunk again. Go rest. Then, you'll be in charge of tonight's watch," Xiao Shika said, forcing himself to stay awake. With that, Xiao Shika swaggered away. Chen Zhao, Jalanash, Morid, and more continued eating and drinking. Those guys still don't seem satisfied. They're planning to wait until we're drunk before attacking. Once people broke away from society, their bottom line would be very low or even non-existent. Especially now that they were tired and hungry, they would become unscrupulous. They were not necessarily bad people, but because of hunger and fatigue, they compromised with their desires. "I'm going to sleep," Chen Zhao said, standing up. "If you want to play, don't kill people. They're just normal people." "Understood," guild leader. Although there were many of them, Morid, and Jalanash could easily deal with them without using magic. The magic power also improved their bodies to a certain extent. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as an enhancement spell, it was still not something an ordinary person could compare to. At night, there was a commotion outside the tent. The next day, when Xiao Shika came out of the tent, he found that it was full of people outside. They were all the people from last night, but most of them had injuries on their faces. Some of them slept directly on the ground, while others didn't sleep at all and just sat in front of the fire. They wanted to take over Chen Zhao and the others' place while they were asleep and take advantage of the situation. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Morid, and Jalanash. The three young people looked like they were easy to bully, but they beat them all up. Thankfully, there was a fire in the camp. The poisonous insects and beasts had all been cleared. The three didn't intend to chase them away, so they stayed in the camp for the night. If they continued to wander in the wild at night, they might die. The next day, when everyone came out of the tent, the tourists avoided Chen Zhao's group. They didn't dare to make eye contact with Chen Zhao's group. "Let's go," Chen Zhao said. "Then these tents, no, it's a waste of time to clean them up." Xiao Shika looked at Chen Zhao, stunned. "Then tonight, I have more," Chen Zhao answered. Xiao Shika was completely speechless. Previously, Klaus had told her that their boss could ignore the environment here. Now it seemed that it was true. No wonder Chen Zhao's group seemed to be on vacation here. Perhaps to them, this was really just a vacation. But thinking of the cannibals, Xiao Shika felt uneasy again. There were so many cannibals. Could they really solve the problem and save Klaus and the others? Moreover, were Klaus and the others still alive? "Mr. Chen, if Klaus and the others are killed, what should we do?" "I'll kill all the cannibals," Chen Zhao said. "But Klaus and the others are very strong. Even if they can't beat them, they have a way to go around or hide. I'm confident in them." Xiao Shika wasn't too optimistic about this. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks. These footprints. Xiao Shika looked at the obvious footprints on the ground. "Before us, about 30 people should have passed by here. Can you tell who they are?" "Mercenaries," Xiao Shika said, looking at the chopped plants around them. "They're the same as us." "Mercenaries? Same as our destination?" "I'm not sure. Their route doesn't coincide with ours." Even though their route didn't coincide, they couldn't rule out the possibility that their destination was the same, because in a tropical rainforest, there were no roads. Thus, every person or team would choose a different direction. For example, Some people would take the risk to cross the river, while others would take a detour. Both were possible. Just then, they heard intense gunshots in front of them. "Follow them and take a look," Chun Zhao said. The gunshots didn't come from far. They were probably less than 500 meters away. When they came to a river, they saw a group of mercenaries fighting with a crocodile in the water. The water was filled with blood and turbid water. The mercenaries had encountered a group of crocodiles on the river. Xiao Shika couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the lightning team, the difference was obvious. He thought back to Klaus and the others. They were completely unharmed without using guns. Even the crocodile group was just a small interlude. Nami even caught one alive. By then, someone had already reached the other side. "It's him." Xiao Shika suddenly looked at the person on the other side. "Do you know him?" Chapter 1387. The mercenaries lost 3 people and killed a few crocodiles at the same time. Chun Zhao's group didn't appear until the mercenaries disappeared from sight. "That Candice shouldn't be alive," Xiao Shika murmured to herself. "He should be dead." She didn't understand and couldn't accept it. "Why are you so fake? Just follow him and you'll know why." The group followed the mercenaries in front. They were very careful and kept a distance to ensure that they wouldn't be discovered. Xiao Shika had estimated their strength. They were elites. If it were Xiao Shika and her comrades, they might not have a chance against them. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. "Drink." Chun Zhao tossed a can of beer to Xiao Shika, but the can suddenly exploded in the air. Immediately, the mercenaries appeared from all directions and pointed their guns at the 5 people. Chun Zhao immediately raised his hands. More, and Jalanash saw his actions and could only do the same. Seeing that Chun Zhao and the others had surrendered, Xiao Shika could only raise her hands in disappointment. This made her very disappointed in Chun Zhao. She thought that Chun Zhao could turn the tide. But Chun Zhao's performance surprised her. Chun Zhao didn't even resist. He just raised his hands and surrendered. "Gentlemen, tell me, who are you?" The mercenary leader looked at the group. They were dressed very strangely. They didn't look like they were exploring the jungle. Instead, they looked like they were on vacation. Apart from Xiao Shika, he didn't feel any danger from the others. "We're tourists," Chun Zhao quickly said. "We're here to explore. This is our guide." "Then why are you following us?" The leader snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you didn't follow us." "We're lost," Chun Zhao explained. "We want to find a way out. We thought that we could find the way out by following you." "Then why are you so sneaky? Why don't you just come out?" The mercenary leader actually believed Chun Zhao. It was mainly because they were dressed too casually. "You're all holding guns. In the East, only the police and criminals would hold guns. You're definitely not the police." "Haha." All the mercenaries laughed. Chun Zhao also smiled in agreement. Xiao Zaiko was the only one who didn't laugh. She kept looking at Candice. Candice stood at the back of the mercenary group. He also saw Xiao Shika and recognized his identity. But he didn't seem to want to expose it in front of everyone. Chun Zhao's clumsy performance seemed to be effective. Xiao Shika's eyes flickered. Chun Zhao's acting seemed to be able to save their lives for now, but it also made them lose the chance to save their friends. "Mr. Candice, what should we do with these people?" The mercenary group leader turned around and asked. "To make sure they don't leak the secrets of this place, of course we have to bring them along," Candice said. "Wouldn't it be better to kill them? If you think this is better, then please go ahead." Xiao Shika instantly tensed up. Chun Zhao's face twitched. "Don't kill me. I'm rich. I can give you money, a lot of money." Suddenly, the mercenary group leader laughed. "Ha! Of course I'm joking. Look at how scared you are. We only have one goal, and that is to find the treasure. We're not butchers. After that, you'll be free. But before that, you'd better stay by our side so that we can guarantee your safety." "All right. How much can you give me?" $10,000. How about that? Do you think I'm stupid? 10,000 is a lot. If that's all you can give, you'll die in the Amazon rainforest. I can promise you that. 100,000, Chun Zhao said in pain. "Fine. 100,000 per person. 500,000 for the 5 of you. They have nothing to do with me. I won't pay ransom for them. You have to pay even if you don't want to, or I'll kill you right now," the mercenary group leader said viciously, pointing the muzzle at Chen Zhao's head. Xiao Shika was completely disappointed in Chen Zhao. This man was not only weak, but also stingy. He really didn't understand why Klaus respected this man so much. Then, the mercenaries brought Chen Zhao, Xiao Shika, Morid, and John Ash along. They didn't purposely guard Chen Zhao's group. They believed that even if they escaped, they wouldn't be able to survive here. They wouldn't be able to walk out of the rainforest alive. After all, this was the most dangerous place in the world. Even now, humans couldn't completely explore this place. At noon, the group stopped to take a break. President, you're too much just now. You're actually not willing to pay our ransom, John Ash said teasingly. I won't pay you. Xiao Shika realized that Morid, and John Ash didn't blame Chen Zhao at all. They were still chatting and laughing. After the short break, the group continued on their way. The group advanced quickly. That night, they'd reached the area that Klaus's group had spent 2 days to reach. At the same time, the mercenaries also discovered the magnetic disturbance here. But they seemed to have discovered it long ago. Not only were they not disappointed, they were even more excited. We're one step closer to the treasure, the mercenary leader said excitedly. But just then, a wooden spear shot out from the shadows. Enemy attack. Fight. Prepare for battle. Just like the first time Xiao Shika encountered the cannibals, dozens of cannibals attacked again. However, unlike last time, this time, after half of their people died, they all ran away. Chase them, Candace shouted. We can't let them escape. The mercenaries also knew that if they let the cannibals escape, their plan to sneak in would fail. The cannibals were very primitive, but they had a lot of people. If they were prepared, or if all the cannibals came out, the mercenaries would be in trouble. But after chasing for more than a kilometer, the cannibals disappeared. Damn, these monkeys run so fast, the mercenary leader said in disappointment. But the next moment, countless cannibals swarmed out from all directions. There were more than 10 times more than before. These cannibals were either holding bows, spears, or blowguns. In this situation, the powerful firepower of the mercenaries was greatly reduced, because the distance between them was too close. Chapter 1388. The mercenary leader was so angry that his nose was crooked. This guy was still thinking about his ransom, but he had to consider a problem now. Should he risk his life or not? So many cannibals were pointing their weapons at them. They only needed 1 round of fire to kill more than half of the mercenary group. Their weapons could only kill a few dozen cannibals at most. Just as the mercenary leader was hesitating, Candace walked up to him. Leader, we should surrender for now, Candace said. Maybe we can negotiate with them. If we surrender, can we keep our lives? The leader asked. If we resist now, we'll definitely die. But if we don't attack, we still have a chance to live. Then, I surrender, the leader said. Mr. Candace, that's what you said to my boss, right? Jazuko wasn't there, but she guessed it. She felt like she was in the scene. These cannibals actually knew how to use strategy to lure the enemy in. This was already very unusual, and now she finally understood the problem. It was all Candace's doing. Perhaps he was the real culprit and the truth behind everything. The so-called relic exploration was just a cover. Just like what he'd said to the mercenary leader, the treasure here was also a cover. You know each other? The leader asked. He felt that Jazuko was implying something else. I'm also a mercenary. Not long ago, my boss was hired by him to protect him and come here for archaeology. Then, he never came out again. Now, he lured you here. Jazuko stared at Candace with hatred. Mr. Candace, do you have an explanation for this? That's right. I did find another group of mercenaries, which was the mercenary group that she was in. But because their boss didn't listen to me and acted rashly, everything went to waste. Almost all of them died. I was lucky enough to escape. Candace replied calmly. That's right. Reasonable, Chen Zhao said with a smile. However, you should know the situation here. Since you know that it's impossible to defeat so many cannibals with just these people, you still came. You don't look like you're exploring. You look like you're looking to die, or you're trying to lure them, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Candace let out a long laugh. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to make everything so embarrassing? Why can't you just pretend to be a bunch of idiots and obediently follow my steps? The mercenary leader pointed his gun at Candace. Tell them to retreat. Otherwise, I will kill you. Leader, please don't be like this. I hope that you can survive and not seek your own deaths. You still want to lie to me? The mercenary group leader roared angrily. Don't they look like a couple quarreling? Chen Zhao teased in a low voice. Jazuko glanced at Chen Zhao with his face tied up. She really didn't think it was meaningful. Shut up. At this time, the mercenary group leader's nerves were already stretched to the extreme. Any little words would cause a strong, emotional fluctuation. In fact, he was already leaning towards surrendering. At the very least, he wouldn't die for the time being. Do you know why he had to persuade you to surrender? Chen Zhao said with a smile. Because if you're killed by the cannibals, you'll definitely die from the poison of the poison dart frogs. Then the corpses can't be eaten. He lured you here so that the cannibals can eat you. That's why he set this trap. Candace looked at the seemingly cowardly man in surprise. The mercenary leader's face paled. Finally, he made up his mind. Tell them to fuck off, or I'll kill you. Candace opened his arms wide and shouted loudly, Salisa, Mikula, Delasa. No one understood what Candace was saying, but it didn't sound like he was telling the cannibals to retreat. The cannibals raised their weapons instead. Their fighting spirit intensified. Bang! The mercenary leader finally couldn't help but shoot. However, he didn't dare to kill Candace directly. He was afraid that the situation would completely collapse, so he shot Candace's arm. The Desert Eagle's bullet hit Candace's arm, and his entire arm was blown off. But Candace's expression was calm. He didn't even look like he was in pain. Light started extending from Candace's broken arm. The light gathered into the shape of an arm. What's that? Xiao Shika was stunned. Chen Zhao reached out and stopped Xiao Shika. We should leave, he whispered. Leave. Chen Zhao picked up a stone and threw it at the cannibals with great force. Poof! A cannibal's head exploded. It was like gunpowder being ignited. The cannibals thought that the mercenaries had attacked. Then there was a conflict. No one stayed back. Just then, a wooden spear shot at Xiao Shika. Xiao Shika was shocked. She didn't react at all when she saw the spear coming. I'm dead. The next moment, a hand blocked the spear. You should be careful. Chen Zhao tossed the spear away. It smeared with poison dart frog poison. Xiao Shika yelled. You shouldn't have caught it with your hand. Chen Zhao chuckled. The glutton bloodline might kill him, but he definitely wouldn't die from poison. Let's go before the mercenaries all die. Xiao Shika looked back at the path they were retreating in. The two cannibals behind her suddenly fell to the ground for some reason. Xiao Shika didn't understand how they died at all, but she wasn't in the mood to investigate their cause of death. On the other hand, Chen Zhao's group of 4 left unhurriedly. Chen Zhao turned and left while whistling. Milala, Milala. Candace's hand of light pointed at Chen Zhao's group. A group of cannibals immediately chased after Chen Zhao's group. President, let's do it, Jalanash asked Chen Zhao. Okay, then we won't run. Seeing Jalanash, Xiao Shika walked forward. She was shocked. Did they still want to fight back in this situation? How? Could a delicate girl like Jalanash fight back? Jalanash raised her right arm and raised it again. Wind blew from the ground. Chapter 1389. Xiao Shika's mouth was open. She didn't know what to say or what expression to use. What's going on? What kind of ability is that? Superpower? Or magic? She couldn't understand. Jalanash's methods had already started to topple her worldview. The cannibals behind immediately rushed forward, shooting wooden spears, bows, and darts at Jalanash. Jalanash put her palms together and opened them again. 2 walls of wind formed in the middle and spread to the sides. Everything in their path was swept away. However, the use of wind-type magic in this forest was too limited. There were too many plants, so wind magic was more suitable in open spaces. Facing such an unbelievable battle, Xiao Shika was speechless. Candace raised an eyebrow. Only now did he realize that these people weren't ordinary people either. But he wasn't too worried. He was confident in the cannibals and, of course, even more so in himself. Just then, a few natives knelt before Candace and spoke in a language he couldn't understand. It was as if they were worshipping, praying to their own gods. Kindis glanced at the cannibals. Then he pointed at them with a hand of light. A beam of light shot out and landed on the first cannibal. Instantly, the cannibal turned into a combination of a human and a leopard. He looked like Agar's. However, the leopard-headed monster that the cannibal native had transformed into was not as tall as Agar's. At the same time, it did not have Agar's superb archery skills. Kindis pointed at another cannibal. That one had a crocodile head and a human body. The third one had a wolf head and a human body. The fourth one had a snake head and a human body. Kindis looked at Chun Zhao and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not too late to surrender. Mr. Kindis, honestly, Chun Zhao teased. Wouldn't it be better if you open a zoo? Isn't that better than you now? Chun Zhao teased. Xiao Shika was speechless. How could he still be in the mood to joke in this situation? Here, I'm their god. Don't try to understand my relationship with them with your lowly way of thinking, Kindis said in disdain. God? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Mortal, you will never understand what kind of person I am. Then let me understand. Kindis looked at Chun Zhao in silence and then started talking. He hid this secret for 40 years. This was a secret he had never told anyone. 40 years ago, I was only 20 years old, but the hospital diagnosed me with a brain tumor. Do you know how desperate I was back then? I don't know, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. But I'm interested in your despair. I decided that I didn't want to die on my sickbed, so I stepped into this primeval forest, and then I heard the voice of God. That voice called out to me and guided me here. Kindis looked at the cannibals. Then I was captured by these cannibals. They threw me into boiling water and wanted to eat me. I thought I was going to die, but at that moment, a beam of light appeared and enveloped me. When I woke up again, I saw the cannibals kneeling before me. At the same time, I understood my duty. That was the first time I received the power of faith. I seemed to have turned into an omnipotent God. No, I was a real God. All the suffering in the past was just a test from God. One day, I will lead my people and become the ruler of this world. They will spread my faith. Kindis looked at Chun Zhao and the others. Kneel, mortal. I will grant you supreme glory. You will receive my blessings like them. Bang! Kindis' head suddenly exploded. Chun Zhao looked back at Xiao Shika. Even Chun Zhao didn't expect Xiao Shika to act so decisively and blow up the boss head with one shot. However, Kindis didn't fall. He still stood where he was. In the light, his head reassembled, but it was no longer flesh and blood. Instead, it was a head made of light. Ignorant mortals, Kindis said, looking at Xiao Shika. Your offense will only increase your sins. Go to hell. Go to hell. Xiao Shika fired a series of bullets from his gun. Most of the bullets landed on Kindis' body, riddling it with holes. However, the body that was bound to be damaged revealed a body that was completely naked. Under his skin, there was an inner being made of light. He had long broken away from human nature. Seeing Kindis' body, more cannibals knelt on the ground and prayed. This person was the God they believed in. In the past few decades, their God had continuously brought them food and strengthened their tribe. Now, they could finally see the God's body clearly. In the eyes of the cannibals, they were the righteous ones. Stubborn fool. Kindis' tone was filled with dissatisfaction. As a god, he liked people worshipping him, not offending him. The orcs who had been blessed with divine power were also unhappy that Xiao Shika had offended their god. They roared at Xiao Shika. Kindis' body slowly rose into the air. The remaining skin on his body started peeling off. In the end, he turned into a body made of light. At this moment, even Xiao Shika was shaken. Could it be that they were facing a god? The natives in the light transformed one by one. They weren't thin, primitive people anymore. They all became tall. Since your power comes from faith and your believers are all cannibals, Chun Zhao asked, if I kill all your believers, will you fall from the altar? Chun Zhao asked, lowly mortal, do you think these natives are all my believers? The light on Kindis' body grew brighter. More and more animals gathered around Kindis. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, they are my people. They are my mouth, my eyes, my thoughts, and my will. There were wild beasts all over the mountains. They had all been summoned by Candace. My people, I will bestow upon you my blessings. Go and kill the offenders for me. Their heads will be the best gift to me. Instantly, all the beasts grew larger. They became violent, bloodthirsty, and cruel. Morid, and Jalanash looked at Chen Zhao. President, you love killing gods. You can take this guy. Chapter 1390. Kill a god. Xiao Shika looked at everyone. Could this cowardly guy kill a god? Don't leave. Candace yelled. Don't even think about escaping. Dozens of orcs charged at them. Chen Zhao raised his arm, and a white light flashed. The orcs were instantly turned into ashes. A 10-meter-long scorch mark was left on the ground. Xiao Shika was dumbfounded. This was this man's true ability. He was highly respected by Klaus and the Lightning Team. His previous compromise was just a disguise. However, his clothes were a stark contrast to his aura. It was hard to believe that he was a warrior with his colorful clothes. Before this, I've met many idiots who call themselves gods. You're just one of them. I have countless armies and an undying body, Candace said calmly. Over the past 40 years, my followers have covered every corner of this area, including the bugs in the soil. They're all my followers. That's why I said you're too low level, Chen Zhao said calmly. Treating bugs as believers? That's all you've got. Or, your theory can only be used to trick these brainless things. Chen Zhao said indifferently. That's all you can do. President, we'll go first. Morse said. Okay, go. After we find Klaus and the others, we'll fight alongside you. No need. Run. The further, the better. You don't need to interfere here. President, I won't be your burden, Jalanash said. I don't want to hurt you by accident, Chen Zhao said. It's best if you can escape 100 kilometers after dark. Okay, stop them. Candace ordered again. This time, it wasn't just the orcs. There were also countless beasts. Xiao Shika watched as the countless beasts attacked like a wave. Her face was pale from fear, but in the next instant, a wall appeared in front of them. It was a wall formed by thousands of swords. Chen Zhao moved his finger, and the waves were instantly defeated. Let's go. Moore pulled Xiao Shika, who was still in a daze. Xiao Shika suddenly came to her senses. She looked back at Chen Zhao, who was standing before them, and then left with the others. Chen Zhao stood where he was and looked at Candace with his arms crossed. Other than having a lot of believers, you don't seem to have any other use. Candace's face was green. You'll soon understand that when a number reaches a certain level, everything can be decided. But you can't stop me from killing, right? Candace charged at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his right fist and hammered. Candace's body of light dissipated in an instant, but he quickly recovered. As long as his believers were here, he would never be defeated, and his followers were definitely not limited to the ones in front of him. Just as Candace had said, everyone here was his follower. Those that flew in the sky, those that ran on the ground, those that swam in the water, and even those that drilled in the ground were all his believers. Candace attacked Chen Zhao again. As expected, he was smashed by Chen Zhao again. You should stay where you are, Chen Zhao said calmly. Watch how I kill your people and your believers. You should stay where you are. I have an immortal body. You can stop me 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Chun, but I have to. Shitsan. Chun. I, Chen Zhao, had to kill all his believers to obtain the final victory. But before that, Candace could stop Chen Zhao endlessly. Their intentions were clear. However, Candace was clearly more confident than him. So, he had to be more proactive. Once again, Candace charged at Chen Zhao. But this time, Chen Zhao didn't kill him. Dark lava suddenly erupted from ground. Candace's legs were immediately covered in it. Candace instantly felt a burning pain and hurriedly retreated. The dark lava was corroding Candace's body. Candace had to use the power of faith to expel this extremely dark power from his body. Both of Candace's legs were turning black. His power of faith was constantly fighting against the power of the dark magma. Candace didn't have the mood to attack Chen Zhao anymore. He had to summon more believers to his side to provide him with faith. You demon! Candace gritted his teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao sneered. The dark lava started rampaging, and the Imperial Thousand Sword also displayed its terrifying destructive power. Only when believers gathered around Candace could he obtain the power of faith. Once the number of believers around him decreased, his power would weaken too. In other words, if Chun Zhao killed all of his believers, he wouldn't be able to resist the corrosion of the dark lava. Chun Zhao waved his finger. The dark lava swept across the ground and appeared below Candace. The next moment, the dark lava shot toward Candace in the sky. Candace wasn't weak, but his experience was too shallow. He couldn't compare to the experienced Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had been through countless fierce battles. The dark lava connected to Candace. Although Candace kept struggling, he couldn't break free. Of course, the dark lava couldn't corrode Candace either. It could only bind him temporarily so that he couldn't escape for a while. Chun Zhao started massacring these so-called believers on a large scale. Candace was getting more and more anxious. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer believers around him, his power also weakened. He had to expand the range and summon all the believers. Just as Chun Zhao had said, there were also differences in power among believers. If it was someone with a normal worldview and emotions, the power of faith he could provide would be very high level. Of course, it was still impossible for Candace to convince a normal person to become his follower. Secondly, there were cannibals. They had normal intelligence, but didn't have a complete worldview. All their knowledge was limited to this small area. They didn't know what the outside world was like. These kinds of natives were the easiest to make. Their faith was also limited to normal people. But the disadvantage was that they didn't have many people. There were less than 1,000. Candace's biggest goal was to expand the cannibal tribe. Next were the flying beasts and the poisonous insect scaly beasts. Their power of faith was small, but they had a lot. Candace had been walking around the Amazon rainforest these years. The more places he went, the more believers he had. Of course, this did not mean that all the creatures in this land were his followers. His believers also grew old and died. They didn't know how to spread his faith. Chapter 1391. There's movement outside. Jim suddenly stood up anxiously. In the lower level of the pyramid, it was completely dark without a trace of light. Unlike Klaus and the others who had only been here for 2 days. Jim had been here for almost 10 days, and any movement would make him feel like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Klaus and the others stood up too. "Prepare for battle," Klaus said calmly. Suddenly, the mechanism outside was opened. Then a flame floated into the darkness. "What's that? What's that?" Jim was shocked. "Klaus, are you inside?" Just then, a voice came from outside. Klaus and the members of Lightning's squad recognized it. It was Jallanash's voice. Jim looked at Klaus and the others, who lowered their weapons. "We're on the same side. Don't worry, they're my companions." Klaus and the others brought Jim out of the darkness. They saw Jallanash, Mo Air, and Morid waiting for them outside. Jazuko stood behind them as well. It felt good to be able to see again. Klaus couldn't help but give Jallanash a warm hug. "Klaus, that guy stinks." "Ha! Captain's being ignored." Everyone laughed. Jim looked at Mo Air, Jallanash, and Morid. Why were there 3 kids? Were they really here to save Klaus and the others? "Klaus, they are my companions," Klaus said. "Jim, are you alive too? Where's Kamalari?" Jazuko asked. Klaus glanced at Jim and said, "Let's talk outside." "The chairman? Didn't he come?" Nami asked. "There's a troublesome guy outside. The chairman told us to run at least 100 kilometers before nightfall." "What time is it now?" 11 in the morning, Jallanash said. "Then we better hurry." "Since the chairman said 100 kilometers, I don't think he's joking," Klaus said. "But even if we try our best, we can't run 100 kilometers, right?" At this time, there was no one left in the pyramid. Originally, there were 1 or 2 cannibals. But when Jallanash and the others arrived, they were taken care of. The group successfully walked out of the pyramid. However, they saw that all the birds in the sky were flying towards the front right of the pyramid. The scene was particularly spectacular. There were all kinds of birds that blotted out the sky. It should have been summoned by the fellow who fought the guild leader. Just then, another herd of bison appeared in the distance, charging towards them. No, it wasn't charging towards them, but they were right in the path of the bison's charge. Just as everyone was about to make their move, the sky suddenly darkened. A giant black beast descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Jazuko and Jim, who did not know what was going on, were shocked. This giant beast was incomparably huge. It had a pair of wings on its back, and its bloody mouth was wide open. It could bite down on a wild bull with a single bite. In just a few moments, the giant beast had slaughtered dozens of bison. What is this? Bustil. He was sent by the president. Are you going to send us out? Klaus said. Bustil looked at them and turned his head, as if signaling for them to come up. When Jim and Jazuko climbed onto Bustil's back, they were still in shock. When everyone climbed onto Bustil's back, Bustil did not fly up. Instead, he started sprinting. Why isn't Bustil flying? Look at the situation in the sky. The sky was completely occupied by the birds. Bustil could fly up, but once he did, he couldn't guarantee that the birds would surround him and attack him. When that happened, the people on his back might fall off. If they were on the ground, even if they fell, there would be no casualties. Who is fighting the guild leader? Klaus asked. Someone who calls himself God, Jalanash said. He's also the mastermind. His name is Kendis. He tricked mercenary teams into coming here and feeding them to the cannibals. The cannibals worship him and see him as a god. It's the same for the birds and beasts. He's obtained the faith of the cannibals and beasts. He really is like a god. Then, can the guild leader handle it? Of course. He's our guild leader, Jalanash said. Jalanash said, the chairman can even defeat a real god, let alone a false one. Unfortunately, we can't interfere in this battle. Klaus wanted to help, but he was also very rational. He knew that if he went, he would only cause trouble. He had no practical use. The greatest help he could offer was not helping, but being a hindrance. Just then, a strong light appeared behind them. Even in broad daylight, it was still blinding. Jim and Jazuko were beyond shocked. They felt like they'd come into contact with something incredible. What's that thing we're sitting on? Jazuko asked. Bustil, a type of demon. Demon. He used to be our enemy. Then, the guild leader skinned him and controlled him. He's one of Mr. Chen's important forces, right? Mr. Chen is using him as our mount. Will it affect his battle with Kendis? Bustil looks strong to us, but to the guild leader, he's really just a mount. Along the way, beast hordes kept appearing. Some were large, some were small. However, Bustil didn't want to fight if he could avoid it. Bustil's purpose was to send them out, not to fight, but it still slowed them down. Moreover, they were in the forest, so Bustil couldn't increase his speed. Fortunately, there were no more beast hordes in the second half of the journey. At this moment, Bustil suddenly stopped in his tracks. We're already more than 100 kilometers away. This was probably the most comfortable few hours they'd had since entering the Amazon rainforest. They didn't need to fight at all. They didn't need to move at all. They just sat on Bustil's back. Of course, Bustil's back wasn't comfortable at all, but they were satisfied. At least they wouldn't be in danger for the time being. What do we do now? Leave the forest? Or wait here? Wait. If you're still worried, we can increase the distance. Since the guild leader said 100 kilometers is enough, it shouldn't be more than that. Another hour passed. The sky started to darken. Everyone's mood was complicated and worried. Chapter 1392. Chun? Is it Su Xiang Chun Meng? Yan Ajian, the upper limit of this so-called god was too low. Even Chun? Zhui Ji was stunned. Gown fiercely clattering. Fluttering fragrance buds tied to fine coffin cape annoyance. Also bad, Award Kendis's greatest reliance was his countless animal worshippers, as well as his energy-condensed body. After fighting for almost 6 hours, Chun Xiaobei was stunned. Zi Lang flees in an instant. Bloom and Amada? Kendis's heart skipped a beat. My words contradict the words of Guanadine? Does the mail plate talk about returning a favor? Anxious Phoenix? The dark magma was boiling, and the Imperial Thousand Swords were dancing. Now that his feet had been corroded by the dark magma, He needed to use more faith power to resist the corrosion of the dark magma. However, as time passed, the dark magma was not completely expelled. Instead, it gradually increased the corrosion. This made Candace even more anxious. Candace seemed to be in existence in the emptiness realm, but his battle prowess was too weak. Other than the advantage of the number of believers, Chun Guisheng had no way to defeat them. Human bolts Olu Tsong Pai. Huh? Slack off? Sigh at my grave within a small radius of 100 meters. There were corpses and bones everywhere. All of this was done by Chun. Zilang Bong, by although Candace's strength was not very strong, it was not without threat. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiaobei would not be able to kill Chen Xiaobei. Acting like a locust? In the desolate kingdom of Yi, Chang, Itoadi, Pan Jieb swarms of insects, flocks of birds that covered the sky, and waves of beasts. Chun? Gushio with a brothel? Do I have a filter? Invade? Huh? Coin lottery? Song talks about the fine groove man Pan Jiaojiao, Tong, after confirming the boundaries of the animal believers. Chun Xiaobei and Chun Xiaobei found it difficult to find animal believers. Word Marsh, Oracle, V, Gushi, Ao, Kennel Saw Chun, Zilu Chu, to pretend to be ill. Could it be that he was tired? This outcome was out of Candace's expectations, but it was also reasonable. Chun, pecking at the Huai River and reeling back to the church. Dark punishment sword. Am I lucky? Ziduan, Shirlong in fact, it was Chun. Please forgive me for coming across the Chilu River and salivating for my mail. Chun, words? Is it a dam that can be restored to its original state? Bang! There is nothing more suitable than this place to cultivate the imperial 1,000 swords. A large number could be provided to Chin Chun. Xiong, you can't fight anymore? Candace asked tentatively. I don't want to drag it out any longer. Spine, pulling out the ant's shoulder blade with a phoenix's grip. Straw, forgive. Chun, scum, kaboom. Head judge, Kun, how can I regret the drought? Clap. Back then, the handsome young man had taught him how to use dazzling magic to absorb the destructive power of Satan's blood. Most of the destructive power was absorbed by a super dazzling spell. That's Chun, tired and weary? Kubi Ao, however, the power of annihilation was not limitless. It would be gone after one use. Back then, that perverted mother of Helis, Ava, had used the blood of Satan as her final threat. However, Ava couldn't control it. If she released Satan's blood, she would be finished. But Chun, since the larva quietly shines brilliantly, slap milk? V. John for Unji Candace felt a sense of danger. But he still didn't believe it. Castrated when pecking? Is? Line play dumplings? To be wary of another, he looked at Chun again. Pecking at a chasm? A well-proportioned crotch? Is it because of my tolerance? To hold a broken handle. Chun, Wei Mao Che Lu. Squid stay on the boat? Polypus? Love is hard to bear. Love is hard to get along with. Then, a second magic array appeared, then a third. Bi Chun? Ziki? Neon cowards? Take a picture of neon baking? Tai Xian obedient pepper eyes twisted. This was a very bad feeling. Candace could faintly feel the terror contained in this spell. Hundreds of magic arrays of different sizes overlapped each other and coiled around Chun Ho. Zichang Yingchen, fall to the ground? Huh? Pu Yi? Mu Xian, corpse case matchmaker? Forgive. Bi Chun, Jinai, Ping Xian material Chong Lai. Gunnery, which are U2 pikes. The moment those starlight jumped out, anything they touched was destroyed. When Candace's beast believers touched the starlight, their bodies instantly turned into ashes. However, the starlight didn't disappear. Instead, it split into two and jumped in different directions. This kind of destruction and killing was like nuclear fission. One turned into two, two turned into four. Whether it was birds, poisonous insects, bloodthirsty people, or harmless herbivores, they were all faced with destruction at this moment. They might have been bewitched by Candace's faith, but they weren't truly fearless. At least, the starlight brought fear to them. For a moment, the tropical rainforest under the night sky was covered by the starlight. It was still spreading in a circular manner. It wasn't just a two-dimensional parallel spread, but a sphere that included the sky and the ground. It was also spreading in places that couldn't be seen. When the trees touched the starlight, they instantly lost their vitality and were carbonized. Look, that direction. What's that? Jal and Ash pointed in the direction they'd escaped from. Klaus saw it too. Jazuko saw it too. Jim saw it too. The starlight was spreading in the distance. They didn't know what it was. It was spreading too fast. Soon it was near them. However, when it reached their vicinity, it suddenly stopped and disappeared. A range of 100 kilometers. They were now almost outside the range of 100 kilometers. The entire area turned black. It was darker than the night. The trees didn't disappear. All the flowers and trees were carbonized. They still maintained their original forms, but they'd lost their vitality. Everyone realized that Chun Xiaobei was in trouble. Z, Chunling Alliance, Xiaoying, Yongwanan, Muduan. Because of Chun, Dregs, Gown Riddle, what is the meal? What if they didn't listen to Chun? Xiao Muai, Xiao, Fu Xiu Duan, Jiu Muai, Qin Qin, Xiao Zhou Miao, Nen Lu. Fortunately, listening to the president was the most basic requirement of the association. Even though the starlight had disappeared, they still didn't dare to approach the area. If a surveillance satellite passed by now, it would definitely capture a huge circle. In fact, such a huge death zone was quickly discovered by many organizations. Everyone stayed at the edge of the death zone, waiting for the result. Finally, they saw a figure walk out of the zone. President. Everyone saw clearly. It was Chun, Zhu, Xiaoying. Today's battle was really tough. I had to use my trump card. Honestly, Chun, Xiaoying, Xiaoying, Xiaoying. Uncopy this spell was useful to Chun. Table Duan, Songgon Tao's lie, but he could only use it once. After all, this spell didn't belong to him. But it was worth it this time. If he didn't use that dazzling spell, Chun Xian wouldn't have been able to kill him. If he didn't use such a dazzling spell, Chun, Xiaoying, the window bud is tied to the fine dirt fool. Chapter 1393. Jazuko and Jim followed at the back. Their eyes were fixed on Chun Su. Makeup scale. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything. There was not a single living creature in the nearby rainforest. The next day, Chun Su, Zhuijiji Oxum, kidnapped Ying, Yomi Zhaoding. After all, Fei Lai's due date was getting closer and closer. If it wasn't for the urgent matter with Klaus, Chun Su would have died. Zhaoding Oxum, Zhaoding, but because of the flight, he could only stay in New Bari for a day. But in one night, there were many more people in New Bari. Hundreds of researchers swarmed into New Bari. Chun Su, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding. Because of Chun Su, Investor Nuo, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding, Yomi Zhaoding. The Tunguska explosion happened in what is now the Evenki Autonomous Region of Siberia, Russia. It happened in 1908. More than 100 years had passed. The Tunguska explosion had always been an unsolved mystery. The more famous theories were the nuclear explosion theory or the comet theory. However, the conclusion drawn from the on-site investigation was that both the nuclear explosion theory and the comet theory had many loopholes. Nuclear bombs were first introduced in 1945, 37 years after the Tunguska explosion. There was no way there would be a nuclear bomb in 1908, at least in theory. There was also the comet theory. Based on the investigation and research of researchers, they suspected that a comet had fallen into the Tunguska forest. That was why it had such a shocking scene. However, this speculation couldn't be confirmed either. There were no craters or comet fragments found at the scene. And because it was so old, it was difficult to find substantial evidence. However, it was different this time. A similar Tunguska explosion had happened in Brazil. This was enough to excite researchers all over the world. The Amazon explosion that happened in the Amazon rainforest was very similar to the Tunguska explosion. There were no reports of comets or meteors entering the atmosphere from observatories all over the world. Therefore, the comet theory could be ruled out. No one saw or heard the explosion. All the plants at the scene of the Amazon explosion were carbonized. This was very similar to the Tunguska explosion. The Tunguska explosion had an area of about 2,300 square kilometers, while the Amazon explosion had an area of about 700 square kilometers. Although the area was not as large as the Tunguska explosion, scientists found that the energy released by the Amazon explosion was greater than the Tunguska explosion. This was because the Tunguska explosion did not destroy all the plants within its range. Only the center of the explosion was destroyed, and then the shock waves spread out in a circular manner like a wave. On the other hand, the energy of the Amazon explosion was more concentrated, and there were no signs of life within the area affected. Not only the surface, but even the underground species were completely wiped out. Chun, knock into him and still want to meet him in the form of a dry man. Cut Poos Yejiji, cookout. Moose Farm, of course, it also brought them a lot of enthusiasm. Jazuko and Jim dropped everyone off at the airport. They also knew that the news had spread like wildfire, and they happened to be one of the few who knew the truth. But they didn't dare to say it, because they knew the consequences if they did. Klaus won't let them go. A burden? Switch to a substitute? They knew that this man, who was usually careless and liked to make wicked jokes, was actually a terrifying demon king. In this matter, the happiest should be the Brazilian government. Although the Amazon explosion had caused a certain amount of damage to the Amazon, but because of this, the number of passengers increased a lot. Now, many tourist groups were heading to New Bari Town to witness the true appearance of the Amazon explosion. Although there was no sign of life in the Amazon explosion, there was no danger. Coupled with the government's publicity and the international media's eagerness to report on it, everyone was curious about this place. Chun, a burden? The black badger screen, the old spear, the delicate and obedient? Fall? Hidden ash? Jealousy, in other words. He had always been an ordinary person. But who was it that was guiding him? What would he do if he encountered the same enemy again? Chun? Garbage? Working hard to calculate? Snipe? Huh? Cuddling emblematic core castrator? Mechanical sack brimstone, of course. Chun? Dare to overstep my authority? Cuddling and supporting each other? Annoying P? Snipe? Sigma lie? Collecting money? Destructive force was not an ordinary skill. It was a drop of Satan's blood. Under the Demon King, everything would be wiped out. There were only a few drops of Satan's blood in the world. He had to eliminate the ones that had already been used. So Chun? Cuddling at the end of the day, strengthening one's own strength was the way to go. UCLA, Kuluafu, there's a party at the basketball court tonight. Do you want to come? No. Kuluafu shook his head and rejected his roommate, Apar's invitation. I need to study. Okay. Apar patted Kuluafu's shoulder and sighed meaningfully. I bought this beer. You can drink it if you need it. Kuluafu had just broken up not long ago. His girlfriend had made him a cuckold. Kuluafu had always been in low spirits. As Kuluafu's good friend, Apar obviously hoped that Kuluafu could let go of his past feelings. Even the party was prepared by Apar for Kuluafu. Unfortunately, Kuluafu could not let go of his past feelings at all. He rejected Apar's invitation directly. The dorm was silent at night. All the guys in the building seemed to have gone to the party. He could vaguely hear music from the stadium in the distance. Kuluafu put down the textbook in his hands. He was not in the mood to read anymore. He recalled the bits and pieces of his past with his girlfriend. Thinking of his ex-girlfriend's betrayal, Kuluafu could not calm down. Kuluafu looked around the dorm and saw the beer under Apar's bed. He picked up a can of beer. He planned to get drunk himself. The beer was pretty good, but the alcohol content was a bit low. Kuluafu's mind was not messed up because of the beer. Instead, he became more clear-headed. The past with his ex-girlfriend became clearer. Kuluafu did not want to dwell on it anymore. He could only find other things to distract himself. Kuluafu picked up the textbook again. After reading a few chapters, he suddenly felt that his thoughts were very clear. Soon, Kuluafu was immersed in the ocean of learning. Looking at his excited expression, he seemed to be drowning in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 1394. Hey, Kuluafu, did you finish all my beer? When Apar came back, he saw Kuluafu lying on the table. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol, and the table was covered in alcohol. Apar shook Kuluafu, and he opened his eyes in a daze. Hi, Apar, why are you back? Wasn't the party fun? It's already 9:20, you asterisk shoal, Apar said. What? 9:20? Kuluafu's expression changed. Damn, it's over. I have an exam today. When is the exam? 9:30, West Building. Apar looked at the time. If you go now, you might be able to make it, but you drank all night. Are you sure you want to take the exam? Kuluafu ignored the smell of alcohol and hurriedly put away his books and pen. Forget it. I'll drive you there on my motorcycle. Apar was indeed Kuluafu's best friend. Seeing how nervous Kuluafu was, he could only help. What exam is this? Graduate Comprehensive Exam. It's a preliminary exam before the official exam, Kuluafu said. Kuluafu said, however, the number of places provided by the school is limited. If my results are not outstanding enough in this exam, it is very likely that I will lose the opportunity to take the official exam. Then, my 6 months of preparation will be wasted. Okay, is there anything I can help you with? Bless me, Kuluafu said helplessly. When Apar walked Kuluafu out of the exam room, the invigilator was already there. But when Kuluafu walked past him, the invigilator couldn't help but frown. Kuluafu, did you drink last night? Don't you know that today's exam is very important? Is this the attitude you use to face an important exam? The invigilator clearly knew Kuluafu. Sorry, teacher. Kuluafu didn't explain and hurried into the exam room. Although the invigilator scolded him, he didn't say anything else. After all, Kuluafu was an adult, and he was just a teacher. But he didn't have high hopes for Kuluafu. From the smell on Kuluafu's body, he had drunk a lot last night. Maybe he wasn't sober yet. What kind of result could he get in this state? Kuluafu was very nervous. His heart was filled with regret. How could he have been so rash last night? There was an exam the next day, and he actually drank so much that night. Moreover, Kuluafu felt the urge to pee. When the papers were handed out, Croft tensed his legs. He wanted to go to the washroom. Very much, Kuluafu was answering questions on the exam, and all Kuluafu could think about was finishing the exam quickly and going to the toilet. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. What was supposed to be a 90-minute exam was completed in less than 60 minutes by Kuluafu. Korfu, why are you standing up? Teacher, I'm done. Kuluafu hurriedly placed the test paper in front of the invigilator and then ran away like a gust of wind. This bastard, is he trying to fool me? The proctor looked at Kuluafu's back and picked up the test paper. The invigilator didn't have much hope for Kuluafu's results. Hey, this guy doesn't seem to be answering randomly. The more the invigilator watched, the more surprised he became. Kuluafu was not just playing around. He was really answering the question seriously. Could it be that the guy was confident? So he answered in a hurry, Mr. Chun, let me give you a report on the sales of our beer since it was released. Chestnuts are afraid of old bones. Australian shells are plucked out of their mouths and teeth. Si yin, Ridi, Bai Peng, Bai Peng, Bai Peng Di Na, Bai Peng Nan, Cao Yahu waved Xing Huang clam. Chin Xiaobei, Si Qian Si Peng, Chong Sun, Bai Peng, Bai Peng, Bai Peng, Lang Zhe, Bai Ping Huang clam, Bai Peng, Scabbard Cut Chun Mao. Didn't our advertisement spread out? No. Our advertising coverage is already very wide, but my old boss, Xuyuan Beer, deliberately gave us a discount on the day we were put on the shelves, which caused our promotion to be greatly reduced. Then, Xuyuan Beer's headquarters in the United States bribed some of the media to expose our sales. Kuluafu wasn't in a good mood either. After all, he and Qin Xiaobei were originally in a good mood. Lotus root pattern, how's the sales after that? How's the sales after that? On the second day, sales doubled to 20,000 cans. On the third day, there was a slight increase, reaching 32,000 cans. Kuluafu paused and said, in the past 3 days, Dashin Beer was only ranked 68th on the sales list of various beer brands in California. It's okay. We're just a new product. We have time. Bai Peng, Lao Zhonggao, Yuan Huang, Xiao Imuji, Brain Quail Neon Bake Jia, and Qin Xiaobei. Z, Bai Peng Mo, Bai Peng Rong, by Peng. At the same time, he gave Kuluafu enough credit. Chen Xiaobei, glancing at each other intently, by Peng, by Peng. Otherwise, Chen Xiaobei, the stagnant capital returns to the swamp, by Peng. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. Even if the beginning was not good. Even if the beginning was not good. Chen Xiaobei, by Peng Rong, by Peng. Zhong Jiu na, xie, tuo, assel, na, riguanjinyo, ao, ping, huang, Chen Xiaobei. My humble oval Huai River is crossing the river to oyster flood by Peng, by Peng. But now, with the increase of investment, so far, Chen Xiaobei by Peng, from the factory to the production line to the raw materials, as well as the employee salaries and the advertising investment, it was a huge amount. If the brewery could not improve, then Chen Xiaobei by Peng Rong, by then it would no longer be a loss of a few $1,000,000, but tens of millions of dollars. Fortunately, Chen Xiaobei, since I was caught by Ant, Xi and Lu, so even if it lost money, Chen Xiaobei, scum, bad and flattering, can't say Chen Xiaobei. Slowly Quan, the more he invested, the more he had to worry. Chen Xiaobei, bumping into each other to support the Qiao, to pass through the Qiao, hooking up the pump and grabbing the male breast. With the launch of the product and the investment in advertising in the next 6 months, Chen Xiaobei, by Peng Rong. Of course, now, Chen Xiaobei, by Peng Rong, Chen Xiaobei, pretending to be a scholar and squeezing aside the others, by Peng Rong, bad perch Luan Peng Song, Shu in the next 20 days, Fei Lai could give birth at any time. She could give birth just by walking around. Now, wherever Fei Lai went, there would be a large group of bodyguards following her. It was more like surveillance than protection. Chapter 1395. After the exam, Kuluafu was very anxious. It wasn't just because his relationship wasn't going well, but also because he was worried about his exam results. He couldn't even study now. Every time he did, his mind would be filled with all sorts of thoughts. Kuluafu thought about how he had drunk to calm himself down the night before the exam. Let's try again. Kuluafu opened the fridge. There were a few bottles of beer inside. Kuluafu took out the beer and opened it to take a sip. This taste is really average. Kuluafu shook his head and sat back down. He picked up the textbook and flipped through it. After just one page, Kuluafu's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts again. Damn it, I can't calm down at all. Just then, Apar came in with a box of beer. Hey, Kuluafu, do you want a drink? Here, I like the taste, Apar said. Kuluafu took the beer that Apar tossed over and took a sip. Instantly, Kuluafu felt refreshed. This was the taste, this was the feeling. Holding the textbook, Kuluafu looked through it and asked Mountain Beer, "Is this beer new?" "I think so." Apar picked up a can of beer and drank it himself. "Feels good." Just then, a woman's voice came from the path below the window. "Kuluafu, is Apar here?" It was a girl from their school. Kuluafu knew her. When did Apar get together with this girl? Hearing that this girl was hard to deal with, Kuluafu started to admire Apar's ability. Apar quickly waved his hand. Kuluafu said to the girl outside the window, "Apar isn't here. How did you manage to get this woman?" "That night at the basketball court party. She just happened to be heartbroken, so I bought her a can of beer. Then we hooked up, but I didn't plan on developing a relationship with her," Apar said matter-of-factly. "I really envy your ability to pick up girls," Kuluafu said as he glanced at the textbook. Kuluafu went through the contents of the textbook in his mind. He seemed to have memorized the contents of the textbook from his conversation with Apar. Kuluafu was surprised and started reading the textbook again. "Go study. I have an activity tonight." Apar turned and left. Clover took a sip of beer. "Go." Kuluafu realized that the effects of drinking this beer and revising the contents of the textbook were not bad. Moreover, as long as he focused on reviewing, those messy thoughts would not appear at all. Clover tried another brand of beer. Wow, after drinking this mountain brand of beer, why do the other brands of beer taste so bad? Kuluafu didn't realize that he had drunk other brands of beer before. He just felt that the beer he had taken out previously tasted ordinary. But now, with the comparison, Kuluafu didn't just feel that it was average, he felt that it tasted bad. There were many things that needed to be compared. Once there was a comparison, the gap would be revealed. Kuluafu began to make conscious attempts. Kuluafu realized that after reading 2 pages of the textbook, if he didn't drink the mountain brand beer, his mind would start to wander again. However, as long as he drank a mouthful of beer, his revision efficiency would immediately increase. After a few attempts, Kuluafu finally confirmed that this Dashin beer really had a miraculous effect on his revision. The beer made his brain very clear, and it worked faster. However, after drinking 7 or 8 cans, he felt tipsy. Then, Kuluafu fell asleep in a daze. "Mr. Denver, these are the sales records for the past 3 days." Denver took the report his assistant handed him. This report was provided by Mara Supermarket. Currently, Dashin beer was only available in Mara Supermarket. Therefore, Mara Supermarket could provide the most accurate sales information. Denver rubbed the space between his eyebrows. During this period, he was under as much pressure as Chunwei. After all, every time Chunwei. Was Chunwei a burden? Pa, pa, knocking on the chimney. Men are in great danger? Ma, eh? Headstrong na? Yes, but he hadn't achieved any results. One could imagine how much psychological burden he had. Denver glanced at the sales report. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It increased so much. Denver looked at the sales report for the past 3 days. The sales of Dashin beer were gradually increasing. The sales were 43,000 cans, 54,000 cans, and 77,000 cans respectively. The weekly sales had already entered the top 30 in California. Why did the sales suddenly increase by 20,000 cans? Denver showed a hint of doubt. The assistant said, "A few days ago, a college student posted on Facebook that he drank our brand of beer while revising his homework. The effect was very good." "That's ridiculous. No one would believe it," Denver said. "It's ridiculous, but it started a trend of pranks," the assistant said. Now, drinking and working at the same time has become a hot topic on Facebook. Many people are participating in the discussion and have even uploaded photos. Denver opened Facebook and found a topic to discuss. One of the netizens uploaded a few photos and a paragraph of text. "I'm drinking Dashin beer while surfing. I've successfully challenged 16-meter waves." One of the photos was of the surfer holding a can of Dashin beer while surfing in the sea. Denver's face lit up. He found a few other accounts that were participating in the topic. They were all in various professions. There was even a wanted criminal who was running away. From the scene, it could be seen that there were a few police officers following behind him. While this wanted criminal was running away, he was still drinking from a glass of beer. "I'm drinking Dashin beer while surfing. As you can see, those cops can't catch up with me at all." Denver's heart jumped. Could it be Chun? Main Yohi Pancreas comment saying bear ping-pong this topic was very sudden, and Denver could not help but suspect it. Moreover, American pop culture was very strange. If a topic became popular, it would become a trend in a short period of time and even become a part of pop culture. For example, the Ice Bucket Challenge 2 years ago. However, if the topic disappeared, then the popularity would also fall to the bottom and finally disappear completely. The Americans were too forgetful and liked to join in on the fun. What if it was really Chun? How can one endure hardship? Knock, blow, scrunch up to the waist, have a bad look, and hope for sex? Is it a ping-pong threshold? Fat pounding shallow at the very least, their sales wouldn't be that bad. Now, it was up to them to see how much attention they could earn through this wave of trending topics on the internet. Chapter 1396. Mr. Chun, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our daily sales have exceeded 100,000 cans. Denver couldn't help but say to Chinchio. With their help, the topic of doing various things while drinking Dashin beer became more and more popular. As a result, their sales increased day by day. Not bad. Did you come up with this topic? Chen Xiang asked. Chinchio, the virtuous locust carries the squid. Mr. Chun, isn't this the topic you found people to start? It's not me. I didn't do anything. I think you're capable, so I said I won't interfere with the management. Denver was dazed. Was this topic a natural one? Shiyuan Beer, America's headquarters. Looking at the sales report, Weston Leese's face darkened. He wasn't angry because of his beer sales, but because an eye-catching beer brand had entered his sight. Dashin Beer. This was a brand new beer brand. But in the 10 days since it was released, the sales kept increasing. From 10,000 cans on the first day, it had exceeded 100,000 cans now. Of course, there was still a huge gap between this and Shiyuan Beer's sales. Shiyuan Beer's daily sales in America were maintained at more than 5 million cans. California was a very important region, with sales of more than 500,000 cans per day. It was either first or second in sales every day. The maternity leave brands that could compete with Shiyuan Beer were basically the top international brands. Dashin Beer's daily sales were still increasing, but there was still a huge gap between it and Shiyuan Beer. Dashin Beer was far from qualified to compete with Shiyuan Beer. But Weston Leese just couldn't stand Dashin Beer and the CEO of Dashin Beer. Because Denver used to be his boss, and Weston Reese relied on him to pick a side, and then kicked out Denver, who did not pick a side. Then, he replaced Denver and became the head of Shiyuan Beer's North American region. But now, this guy who was like a stray dog in his eyes had actually gotten up and appeared in front of him again. Even if Dashin Beer had never targeted Shiyuan Beer, it didn't have the right to do so. But Weston Leese still believed that Denver was here for revenge. Big Mountain Beer and Denver hadn't made a move yet, but Weston Reese had already viewed them as imaginary enemies. For a small brewery, selling 100,000 cans of beer a day was a pretty good result. Even Shun, the imperial title of Fu Ci models, Liaozhou Qin Huai Jin Dumpling. Tired? What? Waiter V. Change the ribbon? Zhu Qun at that time, even if he had to take a loan, the bank would be more than happy to lend him money. No, I have to curb the development of Dashin Beer. He could not give Denver a chance to stand in front of him again and have a fair talk with him. Weston Lee suddenly thought of an idea. Mr. Denver, something has happened. The trend on the internet has suddenly changed. The assistant hurriedly pushed open the door of Denver's office. What happened? Now, Denver was very concerned about the topic on the internet. Hearing the assistant's words, he immediately turned on his phone. It's like this. Someone posted on Facebook that he was drinking while driving and then got into a car accident. Now, someone is purposely changing the topic and attacking our company's irresponsible promotion, causing social unrest. Denver raised his eyebrows. Dashin Beer had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and reached 100,000 daily sales in a short 10 days. It was obviously affecting the interests of other brands. Also, Denver had a vague feeling that this was not just a dispute over business interests. After all, Dashin Beer had only been around for a short time. Although the sales were gratifying, the 100,000 daily sales were distributed among dozens of beer brands. The impact on everyone was very limited. Small and medium-sized manufacturers would not waste time, energy, and money to attack Dashin Beer, because they did not have the capital. Their profits were not high to begin with. Why would they spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to attack Dashin Beer? No one had anything better to do. There was only one possibility. It was the big beer manufacturers. Only they had the ability to do so. When the big manufacturers discovered a potential threat, they would indeed take the initiative to attack the potential threat. However, with Dashin Beer's current sales, it was not at the level of the so-called potential threat. Denver used to be the general manager of Shiyuan Beer in North America. He had done the same thing before. Therefore, after analyzing it, he realized that it was not about market competition. It was about revenge. The target was probably Shiyuan Beer. Denver sneered. It was Weston Lee's. That kid was still so unmotivated. Denver did not have a good impression of Shiyuan Beer. After all, he was kicked out by Shiyuan Beer. He was even more disdainful of Weston Lee's. The conflict with Shiyuan Beer came too early. It was so early that even Denver was surprised. However, this did not mean that Denver was afraid. Small companies were afraid of big companies mainly because they did not have equal rights to speak. It was already not bad for small companies to have 1 or 2 million annual advertising expenses. Some small companies did not even have any advertising expenses. Beer's predecessor was such a small brewery. Its annual sales were not more than 10 million. But now, Beer was different. Because of Chun, Burden, talking about Wushuang Man, style Luo Tuo Ibe, disease, Masho Ibe, male, servant degree, Mintong. Of course, the plan was to invest the money into advertising in the next 6 months. However, Denver changed his mind. He wanted to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Call the manager of the publicity department here, Denver said. Also, when the daily sales report from Mara Supermarket comes out, bring it to me immediately. Denver was a shrewd businessman and a good manager. After making the decision, he quickly conveyed his order. Then, he received the daily sales report from Mara Supermarket. Due to the influence of the internet, Beer sales had dropped by 100,000 cans yesterday. This was the first time Beer's sales had gone against the trend. Denver had to change the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sales would plummet. Under Denver's urging, the publicity department quickly came up with a few plans. One of the plans made Denver hesitate. Chapter 1397. This plan was to use Shiyuan beer as a comparison. The first example given by the publicity planner was, last night, a party was held at home. When they were having fun, the beer was finished. At the party, the neighbors brought the beer stored at home over. In the end, no one could drink it. When did the taste of Shiyuan beer become so bad? This kind of publicity was actually kind of soft advertising. It was very common. But generally speaking, if a company used this kind of soft advertising, it should not use the names of other companies, especially if it was to belittle other companies to highlight their own company. If they used the names of other companies, they might be sued for unfair business competition. This was not unprecedented. For example, when Pepsi and Coca-Cola were competing, Pepsi had an advertisement. A boy came to the vending machine and pressed 2 cans of Coca-Cola. Then he stepped on the 2 cans of Coca-Cola to press the Pepsi button on the top. In the end, the boy took away the Pepsi and ignored the 2 cans of Coca-Cola on the ground. Because of this advertisement, Pepsi was sued and the advertisement was taken down. They were also fined. Of course, Pepsi knew that this advertisement was against the law, but they still did it. It was because they wanted to take advantage of Coca-Cola, which was at its peak at that time. Although this led to a series of advertising wars, PepsiCo still made a profit from this. Because other than compensating a few $1 million, Pepsi did not do any real harm. A few $1 million was not even as much as the cost of an advertisement. But Pepsi used this to gain more attention. Of course, that kind of open war was too unskillful. Denver would not do such a thing. He planned to use the Internet Water Army to advertise. The advantage of using the Internet Water Army was that even if Shiyuan beer was unhappy, it could not do anything to Beer. Shiyuan beer could not sue the Water Army, right? Beer could say that it was the consumer's personal behavior. Also, the difference between Shiyuan beer and Beer was too big. No matter how Shiyuan beer fought back, it was still advertising for Beer. All in all, this kind of behavior was very hooligan. At night, in a university student's apartment, Kuluafu was still revising his homework. Suddenly, Aparl called. Kuluafu, help me buy a few cases of beer. Kuluafu's face darkened. The beer at the party is finished. Yes, these bastards can drink too much, Aparl said. Aren't you having a party at Captain's apartment? That place should be closer to the convenience store than here, right? You don't know this. Originally, I prepared 5 boxes of beer. In the end, I saw that the beer was almost finished, so I went to the convenience store to buy 5 boxes of Shiyuan beer. In the end, everyone felt that Shiyuan beer tasted bad. I have no choice. If I can't get beer, this party will end on a bad note. Then let's go to the convenience store again. The convenience store doesn't have beer. Only Mara Supermarket does. In the entire city, only Beitan Mara Supermarket is open 24 hours a day. What? You want me to go to Beitan Mara Supermarket? It's at least 30 kilometers away from the school. Kuluafu, you like beer too, right? Can you reserve a few boxes of beer for our dormitory? It's my treat. Apar's words were exactly what Kuluafu wanted. Although Kuluafu liked beer, the price of beer was a lot more expensive than ordinary beer. Drinking it occasionally wasn't bad, but if you were to drink it every day, Kuluafu couldn't afford it. The beer supply in the dormitory was basically handled by his rich second-generation roommate, Appa. To be honest, Kaloafu was now completely obsessed with Dashin beer. Every time he reviewed his lessons, he would drink a few cans of beer. Every time he reviewed his lessons while drinking, it was very efficient. However, it wasn't completely flawless. If he drank 10 cans of beer in one go, he would get drunk. Therefore, if he had classes in the afternoon, he definitely couldn't drink it in the afternoon. The best time to drink it was after dinner. Moreover, there was another advantage to drinking Dashin beer while reviewing his lessons. That was, it wouldn't cause a hangover, and he wouldn't feel dizzy the next day. This was also the reason why Kaloafu was obsessed with Dashin beer. Of course, Dashin beer had another disadvantage. It couldn't be mixed with other beers at the same time. If other beers were drunk alone, there would be no problem. However, if he were to drink other beers after drinking Dashin beer, he would immediately feel that the other beers tasted bad. It wasn't because Dashin beer affected his taste buds, but because the difference in taste between the two beers was too obvious. After running back and forth, Kaloafu enjoyed Dashin beer while playing with his phone. Just then, Kaloafu saw an article on Facebook. The content of this article was exactly the same as the problem Apar encountered before. It was also because he drank Dashin beer before going online at the party and then replaced it with Shiyuan beer, causing the people at the party to be dissatisfied. Kaloafu thought for a moment, opened his Facebook, and wrote an article. Dashin Beer Usage Guide. I'm a math student at UCLA. As a fan of Dashin beer, I have a passion for Dashin beer that's similar to drugs. Therefore, here, I will write a usage guide for Dashin beer. First, Dashin beer can't be mixed with other brands of beer because it will make you lose interest in the other beers. Second, Dashin beer is a very good party drink. Dashin beer can make the party more lively. Trust me, Dashin beer is the best choice for a party. Third, Dashin beer is also a very good condiment. Not long ago, I tried using Dashin beer to cook China's famous beer duck. I can't forget the taste for a long time. Every fan of Dashin beer, please try beer duck cooked with Dashin beer. The taste will definitely make you doubt your previous recipes. Fourth, please find a place close to Mara's supermarket to live because Dashin beer is only sold there. Fifth, please work hard to earn money because Dashin beer is 3 times more expensive than regular beer. As soon as Kaloafu posted this article, he immediately received a reply. Batman Forever replied, I'll add a 6-point. Dashin beer can be used to catch fish. Please don't doubt my opinion. I went fishing with my friends and poured Dashin beer into the river. In the end, a school of fish swam over. Soon, Kaloafu brought up this topic and received a lot of replies. Some people replied seriously, while others were joking. Chapter 1398. Kaloafu didn't expect that a random article he posted would become a hot topic. In just over 10 hours, this topic had garnered thousands of replies and tens of thousands of reposts. Kaloafu did not expect this, and neither did Denver. Because the topic started by his publicity department through the Internet Water Army didn't have the desired effect, and then it disappeared in the crowd. Even Shiyuan beer didn't notice this topic. On the other hand, another topic had inexplicably become popular. It seemed that everyone was participating in the discussion about the more applications of Dashin beer. This topic actually gave rise to a second one. That was to use beer to make beer ducks. There was a netizen who used different brands of beer to make beer ducks. All the steps, portions, and ingredients were exactly the same. The only difference was the brand of beer. After more than a dozen servings of beer duck were made, they were eaten separately and given different scores. For some reason, Dashin beer had actually become a condiment in people's mouths. Of course, Denver did not care about this. No matter what happened to Mountain Beer, it was fine as long as the sales volume went up. Especially after Denver received the sales report for the past few days, he became even happier. In the past few days, the sales of Dashin beer had also gradually increased. The current sales volume was stable at around 150,000 cans per day. According to the initial high investment, selling 150,000 cans a day was already profitable. Of course, he still needed to maintain this level of sales. Chun, soaking in the desert Sistange cup, descending the cormorant curtain. The reason why Denver was so diligent in reporting sales was not only to take credit, but but also to give Chun Xiang a chance. Imitation copy after all, no investor could last long if they were losing money every day. Even charity was about stability, let alone business investments. Chun, sizzle, dia, bramble with round branches. That twisting, and tearing, let's not talk about whether we can make money or not. First of all, we must not lose money. Nowadays, many of the new startups actually had potential. However, very few companies were able to persist past the initial stage, just because they couldn't maintain the supply of funds. Once the capital chain was broken, they could only resort to financing or loans. However, if it was a loan, the bank would need to observe the prospects. If the bank was not optimistic, then the bank would definitely not make a loss. Investors, on the other hand, were even more demanding. Investors not only looked at the progress of the investment, but also at the rate of return. Not every investor's needs were the same. Some investors wanted to wait for the company to go public and make a profit before leaving. Some investors wanted stable and sustainable profits. They wanted fixed assets and a certain amount of power to intervene and influence the company's decisions. Chun, Zi Lai Shur Na, glancing, sincerely flattering the peacock, throwing away a date with the crane, scolding the imperial carriage, deceiving the cormorant pouch. Iridium, Jiahuan scratches. This was enough to prove that Chun, squatting in the sun may be Chun, bumping into the emperor and making a fool out of himself. The emperor is afraid of judgment and shocked to his grave. Shallow, squatting the toilet, Samadhi hissing, please forgive me. Now Chun, is it Sistanch Guanadine? Ji Simi sailed to the former Qin, right? Rue, more ferocious and stubborn. Jimba Straw Hat was a high-quality industry. A stable and appreciative industry was a high-quality industry. On the other hand, a fixed asset that could continuously and steadily generate profits was an excellent industry. For example, Marina's restaurant was an excellent business. Currently, 30% of Marina's restaurant shares were in the hands of the bank. Words? Bow. Couple riding crutches? Resisting at the gorilla pond? Fu Wei. The bank was unwilling to give up the 30% shares. Of course, other than being unwilling to give up the shares, the bank did not dare to interfere with the restaurant's operation at all. The bank only wanted to hold shares and did not intend to destroy the normal operation of Marina's restaurant. Of course, Chen, Burden, Baojianchu Huan Luo, Book Poke Yin Chu Yu, Grave Joy Diming, 0% of the price. If Chen, did he dare to make a fool of himself? Zinc Gap Die Pan Frame But, Chen, I dare to forgive you. There were slums in many big cities in the United States. The more prosperous the city, the more slums there were. It was the same in Los Angeles. There was the largest slum on the West Coast, Antwerp. Just like what people knew about slums, dirty and messy could basically describe the impression that Antwerp gave people. The architectural style of the 1960s and 1970s and the poor community planning made it filled with an unbearable smell. There were lawbreakers wandering the streets. There was also a McDonald's, but the McDonald's checkout counter here was installed with bulletproof glass. More than 60% of the residents here had criminal records, and 20% of them were serious crimes. There had been sports stars and movie stars here before, but none of them were willing to admit that they were from Antwerp. That was because when people talked about this place, the first thing they thought of was criminals. Liam's son was a drug addict who relied on theft, robbery, and extortion to survive. Liam's son hadn't eaten for almost 2 days, but he had his eyes on a target. That person should have just come back from shopping. He was carrying food and a box of beer. Liam's son looked around. There weren't many people on the street at this time. Liam's son rushed up and strangled the man's neck. At the same time, he stabbed the man's waist with a dagger. "Buddy, hand over the money, or I'll kill you. Don't hurt me. I don't have money." The man was so scared that he quickly took out his wallet. Liam's son snatched the man's wallet and glanced at it. Disappointment appeared on his face. There were only a few dollars in it. "Where's your credit card? Give me your credit card." "I don't have a credit card. I've already broken my promise. I don't have money to pay it back." Liam Musin rubbed his nose. He felt like his drug addiction was coming back. Liam's son glanced at the man, snatched the food and beer from his arms, turned around, and disappeared into the dark alley. He hurried back to his nest, and Liamson's feeling was getting worse. He was no stranger to this state. The drug addiction was acting up. Liamson hurriedly opened the drawer. The tranquilizer was gone, and the tranquilizer was gone. He felt himself getting more and more miserable. Liamson suddenly saw the beer. He wanted to get himself drunk. Maybe that would be the way to get through this drug addiction. This beer tastes good. Ever since I started taking drugs, I rarely touch alcoholic drinks. However, at that moment, Liamson felt that the beer seemed to be good. For a moment, Liamson forgot about his drug addiction acting up and started drinking can after can of beer. Until he was drunk, Liamson had never slept so peacefully. When he woke up the next day, Liamson found himself very energetic. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Chapter 1399. Mr. Denver, I saw an interesting post. Would you like to hear it? The assistant said, standing next to Denver. As Denver's assistant, Milo basically had to intervene in everything. She was just advising Denver. Oh, what is it? In Antwerp, there's a drug addict called Liamson. He robbed a few local supermarkets to suppress his addiction. What kind of news is that? Denver asked, confused. This kind of thing happened every day in America, let alone in Antwerp. This Liamson didn't rob money. He robbed beer. Beer? Do drug addicts drink beer? I heard that they find beer extremely bitter when they drink it, Denver said, confused. He wanted to rob our beer. It said that the drug addict suppressed his addiction by drinking Dashin beer, Milo said. He's arrested now, but he's been complaining about why only Mara Supermarket sells Dashin beer. Denver's eyes lit up. Go and confirm if it's true. If it's true, make it a hot topic and increase the publicity. Liamson, someone wants to see you. Liamson was curious who wanted to see him. He had no family now, and they were all disappointed in him. Of course, deep down, Liamson still wanted to return to a normal life. However, his drug addiction couldn't calm him down. Liamson walked to the visiting room dejectedly. He saw a beautiful but unfamiliar girl sitting outside the window. Liamson sat in front of the girl. Do I know you? Are you the Liamson who robbed the supermarket? Milo asked. Are you a reporter? Liamson asked, squinting. I'm not a reporter. I'm an employee of Dashin Beer, Milo said. I'm interested in your story. Although Liamson was a drug addict, he wasn't stupid. He vaguely sensed Milo's intention. What do I get? I can bail you out, but you have to cooperate with our company's publicity. Just bail me out. Liamson obviously wanted more. I won't give you money directly, but I can give you a chance. Milo said, it's a chance for you to get back on track. In the next month, you could be sponsored by Dashin Beer. You can drink as much as you want and get rid of your drug addiction. After you're sentenced, our company will also actively help you get a chance to be released on parole, and then you can work in our company. Of course, just as an ordinary employee. If you can stay away from drugs for 6 months, you can get a reward of $10,000 in addition to your salary. Lian Musson's eyes flickered as he looked at Milo. He had to admit that he was tempted, not only for the chance to return to a normal life, but also for the dignified, beautiful, and generous girl in front of him. Do you have a girlfriend? Milo was stunned, but then she said proudly, you don't deserve love now. You can ask me this question when you really give up drugs. I accept your conditions, Lian Musson said. Generally speaking, 10 days was enough for a drug addict to get rid of his addiction. However, that was only a physical escape. The real difficulty was still the psychological one. Many drug addicts had entered rehab before, but the probability of relapse within 6 months was more than 90%. This was a psychological problem. Most of the time, they could not live a normal life. Their hearts were sensitive and fragile. The accumulated distress and depression were blocked in their hearts, and in the end, they would return to the path of no return. Milo did not want her boyfriend to be a drug addict. Of course, if Lian Musson gave up drugs, she did not mind giving this man a chance to pursue her. Everyone wanted a new life, even Lian Musson, even though he knew that this opportunity was based on his deeds. Then Denver began to use Lian Musson for various publicity. In the beginning, the publicity was not very effective. The United States was a sick country. Normal people did not care about the lives of drug addicts. Until a private rehab center announced that Dashin Beer had a very good suppressive effect on drug addiction and reduced the pain after the addiction flared up. That was when it really attracted the attention of the media. Denver obtained sales data. The highest single-day sales had exceeded 250,000 cans. Through market research, Denver found that the rehab centers had driven up sales. There were thousands of rehab centers in California, and most of them were private rehab centers. Many of these centers had started to use Dash and beer to detoxify and suppress the pain of drug addiction. The sales of 250,000 cans in a single day not only made Dash and beer the 6th best beer seller in California, but also made Dash and beer into the top 30 in the United States. Weston Leese's expression grew uglier. It was no longer a matter of personal grudges anymore. It was the potential of Dash and beer that made him deeply aware of the seriousness of the problem. Dash and beer's increase in sales did not have much impact on the second and third tier brands. It was like a brand that sold 20,000 cans a day. Due to the increase in sales of Dash and beer, their sales dropped to 18,000 cans. They would not blame Dash and beer. However, the market would not suddenly expand. When a number of consumers was fixed, a new brand suddenly increased its sales, and most of the sales were from the first-tier brands. Weston Lees had been investigating the owner of Dash and beer. However, he could not find out at all. Dash and beer was not a listed company, so the owner's identity could not be disclosed. Weston Lees could not help but suspect that Dash and beer was actually Denver's business. No, he couldn't let this go on. If this continued, the California market might be completely occupied by Dash and beer. Although Shiyuan Beer was an international first-tier brand, they could not simply give up on a market. The California market was already very large. This made Weston Lees feel conflicted. Based on his understanding of Denver, they would not be satisfied with California. They would attack the United States and even the world's market. Chapter 1400. How did a big company attack a small company? One was to snipe at the channel. The first thing Wesley thought of was to pressure Mara's supermarket. Dash and beer was only available in Mara's supermarket. The operation was simple. Lower the price in exchange for Mara's supermarket support. At the same time, he subtly threatened that if Mara's supermarket didn't cooperate, Shiyuan Beer would increase the price. Weinstein felt that Mara's supermarket should know how to choose. After all, Shiyuan Beer's influence and scale couldn't be compared to Dash and beer. Of course, this couldn't be made public. Once it was made public, Shiyuan Beer would be involved in unfair competition, just like the 3Q war. Weinstein received a reply in less than 20 minutes. Weston was delighted. It seemed that Mara's supermarket valued Shiyuan Beer very much. They replied to his request so quickly. However, he didn't expect Mara's supermarket to reject Weinstein's request. They also announced that they would investigate whether Shiyuan Beer had the right to be sold in Mara's supermarket. Wesley Leesy was furious at first, but he quickly regained his senses. They weren't superior and subordinate to Mara's supermarket. Mara's supermarket was a very important channel. If Mara's supermarket stopped selling Shiyuan Beer, it wouldn't affect Shiyuan Beer sales in the short term. However, once this was exposed, the media, consumers, and even competitors would slander Shiyuan Beer. Why did Mara's supermarket stop selling Shiyuan Beer? Was it because there was a quality problem with Shiyuan Beer? Or was it because Shiyuan Beer didn't live up to its name? Mara's supermarket was a very important channel for alcohol products. At the same time, it had a lot of say. Thinking of this, Weinstein started sweating. He was too muddle-headed to do something like this. If the email he sent to Mara's supermarket was made public, he could only resign. Just as Weinstein worried, the email was quickly sent to Chen Shiyuan. Stop. Winip wasn't stupid. Of course, she knew that there were other rules. Let's not talk about Chen Shiyuan first. Withdraw? Cut the scabbard, just talk about Chen Shiyuan? Conalian? Mechanical Scratch Ba? Balance Alliance? Shiyuan Beer wasn't bad. Although it was an international first-tier brand, it wasn't a dominant brand. However, Shiyuan Beer was not a dominant beer brand. In fact, until now, no beer brand dared to say that they were dominant. As a result, even if Mara's supermarket didn't have Shiyuan Beer, consumers would still choose other brands of beer. They wouldn't say that they didn't have Shiyuan Beer. But Mara's supermarket really needed Dash and beer. Even though Dashin beer was currently ranked 6th on the daily beer sales list in California, it was the most popular beer brand in Mars Supermarket. Dashin beer was not available in other supermarkets and distribution channels. This limited the development of Dashin beer. However, this was related to the production of Dashin beer. Once Mountain Beer's production increased, it would definitely be able to compete for the top sales position in California. It was ridiculous that the head of Joy Beer, Willie Leesy, wanted to threaten Mara Supermarket with this. The 5th most popular beer brand in Mara Supermarket was threatening to remove the #1 beer brand from the shelves by raising the price of its supply. Was this a joke? One could imagine the importance of Dashin beer to Mara Supermarket. It was also very important to Winnip's future plans for the American supermarket chain. In the future, Mara Supermarkets would be set up all over the U.S. If other supermarkets did not have Dashin beer, but Mara Supermarkets did, then customers would be more likely to come to Mara Supermarkets. Of course, Winnip was more willing to work with Qin Xiaobei. Words? Huh? Capture? Mu? Si Yin So. She forwarded the email from Willie Reese to Qin Xiaobei. Zhu. Colorful camouflage? Meili offer Chen? Zhua. Sigue puppet? Polypus? See-through? Ah, Mr. Denver, I have an email. Take a look and see if you can use it. Denver to pick up Chun? Chase him? Blowing at the beginning? Xing Fu poked a locust tree? Chung Yinji? Choking disease. Did Mara Supermarket give it to you? Denver asked curiously. Well, do you think this letter is useful? Yes, but not now, Denver said. Why? Mr. Chun, holding the cards in your hands is more effective than playing them, Denver said with a smile. As his own partner, Denver is happy to give Chun Zigawai like a nuclear weapon? Yes, you're right. Denver smiled and said, I know Willie Leese very well. He used to be my subordinate. He is talented, but he is not the kind of person who will sacrifice himself for the company's benefit. This kind of person is easy for us to use. All right, I won't interfere in this matter. According to our previous agreement, you can get 5% of the shares. When you are free, you can come and sign this document. The shares were not given for free. Denver also had to pay for them. This was a legal sale of shares. Based on the current sales volume of more than 250,000 cans per day, the annual sales could reach about $400 million, and the net profit could possibly exceed $50 million. Then, the market valuation would be at least $500 million. 5% of the shares was $25 million. Chun, bumping into Ji Jujian and M.O. pie dumplings? Oyster flood? Play with benzene and uranium legs? Shouts and shrugs? Diced fern at dusk. Even if Denver didn't have the money, he would find his way to buy it. Mr. Chun, other than these 5 shares, I hope that I can get more shares in the future. At most, no more than 20. A burden? Beautiful and vulgar purple oyster on the one hand. To win Denver's heart, he had to give him enough benefits. Denver's methods these days: Chun, robbing, Yinjun, Zhanan, Kenexayan, Huangyu, Bad Jiao, Neon Peng Lai, Jiao, and I, Miao and I, Xian, stirring, Jiao and I, salt of Ludi drought, break points, and try to flatter Zheng, moist cormorant sigma color dispatch locusts. 20% of the shares was enough to tie Denver to Dashin beer. Also, I have to make something clear to you. Dashin beer will not be listed. If you want to make money through the shares, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Chun, I got it. Denver understood Chun. Denver understood that Chun, perhaps going public, could make a lot of money and increase Dashin beer's valuation, but that was all virtual wealth. It didn't represent real value. Chapter 1401. Of course, not going public also meant that Denver would never have the chance to actually control Mountain Beer. He would always be a major shareholder. If Mountain Beer went public, Chun Zhao's shares could be continuously diluted through the stock market. But if it didn't go public, as long as Chun Zhao didn't sell his shares, no one could replace him. Of course, Mountain Beer's profit prospects were very good. It was even more than those so-called super companies. For example, Goose's market value was $800 billion, but its net profit was only $3 billion. Goose's market value was in the top 10 in the world, but its net profit wasn't even in the top 100. If they were Goose's shareholders and only wanted to earn money from Goose's dividends, they probably wouldn't be able to recoup their losses. But for a brand with high net profit like Mountain Beer, they might be able to recoup their losses in a few years. It would be sustainable for the rest of their lives. Right now, Chun Zhao was basically living a secluded life. In about a week, Fei Lai's due date would be here. Chun Zhao estimated that he would have to send Fei Lai to the hospital in a few days. Fei Lai, do you think we should go to the hospital? Chun Zhao asked. Fei Lai shook her head. No, I don't think it's that fast. Let's go in a few days. Fei Lai didn't want to stay in a hospital filled with the smell of medicine for a few days. Chun, you don't know how to deliver a baby? Fei Lai wanted to give birth at home. Chun Zhao smiled bitterly. He knew all the knowledge about delivering a baby. However, he hadn't delivered a baby yet. His home wasn't as good as the hospital. If it was a natural birth, it would be fine. At most, it would be slightly painful. He could also give Fei Lai a painless delivery. However, if it was a difficult birth, it wouldn't be a problem of pain. It would be fatal. By then, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So Chun Zhao felt that sending Fei Lai to the hospital was the safest choice. Forget it. He would observe first. There was still some time. The next day, Chun Zhao received another call from Denver. Mr. Chun, Weston Lease is representing Happy Beer. He wants to buy Mountain Beer for $600 million. Huh? Chun Zhao chuckled. Not selling. I know, Denver said. I'm just doing my job to inform you. Even he felt that Weston Lease's offer was too strange. Big companies suppress small companies. If they couldn't kill them, they would buy them. This was the most common trick. When a large company makes an irresistible offer to a threatening small company, most small companies will succumb to the huge temptation and sell their company. But Weston Lease's offer was a little insulting. His offer was more in line with the market valuation, but the key was that the brand of Dashin beer was still on the rise. In less than a month, the product had already reached 250,000 cans of sales. It was foreseeable that the profit would be far higher than the market valuation. If he were to make an offer of $600 million, he would be making things difficult for himself and disgusting Denver at the same time. Mr. Chun, I plan to have my company shoot a new commercial. Didn't we already advertise before? It's only been 20 days, and now we're filming again. Isn't it too impatient? It's not the same. The previous advertisements were used on second and third-tier TV stations. Now, I plan to place the advertisements on ABC. ABC is one of the top 5 TV stations. That kind of low-quality advertisement will not only not have a good effect, it is very likely to lower our brand value. If you think it's necessary, then go ahead, Chun Zhao said. Mr. Chun, I don't have time these few days, Denver said. I need to go to Denver to prepare for the beer festival and rent a venue and booth. Participating in the beer festival was something they'd planned long ago. Do you need me to do it? Chun Zhao asked. You better do it. Okay, give me the contact number of the advertising company. I'll find time to talk to them in the next 2 days. The next day, before Chun Zhao left, he reminded Fei Lai again and again. Chun, I'm not a kid anymore. If my stomach hurts, I'll call an ambulance immediately. Chun Zhao thought about it. How about I don't go out? It's not something important anyway. Fei Lai was helpless against Chun Zhao's strange love. In order to take care of herself, Chun Zhao even put down his business. Chun, get out of here and work right now. Okay. Chun Zhao glanced at the time and estimated when he would leave. Chun Zhao arrived at the advertising company. He'd already talked to the advertising company yesterday. When Chun Zhao arrived, a woman stood at the door to welcome him. Miss, have we met before? Chun Zhao didn't want to flirt with the woman. She really looked familiar. The woman glanced at Chun Zhao. Sir, I'm Navat's singer. That night, I was with Dahlia and saw you on the way. I remember now. Chun Zhao patted his head. It wasn't that Chun Zhao was forgetful, but that he hadn't paid much attention to Navat's that night. This is Dahlia's company? Chun Zhao didn't expect to find Stephen's daughter's company after looking around. Yes, please follow me. Navat's singer brought Chun Zhao to the advertising company. When Chun Zhao stood at the door, Dahlia was clearly surprised too. Looking at Navat's beside her, Dahlia still didn't understand. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Boss, he's our client. Navat still called Dahlia boss in the company. Mr. Chun, you're our client? Yes. I'm here on behalf of Mountain Beer to discuss an advertising partnership with you. Chen Zhao nodded. Can we get to the main topic now? Of course. Daily Moore quickly composed herself. She nodded and said to Navat Singh, go gather the people from the creative planning department. Gather in the conference room. Chen Zhao was the client, while Dahlia and her advertising company were the client. So, Chen Zhao could make most requests, regardless of whether they were reasonable or not. However, Chen Zhao didn't understand advertising. Moreover, Dahlia's proposal was still at the copywriting stage. Then the director would explain it. Chen Zhao only understood a little. Mr. Chen, what do you think of our proposal? Is there anything that needs to be changed? Oh, this not bad. What's the budget? Chen Zhao asked. Chapter 1402. Daily Moore's company mainly did advertising planning, creativity, and filming. Of course, compared to shooting commercials, the income from advertising planning and creativity was insignificant. If they could get a job to shoot a commercial, the minimum would be 1 or 2 million USD, and the maximum would be more than 10 million USD. The company would be responsible for arranging the director, actors, and props, and they would be able to get a generous remuneration, and then there would be labor fees. Chen Zhao felt that Daily Moore's company's idea was good. After some consideration, he accepted Daily Moore's suggestion. Chen Zhao didn't plan on haggling, not because of anything else, but because this company belonged to Daily Moore, Stephen's daughter. It was troublesome to do business with acquaintances. If Chen Zhao had known that the company belonged to Daily Moore, he definitely wouldn't have come personally. But since he'd already discussed it, Chen Zhao could only accept. At least, if the conditions and proposal weren't bad, he would definitely give it to acquaintances first. Regardless of whether it was at home or abroad, this was an extremely common occurrence. After all, this was a society that valued relationships. Mr. Chen, let's eat together. Daily Moore knew that Chen Zhao was from China. Chinese people usually got close to each other at the dining table. Chen Zhao looked at the time and hesitated. Mr. Chen, are you in a hurry? Let's go. Chen Zhao smiled. Chen Zhao didn't have a good impression of Daily Moore, but he wouldn't cut ties with her for the rest of his life just because of the small conflict at the beginning. Plus, putting aside Daily Moore's relationship with Stephen, they were still partners now. Of course, it was impossible for them to be as close as Stephen's or even Zola's. Chen Zhao and Dahlia's conversation was still a bit distant. Nawat's hinges went with them. Actually, Daily Moore wanted to get closer to Chen Zhao through another method. That was the topic the three of them had in common, magic. In the restaurant, Nawat Singh started a conversation. Mr. Chen, what magic system do you specialize in? Specialize? Strengthening, I guess. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and answered, but I'm learning more complicated magic. I've dabbled in clone, spiritual, and elemental magic. If you want to make progress in magic, it's best to focus on one type of magic. Coming into contact with too many isn't beneficial. Also, a male spiritualist has limited magic power. There's no point in learning too much magic, Navat said, sounding like a senior. Of course, she believed that she had the right to do so. Also, strengthening spells are harmful to the body, so you should exercise more, Mr. Chen. I've heard of spiritualists who specialize in strengthening spells. When they get older, their bodies aren't in good shape. When they're young, they use strengthening spells too often, which causes a heavy burden on their bodies. Miss Navats, what is your specialization? I specialize in exploration and perception. I'm not in the big system, Navats said nonchalantly. I don't know much about this system, Chen Zhao said curiously. Can you explain? It was not that he wanted to learn this system of magic, but he wanted to understand it. Although detection and perception wasn't a combat spell, Navat Singh wasn't completely defenseless. In the magic world, there was another name for detection and perception magic. It was called the 50-50 system. This kind of spiritualist would have a 50-50 chance of winning, even against opponents much stronger than them. The so-called 50-50 chance didn't mean that they would win or lose. It meant that they could time most of the time, or both sides would be heavily injured. Do you mind if I use a spell on you? Navat Singh asked. Go ahead. Navats pointed her finger between her eyebrows and glared at Chen Zhao. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt a wave of magic from Navat's body. The next moment, A smile appeared on Navot's face. Mr. Chun, your weakness is your left arm? Chun Zhao couldn't deny this. After all, his left arm was indeed weaker than his right arm. Navot's Singh picked up the knife and fork on the table and stabbed her right arm. Chun Zhao felt a stab on his left arm. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised. Is this damage duplication? No, it's weakness reflection, Navot said. I can copy your weakness and then hurt you by hurting my weakness. Not Singh said. Navot suddenly put more force in her knife and fork. She wanted to make a small cut on her arm as a demonstration, but she couldn't. No matter how much force she used, she still couldn't cut it open. Navot's expression didn't change. It seemed that this Asian was quite strong. Such a small attack was useless against him. Chun Zhao thought of the weakness. Mirror image could indeed be a threat to him. After all, his weakness was exposed to the opponent, and the opponent could attack him at will. Is this a perfect spell? Chun Zhao asked. Navot shook her head with a smile. To her, Chun Zhao's ability to say something like this meant that he wasn't very skilled. He could actually say something so childish. How can perfect spells exist in this world? Navot shook her head with a smile. For example, I'm hurting you through weakness reflection, but I'm also hurt. Then can't you just cast a healing spell on yourself? Actually, there are many ways to make up for it. Different situations require different methods, but that's not a spell, let alone a perfect spell. Navot Singh felt that Chun Zhao was only slightly better than Delamore. Occasionally, he would ask some questions that she thought were childish. However, this was understandable. Not every spiritualist had a complete legacy. Of course, with the mentality of educating a junior, Navot was happy to give Chun Zhao professional guidance. Chun Zhao didn't notice Navot's disdain. Instead, he learned a lot of magic knowledge from Navot. Usually in the association, everyone was in awe of him. What he said was the truth. Chapter 1403. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was having a great time chatting with Knots. Unlike the people in the association who always had to put on airs, Chun Zhao really learned a lot from Knots. At the very least, everyone looked at things from a different perspective. Knots was a bit of a teacher, but other than that, there wasn't anything wrong with her. Just then, the lights in the restaurant lit up. The sky outside the window seemed to have darkened. Dark clouds covered all of Los Angeles. Just then, the TV hanging in the restaurant reported a piece of news. According to the weather satellite, the first Pacific tropical cyclone of the year would land on the west coast in the next 3 days. The wind could reach level 16. This weather is so uncomfortable. Chun Zhao looked outside the window. The dark clouds reminded him of the sky when he'd fought the source of corruption. This time, the sky was similar, but he didn't feel any magical aura. It's been 13 years since the last reverse tropical cyclone made landfall on the west coast. Every time a reverse tropical cyclone makes landfall on the west coast, it brings something unclean, Navot said. There's something like that. In the east, it's called a typhoon. In North America, it's called a hurricane. But most tropical cyclones move along the path of the Earth's rotation. In China's Taoism, it's called gathering the sun. Typhoons bring destruction, but they also bring life, Knot said. Reverse tropical cyclones go against the Earth's rotation, so it's called ascending to the underworld. Chun Zhao basically knew nothing about Taoism. He wasn't even as knowledgeable as a foreigner like Knots. What's ascending to the underworld? It blows Yin energy to the west coast, Knot said. Normal people will get sick when exposed to large amounts of Yin energy. So I can foresee that there'll be a lot of sick people on the West Coast in the future. That's great. Great? Why? I'm a doctor, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Is there anything more enjoyable than more patients? Also, it's best not to go out when a tropical cyclone passes by, in case you get into trouble. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Who would go out during typhoon? The last time a tropical cyclone landed in North America, it also blew a ghost ship to the West Coast. It was just a ghost ship. Chun Zhao didn't care at all. Of course, it was best not to go out during a typhoon. Fei Lai's due date was in a few days. He had to send her to the hospital as soon as possible. It would be troublesome if Typhoon triumphantly gave birth. When Chun Zhao walked out of the restaurant, a green bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Chun Zhao frowned. It was windy. The wind was really uncomfortable. The tropical cyclone hadn't even made landfall yet, but they could already feel the threatening yin qi in the wind. Navots frowned as well. What's wrong, Singer? Daly Moore asked. This pressure reminds me of the third night that happened in downtown Los Angeles 2 years ago. Chun Zhao was about to part ways with them, but after hearing Navot's words, he couldn't help but ask, do you think this tropical cyclone is similar to third night? I can't say for sure, but the signs of weather change will only appear on the third night. According to the weather station's weather report, the tropical cyclone will make landfall in 3 days. If someone was awakening for the third night, it would be impossible for this sign to appear on the first day. I still have something to do. I'm leaving. Chun Zhao's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking at Chun Zhao's departing figure, Navots touched her left arm. Daly Moore, it's best not to go out these few days. What's wrong? Is it because of the hurricane? Did you forget what I said? Last time, a ghost ship was blown ashore. People really died then. Navots looked around again. This is really uncomfortable. Singer, come stay at my place for a few days, Daly Moore said. I'm a bit scared by myself. I'm also planning to give my employees a few days off. I'll go back to work after the tropical cyclone passes. Sure. Nawat Singh looked around, the uncomfortable feeling getting more obvious. Daly Moore, you drive. Sitting in the car, Nawat Singh started using magic. Dahlia had been learning magic from Navots for a while. She could feel the mana undulations coming from Navots' body. However, she didn't understand what spell Navots was using from the car. Suddenly, images flashed through Navots' mind. A pair of eyes was staring at her. That bad feeling came from that pair of eyes staring at him. Daly Moore, stop the car. I might need to deal with some trouble. Here? There's so many people here. Are you sure you want to fight someone here? I don't want to cause trouble for you. I'm your student. Did you forget? Navots hesitated for a moment. All right then, drive the car to a more secluded place. Do you know who's causing trouble for you? I'm probably from a Roma family, Navots said. I don't have any enemies. It can only be people from my family. Why would someone from the same family cause trouble for you? My family has a custom. Every awakened witch in the family can inherit a magic tool. Of course, I also inherited a magic tool. Magic tools are very rare, and the number of magic tools in the family is limited. It's first come, first served, and the latecomers don't have chance. They either have to wait for the previous witch to die and then inherit it, or snatch it from other witches. The people who came to find trouble with me probably had this intention. Through my ESP vision, I felt that those eyes belonged to people that I've seen before. No matter how I counted, there were only a few people that I'd seen before. What magic tool did you inherit? Nawat's shingles pointed to the earrings in her ears. Daly Moore looked at Navot's earrings. They were made of silver and had 2 small stars on them. The design was quite unique. Chapter 1404. This place is fine, Nawat Singh said. This place was remote enough that they couldn't see any buildings in front or behind them. Is someone following us? Darmour asked hesitantly. He's already here. Where? There are no cars on the road. Navots looked to the side of the road. She had already sensed the person's location. Come out, Ocula. A gust of wind blew past, and a red-haired woman walked out. The woman wore exquisite makeup, a black dress, and dark red high heels. Her wavy hair was wrapped around her chest, and she crossed her arms as she walked over. Hi, sister. Okula waved her hand lightly, with a charming smile on her face. Daly Moore turned to look at Nawat Singh. Your sister? Nawats looked at Okula coldly. It was obvious that the relationship between the two sisters was not good. It could even be said to be bad, very bad. Are you going to show off your little animals again? Nawat Singh's tone carried a hint of mockery. The corner of Ocula's mouth twitched. Her sister's words had clearly hit her sore spot. But very quickly, Okula regained his composure. It's different this time. I found a new toy. Just as Navots was about to release the weakness mirror image, he suddenly remembered that the weakness mirror image he used before hadn't been removed. Navots raised his left arm. Just as he was about to remove the weakness image, a sudden gust of wind blew past. A bloody mouth bit down on Nawat Singh's left arm. Dahlia was startled. It was a jackal with gray spots all over its body, but this jackal was a little scary. When Okula saw that Navat Singh was hit, he became more and more pleased with himself. At that moment, an even larger jackal appeared beside Okula. Dozens of equally large jackals surrounded Nawats and Dailymore. These giant jackals seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He hadn't even noticed their existence before. "Sister, aren't you surprised now?" Okula said proudly. "I named them wind-howling beasts. They were modified by a pack of jackals." Navats said coldly, "You still haven't changed your old tricks. You're still using invisible wind and gigantification. Other than that, you don't have any other tricks. But you still fell for it. It doesn't matter if it's an old trick or not, as long as it works." "It works?" Navat sneered and suddenly pulled with force with his left arm. Awoo! The jackal that was biting Navat's left arm suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Okula's expression changed drastically. What was going on? Why wasn't she hurt? Could it be that Navats learned enhancement magic? Okula's face was filled with confusion, but she didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the other jackals to attack Navat Singh. Only then did Navats truly use the power of his left arm. The weak spot mirror image could copy the enemy's weak spot, but it would also copy the characteristics of that spot. However, Navats also didn't understand why his left arm, which was supposed to be his weak spot, was so terrifying. A jackal pounced on her. Navats didn't even have time to react, but her left arm had already reacted. Navats raised her left arm and grabbed the jackal's head in the air. Then she crushed it. This action stunned both Dailymore and Okula. Dailymore had heard from Navats that she wasn't good at fighting. But now, it seemed that Navats was being too humble when she said that she wasn't good at fighting. Okula felt even more incredulous. Dailymore might have thought that Navat's shingles was being modest, but Okula's shingles knew her sister very well. She didn't understand why her sister, who wasn't good at fighting, would suddenly change her style. Moreover, she chose the enhancement magic that didn't suit her at all. It was like changing subjects halfway through a university course. She'd been studying math, but she went to practice sports. Very few witches would play enhancement magic. On one hand, it was because women's stamina wasn't as good as men's, so their enhancement magic wasn't as effective. On the other hand, witches generally had higher magic power than men. They had more choices than enhancement magic. But why did Navat Singh, who was not trained properly, have such great power? As a matter of fact, even Navat herself was dumbfounded. His left arm was supposed to be his weakness, but wasn't a little too obvious? Just then, two more jackals attacked from the left and right. Navat Singh's left arm was faster, and his methods were more brutal. She grabbed the car beside her and swung around. The two jackals were smashed to pieces. Although these jackals were controlled by Okula Singh, they weren't mindless creatures. They were also fearful. After Navats killed a few of their companions, no jackals dared to come forward anymore. Navats was envious of her left arm that didn't belong to her. Not only did this left arm possess immense strength, but its instinctive reaction had also become muscle memory. She didn't even need to worry. The arm could sense battle and danger on its own. Unfortunately, Weakness Mirror had a time limit. It would probably be over in a few minutes. It seemed that the man was stronger than she'd imagined. However, was his left arm really his weakness? Was it so strong and hard to deal with? Or had her spell gone wrong? She hadn't used Weakness Mirror just now, but Ability Mirror. Unlike Weakness Mirror Image, Ability Mirror Image was more difficult to cast. Nawat's shingles had been practicing it for years and still hadn't learned it. Could it be that he had accidentally used his mirror image ability? Was that why she'd gotten Chun Zhao's ability? In fact, his true strength was in his left arm. Okula, disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I might not be able to control myself and crush her jaw. Okula's face was ashen. He had come to find Navats with confidence, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by her. Chapter 1405. After Okula Singh left, Nawat Singh suddenly sat on the ground. Seeing this, Dailymore hurried over to help Navat Singh. Singh, what's wrong? I'm fine. Let me sit on the ground for a while. Navat Singh had a good time just now, but that arm wasn't hers. As the magic disappeared, the burden came with it. You had to pay interest when you borrowed something from someone else. If Okula hadn't been scared away, Navats would probably have lost. Do we go to the hospital? Daily Moore asked. Navats shook her head. She couldn't even be bothered to talk now. After sitting on the ground for more than half an hour, she finally got into the car with Daily Moore's help. The car had been swung around by Navats, but apart from some blood and two not-so-obvious dents, there wasn't any other damage. Singh, what happened just now? That was the ability spell I used on Mr. Chan earlier, Navat said. I borrowed his strongest ability. Navats was now very sure that he must have accidentally used his mirror image ability. Is this the power of strengthening magic? Yes, strengthening magic is best at fighting. It has powerful attack and resistance, but its weakness is also very obvious, Navat said. It's too much of a burden on the body. Seeing Chen Zhao return, Fei Lai's expression became nervous. Chen, what's wrong? Fei Lai, I think you're due soon. How about we go to the hospital? No. Fei Lai shook her head immediately. According to the weather report, a tropical cyclone might land on the west coast in the next 3 days. Then we'll wait for it to pass. Can you control the child in your stomach? Of course. She listens to me. Chen Zhao was helpless. Fei Lai was so determined, so he could only give up on sending her to the hospital for now. Let me do a check. Chen Zhao started examining Fei Lai and the baby in her stomach. It wasn't just a routine check. Chen Zhao also used magic to check their vitals. Suddenly, he sensed that the baby's heart rate was extremely low. Chen Zhao was shocked. He glanced at Fei Lai from the corner of his eye, but his expression did not change. A fetus heart rate was usually higher than an adult's, but their child's heart rate was so low that Chen Zhao had to be careful. There were many possibilities for a low fetal heart rate. It could be a problem with the mother, but Fei Lai was healthy and paid attention to her diet. There shouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, it was the fetus's own problem. Although the child hadn't been born yet, he was already conscious. Even in her stomach, the child was still very active. Perhaps he was tired of playing. Chen Zhao was very nervous. Had this always been a problem, or had it just appeared? Is there a problem with the child development? He had been to the hospital several times before, but there were no problems with the child's development. Then it should be a temporary problem. He sent his magic power into Fei Lai's body. As expected, Chen Zhao realized that the child was wrapping the umbilical cord around his neck, but he couldn't break free. In the end, he choked himself until he fainted. Chen Zhao was a bit angry. This little bastard hadn't even been born yet, and he was already looking for trouble for himself and his mother. If he'd wrapped the umbilical cord like this on the day of delivery, he wouldn't have been able to give birth naturally. Thankfully, the umbilical cord wasn't completely tied up. After the little bastard fainted, it loosened on its own. The little bastard suddenly moved and opened his eyes. He seemed to have seen something. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that his magic power was being absorbed. Fei Lai wasn't a spiritualist. She couldn't absorb magic power. Chen Zhao frowned. Was it the little bastard absorbing the magic power? Just then, the little bastard fell into a deep sleep again. But now, his body was much more stable. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Fei Lai rubbed her stomach gently. Just then, another emergency alert appeared on the TV. According to the satellite photos sent by NASA to the Weather Bureau, a tropical cyclone was evolving in the Pacific Ocean 1,400 kilometers southwest of the West Coast. The winds at the center of the tropical cyclone had reached 200 kilometers per hour, reaching the peak of a Category 3 hurricane. At present, the tropical cyclone was still strengthening. In the next 24 hours, the tropical cyclone was likely to reach Category 5 or above. The Weather Bureau officially named the cyclone Wish. Chen Zhao found it hard to breathe. He could feel that the cyclone was coming for his family. It was a life-and-death crisis. What was a Category 5 hurricane? The Weather Bureau divided hurricanes into 5 levels. A speed of 119 to 153 kilometers per hour was Category 1. 154 to 177 kilometers per hour was Category 2. 178 to 209 kilometers per hour was Category 3, 210 to 248 kilometers per hour was Category 4, and 249 kilometers per hour or above was Category 5. The tropical cyclone was forming now. It hadn't reached its peak yet, but it had already reached Category 3. This meant that when it hit the west coast, it might reach Category 5 or above. How much damage could a Category 5 hurricane cause? A Category 5 hurricane in 2005 had caused $200 billion in economic losses. 2,000 people had died and hundreds of thousands had lost their homes. This was America, the most developed country in the world. Of course, America's rescue system had always been criticized by others. If it was just a hurricane, Chun Zhao wouldn't care. But he was afraid that it wasn't just a hurricane. If that was the death of the little bastard in Fei Lai's stomach, then today would be the first night. The hurricane would come the day after tomorrow. What if Fei Lai went into labor? No, not if. Fei Lai would definitely go into labor the night after tomorrow. Chun Zhao couldn't help Fei Lai give birth and protect her at the same time. It was impossible to send Fei Lai to the hospital. If he did, there might be more casualties. Chun Zhao called for, take tomorrow and the day after tomorrow off. Come to my house. Why? I'm a bit busy with work. Your sister's labor will be in these 2 days. You can send her to the hospital. I don't plan on sending her to the hospital, Chun Zhao said. Also, I've never delivered a baby before. Me neither. I'm an oncologist. I know how to deliver a baby, but I've never done it. I trust you. Fu was going crazy. She didn't understand what Chun Zhao was doing. What's the use of trusting me? You're going to bet Fei Lai and her baby? Chapter 1406. Fu hurried to Mirror Lake and stared at Chun Zhao and Fei Lai aggressively. Actually, Fei Lai didn't know what Chun Zhao meant either. Don't look at me. Ask Chun if you have any questions, Fei Lai said as she caressed her big belly. The hurricane is coming the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid that the hospital will lose power that night. The hospital has a backup generator. Fu looked at Chun Zhao. You're not worried at all. It's a tradition from my hometown. Do you think I'm an idiot? Fu stared at Chun Zhao with a dark expression. Actually, Fei Lai said that she wants to give birth at home. Did I say that? I thought you didn't want to go to the hospital? Fu stared at Chun Zhao. Chun, tell me honestly. Why? As long as you help me this time, I'll give you as much purple brew, nameless wine, and Dashin beer as you want this year and tomorrow. Fu also knew that Chun Zhao had made Daydream. Purple brew, nameless wine, and Dashin beer. However, due to her income, she really couldn't afford anything other than Dashin beer. Although she also belonged to the high-income group, the price of the first 3 types of wine was not something that ordinary middle-class people could afford. Chun, are you sure you want Fei Lai to take the risk? Neither you nor I are gynecologists. There's also no hospital here to deliver a baby. It'll be risky for both of us. I can create the conditions. Chun Zhao and Blackie's lab was in Blackie's spatial crevice. There were many medical tools and equipment inside. As long as Chun Zhao brought out the instruments and tools, it would be fine. It wasn't a big problem. The problem was tools, equipment, and equipment are not a problem. I have all the equipment for delivering a baby. I'll set up an operating room tonight. The basement was a semi-enclosed space. Even if there was a hurricane or even a flood, as long as the stairs were sealed, the basement wouldn't be affected. But there's another problem that you need to be prepared for. What problem? You might be the only one when delivering the baby. What do you mean? You're going out? Fei Lai's about to give birth. You're going out? Fu asked. I'm not going out. I just said that I might be busy with other things while delivering Fei Lai. What are you busy with? What's more important than Fei Lai's labor? Fu, stop asking. Fei Lai had a premonition. Are you busy with something? Anyway, it's very complicated. Don't ask anymore. Of course it's complicated if I don't explain it clearly. Once I explain it clearly, it won't be complicated anymore. Fu stubbornly wanted to know the truth. Fu was very familiar with Chun Zhao. His medical skills were excellent, and he loved Fei Lai very much. It was understandable if he wanted to deliver Fei Lai himself. Geniuses were always extreme. They were more willing to believe in themselves than others. However, Chun Zhao didn't want to send Fei Lai to the hospital. He also didn't want to help her deliver the baby. This was hard for Fu to understand. To put it simply, On the day Phalai gives birth, bad people will come and steal our child. So, I need you to deliver the baby, and I'll protect it. Do you understand? Why not hand it over to the police? How much do you think the police can do in a Category 5 hurricane? Who wants to steal your child? What a bunch of lunatics. Are you serious? For stared at Chun Zhao seriously. Of course. Would I joke with Phalai's and the child's lives? For rubbed her forehead. Fine, I'll believe you for now. But I'm really not confident that I could deliver Phalai's child alone. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and thought for a while. How about I kidnap a team of gynecologists from the hospital? You're kidding me. Finally comforting for, Phalai couldn't help but ask at night. Chun, what's going on? Our child might be a witch, Chun Zhao said helplessly. Phalai's face was filled with surprise. Really? Our child is a witch? Do you have to be so excited? Of course. Our child will definitely inherit your magic talent. Okay, rest first. I'll go prepare for the surgery. The best outcome would be a natural delivery, but it was necessary to be safe. Chun Zhao didn't want any problems on this. For Phalai's delivery, Chun Zhao had to consider all aspects. There was also another piece of news that made Chun Zhao uneasy. The tropical cyclone had strengthened to Category 5 as it approached the west coast, and it was currently traveling at 260 kilometers per hour. The hurricane that had caused great damage on the west coast in 2005 had a speed of 280 kilometers per hour. The tropical cyclone this time was approaching the speed of the last one, and there were still about 48 hours left. Based on the development of the witch, this tropical cyclone was still showing signs of strengthening. It might even reach 300 kilometers per hour. The destructive power of a 300 kilometers per hour hurricane wasn't just the wind, but also the huge waves. Moreover, the Mirror Lake villa that Robio had designed for Chun Zhao could only reach 250 kilometers per hour at most. If the wind exceeded 300 kilometers per hour, it would cause great damage to the villa. Of course, this wasn't the main problem. The main problem was the safety of Phalai, for Jerlin, and the little witch in Phalai's stomach. Chun Zhao wanted to ask the association for help. They actually weren't weak. However, they didn't have to face the attack of the third night first, but the storm. Under the wind of 300 kilometers per hour, Chun Zhao would give them a promotion and a raise if they could stand still, let alone fight. Eugenius, can you make the trees around Mirror Lake grow taller? Master, this requires more magic. Chun Zhao took out more angelic crystals. As a tree spirit, Eugenius was the only one among Chun Zhao's pets that could use angelic crystals. Moreover, angelic crystals could promote the growth of plants. I'll give you as much as you want. Make these plants grow to their limit. Black Ma, White Ma, go chase the cows and sheep into the forest, especially when the storm comes. Don't let the wind blow our cows away. Amon, if the wind is blowing from the other side of Mirror Lake, once it forms a wave, you'll be responsible for calming it down. If the wave is more than 5 meters high, I'll make you swim around the Pacific Ocean 10 times. Chapter 1407. The next morning, For was astonished by the surgery room that Chun Zhao had assembled in one night. The water in this tank is from the lake, Chun Zhao said. It can be used for water delivery. Don't worry about the water quality. It won't harm Phalai or the baby, nor will it get infected. Water delivery was a type of painless delivery, but the analgesic effect wasn't great. Phalai might not use this method when she was in labor. Right now, painless delivery technology was very mature. Chun Zhao had even prepared an analgesic device for intraspinal delivery. Chun, do you know how to inject analgesics into the spinal canal? I don't. Chun Zhao shook his head. I don't know either, For said. Chun Zhao and For knew the theory, but they needed clinical experience to actually do it. Then we better find an anesthetist. An anesthetist with a painless delivery certificate had to have interned with the attending for at least a year, observing or assisting more than 20 times. Only then could he have the right to do it alone. Anesthesia for pregnant women was injected into the spinal canal. The technology was very mature, but there was a strict limit to the amount of injection. Usually, it was injected into the subarachnoid space. Too much wouldn't be good for the mother or the baby, but too little wouldn't have the analgesic effect. Moreover, The analgesic process was continuous. It would be injected every few to 10 minutes. Different levels of analgesic would be given according to the mother's pain level. Do you know a doctor? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Invite him over. It's best if he comes today. He can ask for the pay. You didn't say that to me, For said. If you want, I can say the same to you. For actually didn't lack money. After all, Winip had such a large business. If she needed money, she could just call her mother. Even if she called Chen Zhao, he would give her a blank check. For and Feilai both had the right to inherit Winip's wealth. Of course, the sisters didn't seem interested. A cesarean section could also be considered a painless delivery, except for the preparation of analgesic injections. Chen Zhao also prepared normal cesarean equipment and an operating table. Chen, can you tell me who's trying to steal my child? Go ask Feilai. If she's willing to tell you, she'll naturally tell you. Okay. For plan to ask Feilai later. Are the sterilization conditions in place? Even if Four trusted Chen Zhao's preparations, disinfection was the most basic requirement. However, this wasn't the isolated operating room in the hospital, so For had to ask. Yes, there's a high-powered air purification converter installed over there. Remember to turn on the air purification converter every time you open the staircase. Our hospital has this equipment too. It's at least 800,000, For said. Did you prepare this for Feilai? Actually, I already have it, Chen Zhao said. Originally, this equipment was prepared in the laboratory in the space crevice. Is there anything else I need to prepare? You'd better give me a list. For had indeed given him many more lists, some of which he hadn't prepared. It wasn't a necessity, but an emergency item. Most of the equipment, tools, and drug were for Chen Zhao and Blackie's experiments. It was not specially prepared for midwifery, so there were still some shortcomings. Therefore, he had to prepare everything today. He could only go out to prepare. Okula, you actually failed? Mr. Warren, my sister suddenly mastered enhancement magic, and it's a powerful enhancement magic. Okula Singh stood in front of the man with his head lowered. You're really useless, Warren said coldly. At this moment, the jackals around Okula all growled at Warren with their teeth bared. They were all loyal servants of Oculus Singh. Okula quickly restrained the jackals. She didn't want to offend Warren. A mere enhancement spell actually defeated you. You disappoint me, Warren said. It seems that I have to do it myself. Okula's expression couldn't help but change. Mr. Warren, please give me another chance. This time, I will definitely get it. I don't have time to waste on you. Warren glanced at Okula coldly. With that, Warren turned around and left, leaving Oculus standing on the spot hesitantly. At the moment, Navots and Delamore were shopping. The storm was coming, but as long as it hadn't arrived, people wouldn't stop enjoying life. Merchants wouldn't stop doing business either. On the streets of Beverly Hills, all the luxury stores were still welcoming customers. Both carried big and small bags. That was women's nature. Even though they were both witches, they were more interested in shopping and discussing luxury goods. Suddenly, Navot's body froze. Daily Moore turned around and saw that Navot's body seemed to be frozen. Singh, what's wrong? Navot Singh's expression turned ugly. What's wrong? There's an enemy. Navot's body was frozen, but her eyes could still move. She stared ahead and finally locked onto a figure. The trader of the Roma, Warren Jerem. He was different from a family like the Singh family that basically abandoned Roma traditions. Warren Jerem wasn't abandoning Roma traditions. Instead, he was completely going against Roma traditions. He was doing something that was strictly forbidden and taboo. This was similar to one choosing to emigrate, and the other choosing to break the law in his own country. It was more or less the same. Of course, what Waylon Jerem did was far worse than breaking the law. Navots chanted a magic incantation. Weakness, mirror image. Dahlia Moore, stab me in the neck with your brooch, not Singh said. Delamore immediately took off her brooch and stabbed it into Navot's neck. Then Warren Jerem, who was standing opposite her, grabbed his neck. Navot's freezing spell was suddenly lifted. Go, let's go. Navots glanced at Warren Jerem and turned to leave. Are we going home? No. Do you know where Mr. Chen lives? You're going to find Mr. Chen? Why are you looking for him? The person who attacked me just now is very powerful. And I can't fight him. We can only borrow Mr. Chen's ability. Chapter 1408. Can Mr. Chen's ability fight against him? Mr. Chen has an enhancement ability, and it's very powerful. As long as he uses it properly, he can eliminate most of that person's combat power. Dahlia Moore brought Nawat Singh to Mirror Lake. Nawat instantly sensed the spiritual energy in the air. So many elements. It's a spiritualist paradise. It was Daly Moore's second time here, but the feeling was the same as the first time. She didn't find anything different from other places except for the fresher air. Is it good here? Very good, Nawat Singh said. My family also has an elemental territory, a place for the awakened to train. But the elemental concentration in that place is at least 3 times lower than here, said Nawat Singh. The car stopped in front of the villa. Daly Moore walked to the door with complicated feelings and knocked. Just then, an unfamiliar woman opened the door. Daly Moore didn't know the woman. Could she be Chen Zhao's lover? Is Mr. Chen here? Chen went out. How can I help you? When will he be back? Daly Moore asked. Can I go in and wait for him? Fu was a bit hesitant. She'd heard that someone wanted to steal Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's child, so she was quite worried. Now that 2 unfamiliar women had come, she couldn't help but think. I'll call and ask Chen. Of course. Go ahead. For called Chen Zhao right in front of Daly Moore and Nawat Singh. Hey, Chen, there are 2 ladies at the door. They want to see you, For said. What are their names? For looked at Daly Moore. Before she could ask, Daly Moore seemed to know what she wanted to ask. She said first, I'm Daly Moore. She's Nawat Singh. Let them stay for now and wait for me, Chen Zhao said. When Daly Moore and Nawat Singh entered the living room, they saw the pregnant Fei Lai. Madam, I'm very sorry about what happened last time. Daly went up to apologize. It's okay, Fei Lai replied gently. A while later, Chen Zhao returned. A woman got off the car with him. Miss Yala, please come in. Shara looked at the mansion. 2 days at most? I can get $200,000? Of course, I promise. Chen Zhao nodded. Shayla was the anesthesiologist found through 4. She was also the best anesthesiologist and anesthetist in Chantilly Hospital. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, was practicing medicine illegally, so he also gave her a very high price, $200,000 for 2 days. Chen Zhao was an illegal doctor himself, so he knew how much it would cost for a legal doctor to practice medicine illegally. Daly Moore and Nawat Singh stood up when they saw Chen Zhao come in. Shara, have a chat with 4. Then take a look at my surgery room. I still have some personal matters to attend to. Shara nodded and walked to 4 and Fei Lai. Lady Daly Moore, Miss Knotts, let's have a chat. The 2 girls followed him out of the house. What can I do for you 2? Mr. Chen, I'd like to borrow your ability, Knotts said. Borrow my ability? How? Chen Zhao asked, confused. Mirror image, Knotts said. My spell. As long as it doesn't affect me, you can borrow it. I don't mind, Chen Zhao said calmly. But I'm not sure when I need to borrow it, because I'm not sure when my enemies will appear. You can't have me follow you, right? If that's the case, you might as well let me help you. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Also, I'm busy these 2 days. Oh, since you're a perception type, what level can your perception type magic reach? Mr. Chen, what level do you need? There are many types of perception type magic, and I know many of them. I need a perception type ability, like a strategic radar. I can sense the number of enemies within a certain range. This spell isn't difficult. I don't want a one-time perception, Chen Zhao said. I want it to last at least 5 hours. 5 hours? The first thing Knotts thought of was the Night of Awakening, because it lasted from 8 at night to 1 in the morning. Knotts asked again, is there anyone in that room who's going to awaken? That's none of your business. Can you do it? I can't last that long, Nawat said. The spell wasn't difficult, but it was a consumptive spell. It used up a lot of mana. There was no way she could continue to use this spell for hours on end. I can only use it a dozen times at most. These are mana potions. Chen Zhao tossed the 2 bottles to Nawat. The potions were like a drop in the bucket for Chen Zhao. If there are potions, I can double it. Knotts didn't expect Chen Zhao to be willing to give her such a precious potion. Tonight? No, tomorrow night, Chun Zhao said. Second night? Nats's expression changed. No, it's too dangerous. Then forget it. Go ahead, Chun Zhao replied coldly. He didn't force it. Nawats Hingis and Daily Moore had left. It was mainly Nats. She felt that it was too risky. The second night was such a terrifying thing. Singer, are we really just going to stand by and watch? Daily Moore had wanted to use this to deepen her intimacy with Chun Zhao. Delamore, it's not that I don't want to watch, but it's really too dangerous. You don't understand what the second night means at all. He's not alone. He has companions, like Gaia, Delamore said. Gaia said that she's confident that she can protect the second night alone. One person can't protect the second night alone. Maybe not alone, but Gaia is still very powerful. I saw it with my own eyes. You're saying that we shouldn't watch? If we help Mr. Chun, he probably won't watch if we're in trouble in the future. Knots thought deeply for a long time and suddenly stepped on the brakes. Maybe you're right. Chapter 1409. Xin Zhao was a bit surprised that Nawat Singh and Dahlia Moore had returned. Originally, he wasn't angry that they'd left. After all, normal spiritualists would have a hard time dealing with the first night alone. They'd probably piss their pants when they heard that it was the second night. No one had the obligation to sacrifice themselves for someone else. Mr. Chun, we're willing to help you guard the second night, but if the situation deteriorates, we'll still leave. I don't need you to fight, Chun Zhao said. You just need to help me detect the enemies in a large area. Are you sure you don't need me to fight? Navats asked. We can all help you more or less. Using your perception magic will be the greatest help, Chun Zhao said. To Navats, Chun Zhao was still a bit arrogant. Chun Zhao still had something to consider. Should he keep Jerlin at home or send her to the association? Jerlin, are you going to Annie Gaia? No, Jerlin is staying. Jerlin wants to be the first to see the birth of a little sister. How do you know it's a little sister? Maybe it's a little brother. No, it's a little sister, Jerlin said firmly, as if answering Chun Zhao's question with a predetermined answer. Chun Zhao smiled. Of course, he knew that his second child was also a daughter. Daily Moore, Navats, Shara, Four, and Falai, as well as Chun Zhao, who was carrying Jerlin, sat at various places at the dining table. Chun Zhao was the one who'd cooked tonight. Daily Moore was the first to speak. Mr. Chun, your cooking skills are really good. I need a chef at home. Of course, Daily Moore was only joking. Not counting her parents' wealth, Chun Zhao was richer than her. When I lose my job, I'll consider going to your house to be a chef. No one would take a joke seriously. Chun Zhao wasn't someone who couldn't take a joke. I heard that the hurricane that landed on the west coast this time is already faster than the one in 2005, Shara said. Shara said, Mr. Chun, your villa can withstand a hurricane with a speed of over 300 kilometers per hour, right? The surrounding forest can slow down the wind. When this villa was built, it was designed to defend against Category 5 hurricanes. In addition, the upper and lower floors of the villa have two different architectural structures. They can be completely enclosed. That is to say, even if the upper floor of the villa is completely destroyed and submerged by the lake, the lower floor can be completely enclosed. There are enough food reserves and landlines in the lower floor. In addition, there is a passage to Mirror Lake in the second basement. As long as you can hold your breath for a minute, you can safely swim to the outside. Hearing that, Shara felt much more at ease. Moreover, in the face of a hurricane with winds of over 300 kilometers per hour, it might not be safe to stay in a hospital. Compared to China, which had long been accustomed to typhoons and was more experienced in this area, whether it was the country or the state governments, they had never had any experience in preventing hurricanes. Even if they caused catastrophic consequences, they might not take action. The tragedy in 2005 was enough to illustrate all of this. Of the nearly 2,000 people who died, only 1/3 of them were directly killed by the hurricane. The rest were drowned or starved to death because they could not be rescued. Even the crimes that occurred after the disaster were an important reason for the final death toll. As the most developed country in the world with the most perfect system, it had become the most chaotic country in the world in the face of a disaster. A tropical cyclone with a speed of 300 kilometers per hour was something Southeast Asian countries would encounter once or twice every 2 to 3 years. However, countries in North America rarely encountered a tropical cyclone of this intensity. Right now, the rich people on the West Coast had all gone to other cities to seek refuge. No, more accurately, they were not going to seek refuge. They were going on vacation. For rich people, going anywhere was the same. Stephen and Rasfa even invited Chen Zhao to go with them, but Chen Zhao clearly could not leave. However, there were still more than 10 hours before the tropical cyclone made landfall. Chen Zhao was not sure if it would continue to grow stronger. The West Coast was in the tropical zone. There was an obvious temperature difference between it and the Pacific Ocean. Tropical cyclones themselves were cyclones produced by convective temperature differences. The larger the temperature difference, the stronger the cyclone. According to past experience, every tropical cyclone that made landfall on the West Coast would continue to grow stronger before it made landfall. If it continued to grow stronger, it might become the strongest hurricane in the new century. Everyone was enjoying themselves at the dinner table. However, a piece of news that was broadcasted on the TV cast a shadow over everyone's mood. According to NASA's research, tropical cyclone, which was not a real tropical storm, it was an El Niño phenomenon. The Weather Bureau also issued a red alert at the same time. At the same time, there was a list of all the major cities on the West Coast. They were all red alerts. Los Angeles was in the area with the strongest winds and was about to face the center of the storm. The center of a tropical storm was not as peaceful as in novels. In fact, the closer one was to the center, the stronger the wind. Currently, NASA and the Weather Bureau had announced that the wind at the center of the storm had reached 335 kilometers per hour. It was still getting stronger. No one knew how strong the wind would be when it made landfall. El Niño, which is derived from Spanish. It originally meant holy infant. At the beginning of the 19th century, fishermen in Spanish-speaking countries such as Ecuador and Peru in South America discovered that every few years, from October to March of the following year, a warm current would move southward along the coast, raising the temperature of the surface sea significantly. The Peruvian cold current was originally prevalent on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean in South America. The fish that moved with the cold current made the Peruvian fishery one of the 4 largest in the world. However, when this warm current appeared, the fish that liked cold water would die in large numbers, causing the fishermen to suffer a disaster. Because this phenomenon was usually at its peak around Christmas, the helpless fishermen who suffered from natural disasters called it the Son of God, the Holy Infant. El Niño generally occurs once every 4 years, causing immeasurable damage to the world. However, it was uncertain and impossible to calculate. 4 years was just a calculation based on past experience. In reality, this was not the case. For example, the devastating flood in China in 1998. No one could forget that disaster. That night, the dark clouds over Los Angeles disappeared. It was rare to see the bright stars in the sky. However, everyone knew that this was not a good sign. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 1410. That night, Chen Zhao didn't sleep. Instead, he sat on the balcony. During the first half of the night, there were no clouds in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. But in the latter half of the night, the starry sky was once again covered by dark clouds. The wind was blowing. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen, suddenly, he heard Fei Lai scream in the bedroom. He immediately stood up and returned to the bedroom. Fei Lai, I'm here. Fei Lai touched her lower body. It was wet. Chen, my stomach hurts. Fei Lai said. Chen Zhao immediately turned on the lights and saw that Fei Lai's face was pale. Chen Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous. Was she going to give birth? What should he do? What should he do now? He couldn't be nervous now, at least not in front of Fei Lai. First, he had to confirm if Fei Lai's membranes were broken. The bed was already wet. Yes, the membranes were broken, and the amniotic fluid was coming out. Fei Lai, I'll call 4 over immediately. Chen Zhao immediately ran to 4's room and called, 4, wake up. Fei Lai's in labor. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Zhao's voice was not soft at all, for wasn't the only one who heard it. Everyone in the villa, including the pets, heard it as well. Four ran out of the room in her pajamas and followed Chen Zhao into the bedroom. For immediately went up to check on Fei Lai. The membrane isn't completely ruptured, For said. I know. Chen Zhao nodded. Send Fei Lai down first. Chen Zhao tried his best to carry Fei Lai. Just then, a small figure crept into the room. Daddy, is Mommy going to give little Jerlin a little sister? All right, I don't have to worry about little Jerlin asking me where I came from anymore. Chen Zhao chuckled. Yeah, little Jerlin has to be good today. Little Jerlin has always been obedient. Little Jerlin pouted and said unhappily. Through the elevator, Chen Zhao carried Fei Lai to the surgery room. At this time, Sala also got up and rushed to the operating room. Jerlin also came down. Chen Zhao looked at her and scratched his head. Should he kick little Jerlin out? Little Jerlin wasn't even 10 months old yet. Wouldn't it be bad to let her see such a bloody scene? Would it cast a shadow on her future? But just then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt an evil spirit appear in his villa. It was still early in the morning. How could an evil spirit appear at this time? Moreover, it was within the boundaries of his villa. But soon, the evil spirit was destroyed. It was Blackie. Shara, I'll leave this to you too, Chen Zhao said with a serious expression. For stared at Chen Zhao with widened eyes. Chen Zhao gave for a look. All right, go. For then, looked at Jerlin. What about Jerlin? Let her stay here, Chen Zhao said. Abitos, come down. Abitos moved his huge body and climbed down the stairs. Although Shara had stayed here for a night, it was her first time seeing Abitos. Startled, he looked at Abitos in shock. Abitos, stay here, Chen Zhao ordered. Eat anything that comes in. Yes, Ada. Abitos crawled to a corner on his own and curled up, ignoring Shara's surprised look. On the other hand, was much calmer. She had been here too many times and had seen Abitos before. She had even witnessed Abitos' growth with her own eyes. She had seen Abitos grow from a small lizard into a giant. Also, I have to seal the entrance to prevent the lake water from pouring in and flooding this place. Okay, nodded. Then Chen Zhao turned and walked out of the basement. What's that? It doesn't eat humans, right? Don't worry, said calmly. I watched Abitos grow up. He's very obedient. It's just a mutated Komodo dragon. In fact, Abitos ate humans. Last March, when Fei Lai and Chen Zhao had gone to Sacramento, they had encountered bandits on the way. Abitos had bitten off a bandit's leg and swallowed it. Of course, wouldn't tell Shara about this in case she panicked. Chen Zhao sealed the basement entrance. By then, Knots and Dalmore had woken up too. After washing up, they saw Chen Zhao sitting in the living room. But they didn't see Blackie sitting across from him. Chen Zhao looked back at the two and said, There's breakfast in the kitchen. There was a whooshing sound outside the window. It was the sound of the forest being blown by the strong wind. Rain slapped against the glass window, making pitter-patter sounds. The wind outside was already very strong. The wind here had been blocked by the surrounding trees, so it was at least halved. If there weren't any trees around, it would be hurricane-level wind. Chen Zhao's pets had all hidden in the forest. They didn't have to worry about being blown away in the forest. Chen Zhao was sitting in the living room, but his small world senses covered the basement, observing Fei Lai's situation. Fei Lai's membranes hadn't completely ruptured. The cervix was still expanding naturally. This was a normal physiological reaction of natural labor. Mr. Chun, Dahlia called out twice, and Chen Zhao stood up suddenly. Huh? You called me? Chen Zhao was already overly nervous. Is Miss Fei Lai in labor? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Later, no matter what happens, don't go outside. As long as the mansion is still here, don't run around. If the mansion is destroyed, take the elevator to the second floor to hide. It's still early, right? No, it's late. Chen Zhao shook his head. Suddenly, Dalmore felt that Chen Zhao's aura had changed. It had turned into a red, dangerous aura. Navots also felt Chen Zhao's dangerous aura. Not just Chen Zhao, but they also felt a dark red, dangerous aura in front of him. Mr. Chun, is there something in front of you? Don't worry, Chun Zhao said calmly. It's harmless and will protect you. Chun Zhao and Blackie's strategy was that Chun Zhao would be in charge of the outside and Blackie would be in charge of the inside. Chun Zhao was responsible for stopping the main force of the evil spirits, but he wasn't confident that he could completely stop the fish that slipped through the net. Now is the time for Blackie to act. Don't say that Blackie was wasting his talents. This was the best arrangement. What Chun Zhao wanted was absolute certainty. He would arrange whatever was the safest. Suddenly, Navot's shingles felt a strong palpitation. Then, Navot's legs turned to jelly. She saw a huge black shadow rushing towards them in the air outside the window. Ghost ship. It was a ghost ship. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1411. Nawat's Hingis and Dailymore nearly pulled their hair out. So unlucky? A specter ship was actually blown here? Moreover, it was heading straight for the villa. Was there anything more unlucky than this? Chun Zhao looked at the ghost ship and walked out of the door. The moment he opened the door, the wind howled into the living room. Knots and Delamore couldn't stand steadily. Mr. Chun, where are you going? Navots Singh exclaimed. Didn't this guy see the specter ship rushing towards him? Knots rushed to the window and looked at Chun Zhao's figure outside. The bow of the ghost ship was facing them. They couldn't see the length of the ship, but the height of the pole was at least 60 meters. This was an incredible ship, and on the wooden frame of the ship was a statue of the goddess Athena. The ship was in ruins, but the flag on it was very clear. It was a pirate flag with a black background. A naked woman knelt on the ground, and a long sword pierced through the woman's chest. Virgo, Navot Singh exclaimed. Although the rain hit the glass window, making it hard to see clearly, Navot still recognized the origin of the specter ship. One of the top 10 ghost ships, Virgo. Not every specter ship could be recognized. Many specter ships were unknown before they fell silent. But any ghost ship with a name would definitely be famous on the sea, both in the past and present. As for the 10 great specter ships, they had a terrifying reputation. Chun Zhao raised his right arm. This was just the beginning. He didn't want to waste too much time. White light. The ghost ship was instantly enveloped by the white light. Then, not even scraps were left. Everything turned to dust. Knott's face was filled with disbelief. What had just happened? What was that white light? She couldn't understand what had happened in that instant. Chun Zhao's small world sensed to see if there were any survivors. There weren't any. Only then did Chun Zhao return to the living room. Now, Navots looked at Chun Zhao in a different way. Virgo. Destroyed? The famous Virgo was destroyed, just like that? That was the specter ship. It was the famous Virgo. Furthermore, there was no thrilling battle. In an instant, everything was over. Mr. Chun, that was ghost ship, right? How did you do it? Chun Zhao glanced at Navots. I think you got something wrong. We're not facing the second night, but the third. The awakened one is my unborn daughter. So, while it's still early and the wind hasn't reached its peak, you still have a chance to escape. Nod Singh and Delamore were both shocked. The third night? Were they about to face the third night? Dahlia was still all right, because she didn't have an accurate idea of how terrifying the third night was. But Navot's Hingis knew. She knew how terrible it was. That would be a disaster. Mr. Chun, are you kidding me? Now that my family is in the basement, do you think I would joke around? Navots was trembling slightly. Mr. Chun, do you not understand the meaning of the third night? I know, Chun Zhao said calmly. But now my family is facing the third night. Navot's Hingis looked at Dahlia. Dahlia, you go first. I'll stay. Mr. Chun, I'll stay here for now, but if I think it's necessary, I'll leave too. I'll stay too, Dahlia said. Thank you. Chun Zhao nodded. I'll still say the same thing. If you stay in the mansion, you won't be harmed. Navots didn't have much confidence in Chun Zhao's promise. After all, this was the third night. Plus, it didn't seem like a normal third night. Chun Zhao sat back down on the sofa and continued observing the basement. Fei Lai's labor seemed to be slower than a normal natural labor. Thankfully, Fei Lai was healthy and strong, so as long as there were no major problems, it was acceptable even if it took longer. Chun Zhao didn't care if it was natural, cesarean, or painless labor. As long as Feilai was safe, as long as the child was safe, nothing else mattered. After getting rid of the Spectre ship, the attacks seemed to stop. In the next hour or so, there was still no movement. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao remained tense. At 9:40 in the morning, the TV broadcasted an emergency announcement again. The wind at the center of the storm reached 368 kilometers per hour. This was a terrifying number. It might even be the most powerful tropical storm in 100 years. 20-meter-tall waves rose along the coastline. The coastline was completely locked down. At the same time, the weather station also suggested that residents living in the suburbs should hide in their basements and prepare for waterproofing. Every TV station was broadcasting the news of the tropical storm. Some anchors even claimed that this would be the toughest test in American history. Just then, Chun Zhao stood up again. Navats Hingis and Dahlia both looked at him uneasily. It wasn't just because of the third night, but also because of this unprecedented storm. Of course, so far, they had not linked the two events together. But Chun Zhao felt that they were the same event. Mr. Chun, are there more enemies? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Navats Hingis was a bit surprised. Chun Zhao's senses were stronger than she'd imagined. Of course, Chun Zhao's maximum range was 30 meters, which was the range of his mini-world. On the other hand, if Navats used perception offense, it might not be as clear as Chun Zhao within 30 meters, but it would be more accurate beyond 30 meters. Navats used his super area of effect perception. In an instant, an image flashed in his mind. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared within a few hundred meters in front of him. How is this possible? It wasn't even 10 in the morning. How could there be a large-scale attack of evil spirits? She thought that the ghost ship had been blown over by the wind. They were just unlucky. But now, these hundreds of evil spirits couldn't have been blown over by the wind too, right? This was too unusual. It didn't fit the pattern of the night of awakening. Also, why were there so many evil spirits at this time? Could Chun Zhao deal with them alone? Should she go out and help? Dahlia, stay here. I'll go out for a bit. Navats finally decided to go out and see if she could help. Please remember this book's domain name, Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1412. However, Navats regretted it as soon as she stepped out. She'd underestimated the wind outside. When she reached the front yard, she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, there was a pillar supporting the awning, and Navats grabbed onto it. Of course, the canopy had already been blown away. Only the pillar was left standing there. But even with the support of the pillar, Navats still felt it was difficult. She couldn't even help Chun Zhao fight. However, Chun Zhao seemed to not feel the wind at all. He just stood there. The hundreds and thousands of evil spirits flew over from above Mirror Lake. It was truly terrifying. They were so dense that they were like an army charging over. They gave off a chaotic, disorderly, and manic aura. This aura gathered above their heads and accompanied them as they advanced. At the same time, it made them stronger and scarier. In Navats' eyes, these hundreds of evil spirits were the scariest part of the third night. But reality wasn't like that. It was daytime now, and this was only the prelude. Judging from the trend of getting weaker and stronger, Navats didn't know what kind of attack she would face later on. The beginning was already so scary. What kind of attack would there be later? Could the few of them really defend against such an attack? Why did you come out? Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at Navats. I came out to help you. Go in. I don't need your help here. Be careful. Navats Singh suddenly shouted. An evil spirit waved its arms and grabbed at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his arm and grabbed the evil spirit. The evil spirit struggled in his hand, but it couldn't break free. Eye of the lightning, attract lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky and landed on Chun Zhao's right arm. Nawat Singles was shocked to the core. Looking at Chun Zhao's unmoving body, she wondered if the lightning was attracted by Chun Zhao. He said he knew some elemental magic. Was it thunder magic? And this was called only a little? The evil spirit in Chun Zhao's right hand had already turned to ashes under the lightning. Chun Zhao's right arm also gathered a large amount of lightning. The mouth of Gluttony spat out an electric arc. The terrifying electric arc broke through the wind and rain and swept across the sky above Mirror Lake, remaining in the air for more than 10 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of evil spirits had been wiped out. In the storm, Chun Zhao was invincible. The harsher the weather, the more lightning Chun Zhao could absorb. Of course, he could convert more of it into magic power. Navot's face was filled with shock. Was this what Chun Zhao had said in the past? Knowing some elemental magic? This was a powerful magic that she had never heard of or seen before. He said he majored in strengthening? It was obviously a lie. Looks like it'll stop for a while. Chun Zhao glanced at the storm and turned to bring Navot Singh into the house. Mr. Chun, it seems like there's no point for me to stay here. Put on this headset, Chun Zhao said. If you notice any stragglers while I'm busy fighting, inform me immediately. Chun Zhao had never planned on letting Navot and Deli Moore help him fight. They only stayed here to ensure that nothing would go wrong. In less than 10 minutes, Navot said, there's another wave of evil spirits attacking. Some of them are very, very scary. Navot looked at Chun Zhao worriedly. Could Chun Zhao really deal with such frequent attacks by himself? Chun Zhao walked out again. A few minutes later, he returned to the house. Mr. Chun, it's done? No, those evil spirits are still here, Navot asked in confusion, looking up at Chun Zhao, who just entered the room. I'll use my clone to deal with them, Chun Zhao said. Navot realized that the evil spirits were indeed disappearing quickly. Clone magic? Chun Zhao had said last time that he indeed knew clone magic. But Navot hadn't thought much of it at the time. After all, most clone magic was passed down through bloodlines. At least, Navot hadn't seen any powerful clone spiritualists. However, Chun Zhao's clone was actually able to fight against so many evil spirits, including some powerful ones. Those powerful evil spirits couldn't be compared to regular evil spirits or spiritual bodies. Before they arrived, they'd been devouring each other. Some would become even more violent and chaotic. Their strength was 10 to dozens of times stronger than ordinary evil spirits. Navot could only sense the existence of the evil spirits and the strength of their auras. But when she stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside, she could see Chun Zhao's 12 clones. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Even the evil spirit, which Navot thought was extremely powerful, could only take one strike from Chun Zhao's clone. Navot was amazed. Not only was Chun Zhao's elemental magic powerful, but his clone magic was also powerful. She saw with her own eyes that one of Chun Zhao's clones ripped apart a 10-meter-long evil spirit with its bare hands. If it were him, the biggest possibility was that he would flee in defeat. Navot thought back to 2 days ago. She'd even used the tone of a senior to teach Chun Zhao how to use magic and fight. At the thought, Navot's shingles felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It was like a kindergarten teacher telling a Chinese Academy of Sciences doctor how to study. And the battle lasted much longer than what Navot expected. Before the first wave was destroyed, the second wave came. Chun Zhao had 12 clones, but they didn't know magic. Now, to Chun Zhao, the 12 clones' greatest use was no longer to fight separately. Instead, they combined into one. Or it could be a battle that didn't have much strength and lasted a long time. He'd let the 12 clones fight. Navot had thought that Chun Zhao's clones wouldn't be able to last long. But reality wasn't like that. Chun Zhao's clones were extremely strong and could last for a long time. In fact, as long as Chun Zhao's clones weren't destroyed or taken back, they would always exist. An evil spirit escaped, Navot said. It's coming from the right side of the villa. Suddenly, the red ball of dangerous aura in the living room disappeared. In just 3 seconds, the evil spirit disappeared too. Navot was shocked. It wasn't a dangerous aura. It was a despairing aura. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven's Godly Emperor mobile version.